Beep, 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 bop, ba-doop, bow. And is this working? Is something happening? I don't know. I think I'm streaming. Okay, I can see I have one person watching. Hello, one person. Oh, and I can tell who it is, and it's me. This is wonderful. Uh, hmm. Okay. Um, see, normally I would ask if you guys can hear me, but this just feels weird. It feels like I'm not really doing anything at all. Whatever. Okay. Oh, hey. Okay. Now we got a couple people. Hey, welcome to the show. I was supposed to be joined by Vadim, but I haven't actually heard from him all day. So I'm going to take him out of the name. That was false advertising. I'm going to put Goblin crams to learn about Jamal Bowman for canvassing this weekend. And you know what? I don't need to shorten Goblin anymore. I'm going to put chill Goblin. Guys, let me know if you can hear me. I'm always just completely paranoid that I haven't set up my sound properly. The camera's not working. Yeah. If it's just gonna be a chill stream tonight. I'm going to be in New York this weekend, canvassing for Jamal Bowman, going door to door, knocking on those doors, those previously mentioned doors, telling people what I'm up to, telling people, hey, do you like Jamal Bowman? And if they say yes, I'll be like, you're gonna vote, right? And if they say no, I'll be like, well, you should, man or lady. Go do it. It's easy, and you're kind of your like civic duty. Uh, yeah. So I'm going to be getting out the vote, and if you want to help me out with that, please do. I really need you to do that. Come down to New York, New York, New York. You can make it there. You can canvass anywhere. What the heck am I talking about? And I am just trying to keep talking right now as I look for the link that I'm supposed to be sharing around. Here it is. I got it. I said I had it, but then I clicked on it and it became worse. Why do links do that? Why don't they just stay good like when you click on them? It goes up in the URL. And it's like, oh, you know what this needs? Like a bunch more equal signs and gobbledygook. Question marks. So there you go. Progress.win/goblin-primary. You can join the Goblin primary. Come out with me in Yonkers, New York this weekend as we put up your dukes. George Latimer. We're going to try and encourage people to vote. Because George Latimer, if you're not familiar with the guy, last time Jamal Bowman won, George Latimer said, the problem is, what skewed the results here is too many black people came out to vote. And that really skewed the results. Kind of a weird thing to say, huh? That the more black people vote, the more skewed the results are. It just seems like the more democratic things are, So yeah, not a good guy. Taking, I want to say, $20 million or so from AIPAC, the American Israel something. It's not PAC like political act. It's like, what does AIPAC stand for? AIPAC stands for Public Affairs Committee. Yeah, AIPAC. Because there's also AIPAC PAC, which is American Israel Public Affairs Committee Political Action thing. Wait, what actually does PAC stand for? Listen, this is how much friggin' I need to do. Yeah, Political Action Committee. So, I'm going to be there this weekend. Don't really have a whole lot of time to do research on this thing. I know generally some stuff about the guy, but I'm not like completely, educated on him. So this is my stream where I try to amend that a little bit. So let's go ahead and take a look at stuff. AIPAC, PAC. That's exactly right. Secret as Ian. Dan. Did we ever finish watching the Adventure? What's up, Darren Danielle? No, we actually, I guess not. We didn't. We could maybe do that if there's time. I think these clips I have are pretty short. But we were watching a documentary earlier about AIPAC. It's a few years old. I think it's from like 2019. Secret Asian Dan. Oh, that's what it said. That's what it says. Yes, I see. Secret as Ian Dan. Love it. Secret Asian Dan. Cool. What's up, Secret Asian Dan? Don't worry, I won't tell anybody that you're secretly Asian. Your secret is safe with me. So here's my thing. You can see all the tabs I got open at the top there. And then yes. Oh, by the way, okay, I gotta get it. Okay, I gotta get better at streaming by myself. This is what I am looking at here. I can see these comments. Got Daring Danielle in the chat. Did we ever finish watching the documentary? I guess I probably shouldn't watch that without Sam, who was supposed to join. So Sam, Vadim, and I streamed on Monday, and then after the stream, we were like, let's stream again this week before we go. And we were all like, Wednesday, let's do it. And then I got all excited, and I made a thumbnail with all the three of us, and I put it out there, and then nobody got back to me. And then just like an hour ago, Sam was like, can't do it tonight, man. And Vadim still hasn't got back to me. So I'm assuming he's probably like, in the hospital or something, something seriously wrong has happened. No, I don't know. It's an ADHD gang. So I really can't blame anyone else. I've just been having a good, productive day. I got some stuff done. I sent off an invoice. I never do that. But I know I sent off an invoice. I'm so bad at like getting people to pay me. I've lost, God, like I literally like tens of thousands of dollars in my life just from not sending off my like requests to be paid. Movie time. Okay, during Danielle's got the popcorn ready. I got some clips. I got some clips you can watch. Don't even worry about it. But there's at least one Sam here. There you go. All right, Samuel Rosander. Welcome to the squad. I don't know. I was trying to think of a cool. What do they say? Welcome to the team. Like in a movie, they would maybe say that. Okay, so you guys are just going to ignore the fact that I don't really understand how to crop things on StreamYard, which I'm using. But yeah, I've got this little thing here. This is like an info pack that was sent to me to help me learn about Jamal Bowman. I can't believe you do all your own bookkeeping. Well, that's the thing. I don't really keep track of it very well. Here we go. Representative Jamal Bowman is a progressive member of Congress for New York's 16th district. That's where I'll be this weekend. And a member of the Squad, the influential progressive group prominent in the U.S. House. He's a vocal critic of corporate interests. Okay, good. I don't like corporate interests. I think they should be criticized. Staunch advocate for policies to expand Medicare for all. Great. Yeah, definitely good. I think that like Medicare, that's got to be the craziest thing to me about America. As a Canadian, I cannot believe that you guys have like honestly allowed that to go on. It's so nuts. It's like one of those things, like there is no good argument for it. There isn't. Like I know there are arguments for it, but none of them are good. It's like, I don't know, what do people say? Like, it'll be too expensive. It's more expensive what you do right now because you guys have like a whole insurance industry that props it up. It's you guys spend more on healthcare than any other, developed, first world country does on medicine. That's crazy. It would be less expensive to switch to a single payer system. Anyway, wild. And so it's good that he's advocating for Medicare for all because you guys need to have as many of those guys in government as possible. What else? Policies to expand childcare, also a good thing, I would say. I feel like people care about like bookkeeping or whatever. Yeah, no, I am as a Canadian for influence in elections called a part of the government we like. Yeah, no, I definitely am doing that. Although I'm not telling anyone who to vote for. That's my thing. I'm just presenting you with information. I'm telling you guys you can canvass, telling you guys you can vote, but I am not personally, as a Canadian, telling you guys who to vote for. But I am saying that I like Jamal Bowman. I think that's allowed. I don't know. God, if that's not allowed, I'll get in trouble and I'll know. I'll be able to tell you guys. Yeah. Okay. The lines and treatment denials in Europe and Canada sound scary, says Daring Danielle. That's true. So I guess like the thing is in Canada, everyone gets healthcare. Like everyone does. Everyone gets the same healthcare. It's like you cut off your thumb in a horrible accident, you get to get it sewn back on. That's not a problem. No matter, even if you're like homeless or whatever, like even if you have no money at all, it is no cost to you. And because everybody gets it, there's waiting times. I mean, if you get your thumb cut off, you'll probably get seen pretty early. But I've been to the hospital, a few times in my life. For like I think the longest I ever had to wait, I was in grade 8, and I got a concussion. I got a concussion at school playing tackle football, and I was fine. Like I got knocked out, and then I kind of like woke up, and I had the rest of my day, and I came home and I told my mom, and she was like, "We got to go to the hospital." Went to the hospital, and then I was just kind of waiting for hours and hours and hours. And eventually they brought me in. They're like, "Okay, well, make sure you don't go to sleep and blah, blah, blah. Like get your dad to wake you up in the middle of the night, make sure you're okay, blah, like whatever." It wasn't a big deal. So I did have to wait a long time. But I feel, and so, yeah, like that is a thing. There's waiting, but I feel like I would rather have to wait for a while, in that case, I remember being pretty like pissed off about it because I was like, however old I was, like 12 or 11 or something. And I was just like, I'm bored, but I do like that you can just go to the hospital. You don't need to worry about dropping like 10 grand on like a whatever, anything. I do think that's cool. And I don't mind that I had to wait. Like, obviously my thing is not as important. Like as I was sitting in the waiting room, I would see people come in, like a kid came in, I remember, with like a huge bloody rag on his head, like blood all down his face. And he got seen right away. And I was like, what gives? I've been here for 3 hours, So they sort of like, I think it's called like a triage. They do like, they look after whoever's like who needs it most. Is that what a triage is? God, I have no friggin' idea. So yeah, I definitely think like the way it is in the US, it's like, well, if you have money, you get seen right away. Like if my parents were whatever wealthy, or I guess if they had like health insurance, because that's usually how it works, right? Like I wouldn't have had to wait all that time. But I don't know. I feel like that's a trade-off, because I would much rather not go bankrupt because I like made a silly mistake, like I cut off my thumb with a bandsaw or something like that. You know what I mean? So it's not that scary. I mean, it's the worst I think you can say about it is that it's boring. Certain things though, like heart transplants, it is more serious. Like that is a thing where, hey, everyone gets put in the same system. Like if you need a heart, you're going to be waiting in line for it along with everyone else. So people complain in Canada. It's like, well, I'm rich. What do you mean I got to wait like 6 months for a new heart? I'm rich. If I lived in America, I could just buy my way to the front of the line, which like, yeah, like I mean, that I'm sure I would feel frustrated if I were in that position. And like, especially if it was like a sort of a ticking clock situation where I'm like, I don't have 6 months to wait, my heart's going to give out. I need to jump to the front of the line. And that's tough. But I think like, I guess like the issue is we just don't have enough hearts to give. And instead of prioritizing the people with money, we prioritize, I don't know, first come, first serve type thing, I guess. I'm not a total expert on the Canadian healthcare system, but just every time I see an American hospital bill, I'm like, Jesus, like I would have to really consider going to the hospital if anything happens to me. Whereas here in Canada, I just never worry about it. I never worry about it, which is actually like, it's like one of those things you just don't even realize it's a thing until whatever. Anyway, going on about that. Shout out to when I took 14 Tylenol arthritis and sat in triage for 15 hours. Like I didn't have to pay, but that was something. Yeah, that's a long time to wait. Wait, what do you mean 14 Tylenol arthritis? I'm confused by those 3 words in a row. You took 14 Tylenols for their arthritis. Is that like a type of Tylenol arthritis? Yeah. Yeah. It's maybe the triage is not a perfect system. Absolutely. I'm not going to say it is, but certainly I prefer it over what you guys have down there, which sounds like just garbage, honestly. Secret Agent Dan, you can always take the Fukuyama position. You can't improve on the ideal, and imperfections are simply faulty implementation. Oh yeah, is that the Fukuyama, like the end of history guy? You can't improve on the ideal. Okay, sure, I could take that position, absolutely, and I will. Okay, and people are saying that I was right about saying that that's what triage is. Hell yeah. Okay, I like when I'm right about stuff. Yes, that's what triage is. In addition to saying that dude is dead, the pain of having to pick between the Chill Goblin stream and the Kendrick Lamar live concert. Well, I think you made the right choice, Autumn. I think you made the right choice because I got some stuff to say about Drake too. All right, actually, I could talk about Drake. I lived in Toronto for years. Can't you pay for private care in Canada too, if only by flying to the US? Yeah, you definitely can. And in fact, like, because even though we don't have like this two-tier medical system, for some things we do. But for the most part, general healthcare is all one system. No one has any advantage. But because we're so close to the US, rich people, really rich people, can just fly there and pay a bunch of money to get the thing they want. It's also an issue because of brain drain. A lot of our doctors are like, well, I could make a lot more money if I moved to the US because of the way that the system works down there. It's like more capitalist. So a lot of our, best doctors move to the US. So it's the same issue that you get in a country like, the one that's coming to mind right now, I know this isn't the only one, but is Jamaica, where you have in Jamaica, there's a public and the private healthcare industry. And so the private healthcare industry tends to absorb all the best doctors. The public healthcare industry tends to kind of suffer and get worse and worse and worse. It's not as bad as that. Like this is like the sort of system that Pete Buttigieg was when he was like running against Bernie and everything in when was that, 2020, I guess. This is like the Buttigieg thing, Medicare for all who wants it, which in my opinion, terrible idea. Don't do that. It's just going to hurt everybody. So in Canada, we just have the one system, but because we're so close to, the most privatized medical system on earth or whatever, I don't know if you can call it that, but the most capitalist country in the world, US, yeah, we effectively do have that option. People with good private insurance are not typically sitting in the emergency room or urgent care. In the US, you cannot pay your way to the top of the list for organs law. Okay, sorry, maybe I had that wrong. I'm not totally sure how that works. So if you're rich, you can't, and you need like a heart transplant, you don't get to have it right away. Just because I've heard people like that's a complaint about our system here. So I assumed that it was different south of the border. Maybe I have a misunderstanding there. People with good private insurance are not typically sitting in emergency room or urgent care. Yeah, and a private insurance is definitely a thing. In Canada too, like it depends on what you have, like whether you'll be waiting or not. If it's a serious thing that you need to be seen right away, you won't be waiting. And I don't know, like you got a phone, right? You can be on your phone, you can be reading a book. I don't know, maybe if you've had 14 Advil, what was it, Tylenol arthritis, an overdose attempt. Oh my God, lily pads, damn. Glad you're okay anyway. Way higher dosage, so that's the thing. Organs shouldn't be sold is the root issue with transplants. Yeah, I agree with that. Yes, he used that argument for neoliberalism. Okay, are you talking about Pete Buttigieg? Sorry, I'm like way behind on the chat here. Daring Danielle, there's a Kendrick Lamar concert taking place. See ya. Okay, that's fair. I do have some Drake gossip I can give you though, but just give me 1 second to get to that. Triage is actually the best option. You want the people who are the most danger to get help first. Pain can be managed. Yeah, I agree with that. Although it does seem like the thing that happened with lily pads was maybe more serious than they thought. The medical doctors in Cuba are always trying to leave. Yeah, yep, that's true. Cuba has an incredible healthcare system there, though. I have to say, what they've managed to do with, in spite of the embargo and like inability to get medical supplies, the healthcare system in Cuba is outstanding. Cuba has a higher life expectancy than the United States. Crazy. One of the craziest facts ever. Higher life expectancy and a higher literacy rate. Not necessarily related to that. And also, Cuba, one cool thing that they do is they send their doctors all around the world to like help countries that can't afford it, including, get this, Cuba sends their doctors to Canada. I'll put myself in full because I'm not really reading the thing anymore. Cuba sends their doctors up to Canada to go to our First Nations reservations for our, indigenous people and give them the help that our government doesn't provide. So, I mean, yeah, anyway, they do have a lot of great doctors there. They obviously have a great, medical education system set up. And so I'm not surprised that a lot of them move. A lot of them want to move to the U.S. Same reason that they would want to move to the U.S. from Canada, but I mean, even more of a reason. Unlearning economics. Love that guy. Very cool dude. UE talked on stream about how NIH covers doctors, but not most dentists, and how different care for those two areas is. It's the same in Canada, actually. So while I've never felt weird about going to the doctor, I currently am avoiding going to the dentist because I don't got like thousands of dollars to drop on getting these cavities filled. And I got like a bunch of cavities. You're not supposed to just let them sit in your head. So I'm getting a little bit of the American experience just in my mouth. I'm getting America all in my mouth. What? Do you have any book recommended? What? Do you have any book recommendations for someone trying to get into theory? Well, I mean, what kind of theory you want to get into? Mixed chalky? Like, you mean like leftist theory, or like you want to read like about communism or something? Because like, I guess like theory, people sort of talk about like, what's it called? Like Marx and Lenin and stuff like that. I honestly don't really recommend reading Marx and Lenin. They're kind of boring. Actually, Lenin or Engels is easier to read than Marx. But if you want to get into a little bit into Marx, if you want to start, probably everyone reads the Communist Manifesto, but the one that's probably one of the best is what's it called? Critique of the Gotha program, where Marx actually talks a little bit about what he would like to replace capitalism with, instead of just talking about how bad capitalism is, which is pretty much everything else he talks about. Excuse me. I don't know if that made sense, but that would be one I would recommend. Also, I'm getting into Paracon lately. Daring Danielle, for some reason, it's not letting me. Okay, hide current comment. Daring Danielle, no, you absolutely cannot pay for organs. That would be unethical. Okay, that's good. Audrey Rose Beavers. Oh, hey, how's it going, Audrey? What's going on? It's going good with me. It's going good. Daring Danielle, nope, just checked. Okay. All right. Listen, I'm getting a couple of the Washington Post Pinocchios over here. Life expectancy in the U.S. is greater than it is in Cuba. I said that was the most insane statistic ever, and I guess it's so insane that I was wrong about it. My bad. Maybe my info is out of date. I'm pretty sure at least a few years ago that was the case, but that's good. Sometimes you remind me of the comedian William Montgomery. Okay. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that old guy might be. William Montgomery. Hang on a minute. Let me get this going. Share the screen here. There we go. William Montgomery. William Montgomery, internet personality. Okay. Wow. This guy? I look like this guy? Okay, listen. I hate to say this. Oh, he doesn't even have a picture on this this old event page. That's annoying. But you think I look like this guy? I feel like you might just be like racist against people with beards. Like, I guess my beard looks similar to him. Definitely. My hair too, I guess. My hair coloring. My baldness pattern is not quite the same, but yet anyway. Oh, you sound like him, not look. Oh, really? Okay. Sound like him, not look like him. Critical theory. Frankfurt School. Okay. Listen, I am just not super smart. I haven't read a whole lot of the Frankfurt School guys. I read like that, what was it, Adorno and Horkheim, the paranoid style or whatever, like I've read all the basic stuff. I'm not really in a place to recommend anything. But if you're just trying to get into it, I mean, what's the thing called? Adorno and Horkheimer. The Culture Industry Enlightenment as Mass Deception. Was that the one I read? I think so. Dialectic of Enlightenment. I forget. Frig. I read one thing by them, and honestly, I don't even remember it. So I'm just gonna not recommend anything. Sorry, dude. Lenin is an easier read than Marx. He references Marx a lot. Oh yeah. That's another empty spot in my knowledge of stuff. I haven't read a whole lot of Lenin. I read What Is to Be Done. And I don't know. I think it's pretty cool that he wrote a book called What Is to Be Done. And then he was like, he did it. That's kind of neat. Do you know how much time is spent in America on paperwork for insurance companies? Who is this reactionary? Lol. Oh, yeah. I mean, like the big thing, the one crazy thing, not maybe the big thing, but one crazy thing about American healthcare is that you have this whole industry of like middlemen, like the insurance industry, who are trying to rack up profits for themselves. And it's like, you don't need that. You don't need that. The single payer, you don't actually have that. In terms of writing style, I find Marx's style hard to follow, which is why I couldn't get through Capital. Yeah, Capital, I did read at least the first 6 chapters of it. I'm reading it right now, but I read through like the parts that everybody says is brutal. And even Marx in one of the there's like 12 intros to the Capital, and like in one of them he's like, okay, so hey, it's me, it's your boy Mark, and this is gonna be rough. But once you've done the first 3-4 chapters, it's gonna be way then it's gonna just start cruising, which does appear to be the case. But the first few chapters are a slog, terribly paced. I don't know why he did it like that. Doesn't seem right. You're going to defend America having the highest mortality rate in the developed world for women giving birth? Well, there you go. That's not good. Audrey Rose Beavers. I'm still in Japan, but I'll be moving to New Jersey next month. Otherwise, I would probably meet up to canvas with y'all. Oh, dang. Oh, okay. No worries. By the way, if you're in the New York area, come on out to canvas with us. We're going to be there. It's going to be me, all your favorite YouTube political guys. We're in Hell, Hey It's Vadim, Dreg, otherwise known as J-Reg. Who else? Nominal Naomi, Vosh, Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report. I'm not sure if Sam Cedars is going to be there. Maybe. Matt Binder, though, as well from the Majority Report, and his stuff, Doomed and whatnot. And geez, so many other people. It's going to be great. But yeah, go to that link, get the thing. Wikipedia has life expectancy of Cuba in the UEA is changing places back and forth between 2019 and 2022. Oh, interesting. Okay. So yeah, that's totally me. I have been saying that for years. I've been saying that since probably 2019 or so. So I guess I got that wrong. Are they close now, or has the US boom? I guess COVID was maybe a factor there. Why are we talking about a country that has a GDP of Rhode Island, a country that has the biggest GDP in the world? This isn't a debate. It's got good healthcare, so who cares about you? All right. Okay. Yeah, and Demighton, totally feel you on this one. I get where you're coming from here, but hey, it's all good, man. It's all good if maybe people don't always agree with us. Maybe people are or whatever. We ain't got to be saying who cares about you. We care about everybody. Around here. All right. I'll try my best to be a peacekeeper here. But yeah, totally. I agree. It really is no comparison at all. except for when Cuba was better than the US. It was a very interesting comparison, in my opinion, because it's like, in spite of the fact that they are completely impoverished, not only by their low GDP, but by this cruel, decades long embargo, like almost a century of embargo on Cuba. Despite this, with their nearest trading partner and being discouraged from their ability to trade with any allies of the United States, despite this, they've been able to have, at times at least, since 2019, according to Secret Agent Dan, they've been able to have a higher life expectancy than America. Like, that's crazy. But in reality, it is apples and oranges, right? Like, you would not expect them to have a higher one. Daring Danielle, next he'll be saying no one needs car insurance. The government should just cover all collision damages and injuries, lol. Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've never thought about that, but I don't see why not, right? Because that's kind of just like, what's it called? Similar to healthcare. I mean, if we want to encourage people to have cars, which I'm also not totally on board with, but like, a lot of people need their car for work or whatever, and they don't have the money to pay for repairs. I got into an accident a couple of years ago that was like $2,500, and that nearly destroyed me. So I wouldn't have minded if the government came in and paid that. I still think maybe it would be fair to have like a demerit system, right? Like to make sure that there's people aren't just like, whatever, I'll crash into anything I want and it'll be fine. Like, I'm sure people wouldn't do that anyway, but like, we can still kind of monitor people's, like, have an incentive system for people to drive carefully, aside from just, you might die or murder someone. But yeah, I don't know. Am I crazy? Like, listen, I know I'm like super radical, left person, and I don't expect everyone to agree with me here, but I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? You guys think that we may as well just go like single payer car insurance as well? Like, I honestly don't see why not. Cuba's above USA in 2022. Is that what's it at right now? Not anymore. It's notable that despite economic embargo warfare, they're still comparable. Why wouldn't the government want to encourage / reduce economic risk of transport commerce? Yeah, right. Am I crazy? All the food rationing keeps people lingering on. Daring Danielle, you're talking about Cuba, right? The food rationing keeps people lingering. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, that's why people live longer, is because they ration their food. I don't think so, honestly. Like, I know like America has like a like obesity problem, but like, that is not necessarily from eating more food as much as it's eating very highly, processed sugary foods, cheap foods, people who are in food deserts. And the food that's available in Cuba due to the embargo is also not maybe super nutritious as it could be if they were able to trade. And so they have to, ration food. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. That would be interesting though. Like, I'd be interested to see like a study into that on how the Cuban diet affects health. But from what I understand, it's not super, great. But you don't mind people eating and damaging their bodies every day and then expecting the government to pay for their health care? No, I don't mind that at all. I eat and damage my body every day. We all damage our bodies every day. That's just time. Everybody's gonna, like, everybody who's like, I don't need to go. I'm a productive member of society. I don't use the hospital. I don't go to the doctor. I don't need it. I'm healthy. I work out. I eat right. Okay, you're great. Good for you. I'm happy for you. I hope that like whatever helps you get laid or whatever you want it to do. But you're gonna get old. Like, everybody's gonna get old. Everybody's gonna get disabled. Everyone's gonna need health care at some point in their life. Some of us are, blessed enough to not have to go constantly as children, but they get to go later on in life when you're old. We're all going to become disabled. So we may as well fight for the rights of disabled people and for when we end up there. You know what I mean? You're either going to end up becoming disabled or you're going to die early. which also is bad. I guess is another form of disability, maybe. Yes, Audrey Rose Beavers. It's also the car-dependent sedentary lifestyle. You think in America that makes people unhealthy? Could be. Ultra-processed foods is the current term in vogue. Is it? I don't know. I feel like people were saying that in like what's it called? Supersize Me. Remember those days? Darren Danielle, I've been to Cuba. Food rationing is real. I don't actually think that helps. I was being silly. Fair enough. Listen, I am. Sometimes I miss the joke, but yes, no, that is very funny. No, I always make the ultimate health decision every moment, and I'll never reconsider my values. And I think I made a wrong choice. Nope, not ever. Awesome. Love the confidence. Darren Danielle, reckless driving equals drug addicted, hard living. I mean, well, it's not a perfect comparison, but yeah, in some ways, yeah. And I mean, I don't hate your idea that I think was also proposed in jest of making that a government-funded thing. But anyway, guys, hey, maybe you disagree with me. That's cool. And if you disagree with me and you still are watching the stream, hell yeah, that rules. Okay, I was reading about this guy. We got. Oh man, what was it that we got? Oh, Medicare for all. That's where we got sidetracked. But Jamal Bowman wants to make American healthcare a little bit more like Canadian healthcare, and I just want to stress. Maybe you guys don't realize it, but you are going to love it when you get it, when you eventually get it. I'm going to say when, not if. Because if you go look back in Canadian history, a lot of the exact same arguments people make against going single payer now in the US, Canadians were making in like the 20s. And a lot of the insurance industries were kind of like propping up these like AstroTurf movements. And, a lot of people were staunchly against this. It's all the same things. Well, I want to keep my doctor. I got health insurance through my work. I got this, I got that. And now that we have it, get this. The guy in Canada who gave us healthcare, we call him the father of Medicare, Tommy Douglas, he is considered by a vote from Canadians the greatest Canadian in history. He's number one. All right. He's number one. Terry Fox, the guy with one leg that ran across the country to raise money for cancer. The fucking everyone loved this dude. He's like number 3. Our first prime minister, our George Washington, John A. Macdonald, also super guilty of genocide and whatever, but a lot of people have a lot of love for him. He was like 18. Number 1, Tommy Douglas. And a fun fact about Tommy Douglas, he's grandpa of Kiefer Sutherland, 24. Isn't that wild? Most Canadians complain about people in hallways with IVs sticking out their arms. Well, I don't know about that. I think that there are issues with certain governments in Canada rolling back healthcare, especially in Alberta, which shorthand for Alberta is Canada's Texas, because there's a lot of oil fields and cowboys there, and very conservative government. But yeah, so Jason Kenney, who was a premier out there for a while, he was really rolling back healthcare and trying his best to privatize it, which is wild because no politician in Canada runs on that. But it's becoming more of a thing. So hopefully we don't become like you guys before you guys become like us. Because as soon as you guys become like us, we can't go back. Because Canadians, if there's one actual piece of Canadian culture that we abide by, it's that we're at least better than the US. And if you guys became good at something, like that's why we got legal weed. It's because you guys got it in like a couple places. And we're like, oh, what? Oh, how do we drop the ball on that? Okay, it's legal everywhere. Okay, thank goodness, So I hope that you guys get it for my sake, honestly. And yes, great point, Secret Agent Dan. Medical coverage is what keeps a lot of people tied to jobs and reduces professional mobility. Totally. And understand as well that your job could pay you more if they didn't have to also cover your medical expenses. So you could get paid more at work if the government would pay for your whatever health insurance. And a lot of unions are against, or not a lot, but say some unions are against Medicare for all because health benefits were something that they really fought for. And they're like, it's something that they can use to entice people to join the union. right? It's like, we got you guys healthcare. But really, I don't know. I feel like that's having your priorities a little bit backwards. And now that the union doesn't have to fight for your healthcare, they can fight for other things, right? It's all good. There are definitely ways that your job could be made easier. Bibbidi bop bop dow. Across the border from Victoria, BC. Oh yeah, you're in Washington. I never actually been out to BC. That's one place in Canada I never been to. I hate to break it to you, hate to break it to you, sweetheart. All right, Demite, chill out there. They got that in America. They throw you in the street. You don't have any insurance. Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm not gonna say that our system's perfect. It's just, I think. Listen, I'm nervous to just be spewing out statistics anymore, like without checking them. But I believe that the number one cause of bankruptcy in the U.S. Let me look this up. Top 5 reasons why people go bank. See, I thought it was medical expenses, but maybe it's job loss. Maybe that's like a thing since well, here's one from American Bankruptcy Institute. Healthcare, number 1. Couple for most bankruptcy. This is from 2019. Inadequate healthcare, bankruptcy due to healthcare costs, 2009. So maybe these are old. Well, this is from 2024. Barry K. Tucker and Associate. Oh, what the heck is this website? Number 1, medical debt. But I mean, who knows who that guy is? Investopedia. Okay, let's go here. Top reasons. Number 1 is loss of income. So I guess if you lose your job, you go bankrupt. A September 2023 survey found that 78% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. But number 2, medical expenses. Medical expenses are another major factor contributing to bankruptcy. Medical problems can lead to job loss in some cases. Okay, they go hand in hand. And yes, we are Chill Goblin's sassy GPT. Yeah, you guys are the sassy robot. Sassy robot. 500,000 people a year and 60,000 a year die from not having enough healthcare. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? Sorry. How did you just give me 2 different numbers? 500,000 people a year, something, and 60,000 a year die from not having enough healthcare. Like, that seems bad, right? That seems bad. And yes, no, we got conservatives up here. We definitely have conservatives up here. We export a lot of them, actually. We got brain drain where all of our smartest like doctors go to the US, but we also have some of our worst political people go there too. We got Stephen Crowder, Lauren Southern, Jordan Peterson, Gavin McInnes, the guy who started the Proud Boys. Who else? Faith Goldie. Lauren Chen is Canadian, I believe. So many Canadians end up going across the border to follow their dreams as professional chuds. Yeah. Okay, guys, listen, you guys are distracting me. Did I tell you I have ADHD? I'm never going to get through this. As a member of Congress, Rep. Bowman has championed the Oligarch Act. Okay, I love that you guys do these fun little acronyms because it's called the Oligarch Act, but that actually stands for the Oppose Limitless Inequality, Growth, and Reverse Community Harms Oligarch Act. Like, are you friggin' serious? That's hilarious. Build the wall. Yeah, no, we literally are not sending our best. We are literally not sending our best. We gave you plenty of great comedians, so it balances out. Yeah, we gave you Jim Carrey. Okay. I don't know, Mike Myers. All right. I could name more Canadian comedians, but maybe you guys wouldn't know them. Chris Locke. Oh, Nathan Fielder. Nathan for you. He's Canadian as hell. Ted Cruz, also one of my favorite comics. Okay, anyway. So the Oligarch Act, which would tax those anywhere with 1,000 to 1 million times more than the median household wealth of 193,000. I love that idea. Yeah, tax the hell out of them. I've been sort of getting pilled on MMT, modern monetary theory, which is like, actually the government doesn't need money. Government doesn't need to tax people so that it can fund other things. It doesn't need to do that. But I still like taxing people just so that we don't get anyone who's too rich. We ain't got anybody who's too rich. We don't want, let's like abolish billionaires in like a non-violent sense, just in a sense where we take a guillotine to their bank account and we're like, hey, listen, you got it. You made whatever, like $10 million. Does anyone really need any more than that in this life, in this earthly existence? Why would you ever need more than that, honestly, right? So it's like, you can't have more than that, okay? If you got 1,000 times more than the median household wealth, I'm sorry, dude. You don't get to keep it. And I don't think that's what this is. I think it's just like taxing them to some like percentage, but like, yeah, we should tax the rich. Repealing of Trump tax cuts. Again, similar lines here. In 2017, the Trump administration passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It added $2.289 trillion to the national debt over 10 years, gave temporary tax cuts to working Americans that end this year, while its corporate tax cuts remained permanent. Isn't that interesting? You see how they get you? You see how they fuck you over? Oh, boy. Yes. Canceling student debt. Representative Bowman supported Joe Biden's debt relief plan and lent his support to Representative Pramila Jayapal's effort to end the Treasury offset program, TOP, taking money out of Social Security from the elderly and disabled in order to pay off student loans. Yeah. Sorry, I read that. I know I just read that, but I didn't actually pay attention to it. You ever do that? Can you like tune yourself out sometimes? Let me just kind of read this again to myself. Okay. Yep. Okay. Good. Pramila Jayapal. Yeah. Love that. And the Treasury offset program. Okay. Don't know what that is. Taking money out of Social Security. Bad. From the elderly and disabled in order to pay off student loans. Yeah. Social Security is a good example of like a social program in the US that's extremely popular, right? Like everybody loves Social Security in the US, you know, like correct me if I'm wrong. Sort of similar to how we feel about our Medicare system here. We love it. We love it. It's kind of crazy that even our, like, as far as healthcare goes, our most rabidly, like, horrible right-wing politicians here are to the left of Joe Biden on healthcare alone. And I mean, like, you know, Social Security is something that really worked out for you guys. Yeah, I guess the Treasury offset program is taking money out of there. That seems, wait, sorry. Maybe I still misread this. Effort to end the Treasury offset program, taking money out of Social Security from the elderly and disabled in order to pay off student loans. Wait, paying off student loans, I think, is good. Taking money out of Social Security from the elderly and disabled sounds bad. Wait, what is it? What do you guys think? Can you guys explain this to me? What am I supposed to take away from this? Okay. Supporting Pramila Jayapal's effort to end. So she's ending the Treasury offset program, which was taking money out of Social Security from the elderly and disabled in order to pay off student loans. So she was trying to end that, or she was trying to end it in order to pay off student loans. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know if anybody's more confused than me. That's not what I meant to say. If anyone understands this more than I do, then please let me know. Child Care for Every Community Act. For the last 4 years in Congress, Bowman's advocated for universal child care. Great. Supported Senator Elizabeth Warren's child care legislation that would cap prices along a sliding scale based on household income. Half of all families would pay no more than $10 per day. So this is something that it was actually a big movement within Black feminist circles in like the 70s, like 60s and 70s. It's kind of like a parallel movement to second wave white feminism, where a lot of Black women had jobs and children and, had like single parent homes a lot of the time. And they're like, I need money so that I can look after this kid while I have a job, while I whatever, or while I don't have a job, I need money so that I can feed this child. Like this is, and they obviously were like brutally shut down, and like even like the white feminists at the time didn't give a fuck. But so that movement was like a total failure actually, and what like Reagan put like the last nail in the coffin there, like ending like the welfare that existed for them at the time. But anyways, it's something that actually frustrates me because I feel like even if you're like a capitalist, right? Even if you're like a Reagan fan, even if you're Ronald Reagan himself, you should be able to see that this is good for the economy to have people raising kids and having money to do that. Like that is an ideal situation. Like these are people who we should be helping. It's not going to lead to, you know, like a child who is like left alone, neglected, or whatever, malnourished from not having money, or just like ignored from having both parents have to work, whatever. Like that's bad. That's not a good way to raise a human being, you know? So I just feel like, I don't know, feels like a miss from from Reagan, a rare Reagan L. But anyway, sounds like this is kind of like childcare legislation. We got the means testing in here, capping it on a sliding scale based on household incomes, but half of all families would pay no more than $10 per day. That seems really affordable, and that would allow people to work more, right? That's what people want, don't they? Nobody wants to work anymore. Well, this would help with that. So yeah, this is something that's like, in my opinion, obviously good. Transfer between accounts in the U.S. government. Okay, we're talking about the thing before that I didn't understand. And think of Gore's lockbox. Okay, this is what I want to hear. It's good. Okay. Still don't get it. During Danielle, the Treasury Offset Program collects due funds, often from our elderly and disabled who rely on Social Security. That should stop. Oh, yeah, that sounds terrible. Yeah, what the hell? Why would we do that? That sounds like the most regressive tax possible. Medicare for all. Here we go. All right, Darren Danielle, you might want to take a breather here. But Representative Bowman has been consistent in his support for Medicare for all to ensure healthcare for all Americans and lower prescription drug prices, earning him the support of the largest healthcare unions in New York. He helped reintroduce the bill to Congress in 2023 to record amounts of support. That's great. Hey, more people you got in Congress supporting this, in my opinion, the most obviously good, like straightforwardly good thing that America could do domestically. They could do a lot more good by changing their foreign policy, but let's not get into that. But the things that America could do for Americans, you need more people who support this. So if you lose Jamal Bowman, that's gonna be a rough one. It's gonna be a rough one. Repealing the 1994 crime bill. That's Biden's crime bill. The 94 crime bill made America the home of almost a quarter of the world's prisoners via 3 strike laws, mandatory minimums, and built new prisons while removing their right to vote, and expanding the use of incarcerated labor for profit. Yes, that seems bad, right? Yeah, it seems bad that America has like, what's the percentage of the world's population, prisoner population that America has? World's prison population. I guess I'll just go 2023. I don't know that. United States, 1,767 people are in prison in the United States. That is nuts. This is 2023. That is wild. And then we look at this, China, and China is like, listen, I'm not a fan of China. All right. I'm not one of those guys who's like talking about how great China is. I don't think that China is like a free country. I would rather live in the US than live in China. But it's kind of wild that China has less people in prison than America, because they have a lot more people in total. So yeah, I think that's wild. That's crazy. Yes, exactly. Darren Danielle. China has 1 billion people. We have 300 million. Yeah, like that's nuts. And then the next after China is Brazil, famously like, you know, bad country to live in. I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, Carnival looks fun. I don't know if I said that. If Carnival looks fun, I'd love to go there one day. But yeah, I don't know. There's been a lot of corrupt governments. There's been a lot of CIA efforts down there. They've got like half of the prison population as well as China and less than half of America. Anyway, I don't know. In India, 573. That's actually wild. For India? Because India also has like 1 billion people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a good point. If we did incarceration rate like per capita, prison population per capita, would that be is that per capita? I guess that wouldn't be per capita, but let's see. Secret Asian Dan, secret Asian Dan, giving you a number, giving you some ramen. Okay, that's not per capita is maybe not the right way to put it. How did you put it versus population? This is still, oh, that's the exact same thing I just looked at. What am I seeing here? Okay, hang on. Oh, prison population rate per 100,000. Okay, yes, this is it. North America. So U.S. here, 716 people per 100,000 of the population. That's crazy. That's almost 1,000, which would be like 1%, almost. It's like 0.7%. For every 1,000 people you meet, there's seven people in prison in the U.S. And that's the U.S. as a whole. We could break things down by different demographics, different communities, and that would be a lot more alarming than it already is. And is there anyone approaching that 700? I don't see anything. They're all quite a bit lower. And actually, yeah, what's China? China, 121. 121 per 100,000. So, yeah, that there you go, eh? Oh, here's a big one. Azerbaijan, 413. Azerbaijan, not sure how to say that. 432, Guam, which is the U.S., right? Oh, Wikipedia. Yes. Okay, I would like to copy this, but I do not think I see it. Oh, St. Kitts and Nevis. Oh, okay. So we got the Caribbeans up there. Where's St. Kitts and Nevis? The Caribbean. Wow. St. Kitts and Nevis, 714. That's not good. That is not good. It's funny though, because they actually have only 330 people in prison. But they have less than 100,000 people in their country in total. They've got basically like the population of like a small city, 46,200. Russia was also high. Listen, I'm just scanning down. I may have missed some stuff here. Where's Russia at? Can I search Russia? No, doesn't look like it. Russian Federation, 475. Russia. Okay, so Russian Federation, would that should be Russia? 475. I mean, that's high, but even what's it called? St. Kitts and Nevis was not up where the U.S. is. So that's wild. And let me just read that again. 716. Oh, what was St. Kitts again? Maybe it was higher. I'm not familiar with the situation there, the socioeconomic situation of here we go. St. Kitts, 714. Oh, it's close. 714 versus US 716. So 716. So US still wins, but it's a close one. Russia is 300 out of 100K in Wikipedia, so there's some variability. It's really annoying to me that I can't, all I can do is I can show this link, but there's no way for me to just easily copy it. But anyway, listen, guys, we're going to move on here. The crime bill is bad, and we should repeal it. And by we, I mean you. End to qualified immunity. Rep. Bowman has repeatedly put pressure on Congress to abolish the practice of qualified immunity, a doctrine that protects government officials from facing legal consequences for misconduct. Most frequently invoked to protect police and law enforcement officers. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do that. He's also pushed for Green New Deal, reforms to prioritize the transition to renewable energy, free public college, and the expansion of mental health care services, racial justice, universal early childhood education, hell yeah, and more. Love all that. That all sounds good. America, number one. Baby top, military top, prison pop, top. Sure, they don't have a correlation. Be careful with those triple parentheses there, Demite. I know you're not meaning it to, but we got to be careful not to accidentally blow that old that dog whistle. All the work Rep. Bowman has steadily put in has led to his endorsement by a huge slate of organizations: the Working Families Party, Justice Democrats, Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, Human Rights Campaign, Congressional Black Caucus, Congressional Progressive Caucus, as well. So there's your Pramila Jayapal again, as well as the working people of his state, notably the United Auto Workers, the New York State Nurses Association, and 1199 SEIU, the largest healthcare union in the United States. So there you go. He's got the healthcare unions with him. That's good. Due to Representative Bowman's consistent stance against war, mass displacement, and loss of life in Gaza, big money donors like AIPAC are on a mission to prevent his reelection. This will be his first election as an incumbent congressman after ousting a 16-term representative in 2020. His support of a ceasefire to end the conflict has painted a target on his back. He needs our support. Yeah, so that's the deal with that. Listen, I was expecting to have people joining me. I was expecting to not be doing this by myself, and I've been talking the whole time, and I actually have like a whole plate of delicious fettuccine Alfredo, squash, whatever, Parmesan lemon in front of me that has just been getting cold. So I got to play a video. Okay. I don't know if I set this up right. Is this okay? Let me close all my DMs here. Okay. You guys don't need to see that. It looks like I can't zoom in. Can I full screen? Yes, I can. And let me get rid of my video downloader. Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear this? Can you guys hear this if I play? Let me know if this makes noise. Because I tried to set it up where it makes noise, but it does. Oh, amazing. Is it like loud? Can you hear it well? Oh, no. So here is George Latimer showing his face at Pride, and it is 2 minutes. So that's how long I have to shovel Alfredo into my mouth. Boom. Wait, what? What are you talking about? So he is he doing the thing where they're all doing this thing where they're being filmed, so they're like, well, I'm gonna film you. I don't know, weird instinct. Although I guess I sort of oh, no sound. Dang it. Okay, sorry. I was not paying attention. No sound at all, or is it just very quiet? How about that? Still no, or sorry about that, guys. Okay, no worries. I do have an alternative method here. None at all? Dang. Okay. Maybe I can fuck with the settings. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second here. Settings, audio, speaker, reduce mic background noise, yada yada yada. Boo. Recording. None of this appears to be okay. Okay. Yep. That's not a problem. Well, I don't have that video, but I have other videos. Yeah, I was hoping I'd just be able to screen share, but I guess it just isn't set up to do that. Oh wait, would this do something? Wait, hang on. Sorry guys. Nope, that's not going to help. All right. I got this thing. I don't even know what it is, but this is something that the campaign sent me to watch. Yo, what's going on, Ratost? Yeah. Daring Danielle. Alfredo, that stuff will give you a heart attack. Once people start getting free healthcare, they just neglect their health. Yeah, hey, what can I say? I'm basically reckless driving right now because I have my insurance covered. Yeah. But yes, what's going on? Yeah, let me give you the little summary. I'm going down to New York this weekend, 22nd, 23rd. I'll be canvassing and supporting Jamal Bowman. If you're in New York, if you're free, please come out to support. We need people to help. Here is the link. Go to this link here and come down. It's not just me. There's a lot more famous, cool people as well. There's We're in Hell, Hey It's Vadim, Dreg, Vosh, Nominal Naomi. There's a whole fucking list of people, but I can't remember who they are. Anyway, come down to that. We're gonna be knocking on doors. We're gonna be reminding people that they got to vote. It's like the day before voting ends, so we don't really have a lot of time to change people's minds. But I think we're just kind of reminding people that there's a place to vote and like giving them a ride if they need it. Because the more people show up, the more likely Jamal Bowman is to win. We're trying to skew the results by making them more democratic. And yes, Secret Dan, we were watching a VHS tape while the teacher has a hangover. That's more correct than I'd like it to be. But yeah, here we go. So this is a video, and we'll find out what kind of a video it is. Do we like it? Do we not like it? Who's to say? And it's not playing. No problem. We got this video too. Yep. It's not playing either. Okay. Hang on a second. Maybe I can try to use yeah. Okay. I'll download that one from Twitter. And if I put it on what the hell is this? Wait, huh? This is an ad for Grok? Why is this happening? I didn't want to play this. Oh boy. Will this work now? Okay, something's crazy. Something's weird. Something's wrong. Is it playing? Because it looks like it's playing for me. Like the progress bar is moving, but I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. Something weird's going on. Okay, listen. I just want to stress this is not my fault. Okay, not playing. Okay, I didn't think so. Let me try. I'm just going to remove all these. Remove. I'm going to delete that Grok ad. And I'm going to present them again. Normally, like when I have another person here, we sort of like trade off and we do like a little like, hey, while I get this ready, please, can someone just like fill time and make sure there's no dead air? So I'm trying to do that while I also am getting stuff ready. Okay, so here we go. Will it work? Play. Like, okay, it's a video, but all right, that's annoying as hell. Bip bop, bip bop. If I try like this, what's going on here? Mute video, unmute video. I mean, I don't know what that would do. See, the problem with this is it doesn't give you like very good like doesn't give you many options. Like StreamYard is just it's everything's so simple so that when things are broken, there's not much I can actually do. Okay, if I refresh the page, will the stream end? I hope not, but let's find out. Yo, did the stream end? Do you have to set it to view? Oh, awesome. Okay, great. Well, at least there's that. Wow, you guys can really see how sweaty I am, eh? It's like very uh hot where I'm at right now, and I can't put on a fan because you'll hear it. So you guys are just gonna see me get wet. See a real wet goblin today. All right. You guys just played peekaboo? I love that.
Tonight, a conversation between two lawmakers.
Okay. Can you hear that? That seems to be working. That seems to be working. Oh, I'm getting a feeling like I'm actually going to be able to eat some stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna hit play. Yes, Secret Agent Dan. Well, I hope that you're right this time. Here you go.
Tonight, a conversation between two lawmakers, one Republican and one Democrat, about some of the biggest issues of the day. And as we head into this election year, our hope is that we get to have an honest debate about the direction that our country should follow. So we want to welcome this evening's Newsnight debate, New York Democrat Jamal Bowman and New York Republican Mike Lawler. Thank you both for joining us. And before we get to these issues,
that guy's face is so funny. When it cuts to Lawler, he's just like,
Mike.
What is that face he's making? He's doing that. Is he one of those guys that shaves their beard like right up to their chin? Why does his beard line look so odd to me?
Lawler, thank you both for joining us. And before we get to these issues, I do want to start with some news.
Listen, I don't want to say that he's got a bad smile. I know generally I don't want to like make fun of people for physical attributes, but that was just a funny juxtaposition to me when it cut to his face and he's making the least natural smile. I think as a politician, you're supposed to have like a focus group help you with your smile a little bit there.
The House just censured you, Congressman Bowman, today, 214 to 191. The inciting incident was when the congressman set off a fire alarm in the middle of a fight to avert a government shutdown just a few weeks ago. Congressman Bowman, Adam Schiff, your colleague, when he was censured, he said that it was a badge of honor. Do you think it's a badge of honor?
Well, it's another example of...
Not really. This one is not really a badge of honor. They're trying to silence me from pulling the fire alarm by mistake. This is just an L. There's no good way to spin it. It's just a bad thing, and you gotta kind of just move past it.
How the Republican Party is not serious about governing. They have no ideas. They have no policies. They can't inspire the American people. So they focused on censuring me, even though after the fire alarm incident, I took full responsibility right away. The legal process is playing itself out, and if all things go well, the case will be completely dismissed in January. Have to pay a fine. Ethics at the moment is not moving forward.
So this is an old clip, but yeah, it was dismissed.
So, once again, the party is focused on censures and culture wars and messaging, and not focused on governing for the American people. So it's unfortunate.
I should note, Congressman Lawler, you voted in favor of the censure. I guess I should ask, he took responsibility just then and before. Is that punishment, even though the censure has no real consequences?
Out here, Rose Beavers. Yeah. Catch you later. Oh, you had to start everything over? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, man. It was rough. It was like next to a door. Like, I don't know what he thought it was. There's him on video and there's a sign that says like, hey, this is a fire alarm. Don't pull it kind of thing. But he just went and pulled it. It's like really, really unfortunate. And, like I have to say, I believe him. Like it would make no sense. Like what people claim it, like what all the conspiracy theory right says is like there was a vote about to happen on like whether to shut down the government, and he was trying to pull the thing to stop the vote. But it's like, no, that would be such a dumb plan. Like there's no way. And you can kind of tell from the video, he's like, oh fuck, like he fucked up. Impulse, who knows why he did it, but like, I've fucked up. I think the way I'm trying to spin it is like, hey, as a fuck up myself, I like that I'm represented by somebody who also, sometimes is a bit of a klutz and does dumb things that are embarrassing. And he's been like pretty real about it. Like he admitted to it right away. He didn't wait for like the video camera footage to come out. He was like, "Oh, I did that. Sorry. Oh God." But of course, like I do have to admit, let's say things were different and it was like Marjorie Taylor Greene who pulled the alarm right before a vote that was about whatever. I think that like our side would probably have a hard time believing it. I think that like people would like, he's like, "Oh, you did vote to censure him." Yeah. Like, fuck this guy just because he's a Republican, but like also, yeah, we like I'm sure that like the squad would do the same thing if it was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Maybe not now, maybe not after Jamal Bowman. If it happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene now, Jamal Bowman would be like, he'd be like, "No, this is not the reason to whatever." But I mean, it's also just political strategy. You want to like make it harder for the opposing party to govern as much as you can. But yeah, klutz. Yeah. What did he think he was pulling? Yeah, no, that's gonna be my that's gonna be my thing when I'm going door to door. I'm gonna be like, if people bring that up, I'll be like, "Yeah," and now we're sounding the alarm for Jamal Bowman. Yeah, sounding the alarm for Jamal Bowman. Marjorie Taylor Greene is nefarious and always has ulterior motives. Never an accident. Everything she does is in bad faith. Yeah, totally. But I also believe that she may fuck up things. Just by being like dumb sometimes, like we all do. Hey, listen, we're all human. We're all human at the end of the days. Is that what you think I sound like? Yes. Yep. I'm pretty sure that was a perfect impression.
But is that fitting to the crime that he committed here?
Yes. With all due respect to my colleague here, he pulled a fire alarm intentionally. He can try to say that it was not, or that he made a mistake. He thought the fire alarm would open a door. He was a middle school principal. He certainly understands the difference between.
That's the other thing. He's a middle school principal. Oh God, it's so embarrassing. He's a middle school principal. I love to imagine being like a kid that pulled the fire alarm at his high school or middle school and got like suspended or whatever. I'd love to imagine being that kid watching all this. Like, oh, now he got called down to the office and probably got like lectured by this guy. The fire alarm's a serious, whatever. So the only real winner here is that kid, I think.
A locked door and a fire alarm.
Good idea.
He ran by 7 Capitol Hill police officers after the alleged mistake and didn't say a word. He only spoke to them once a bolo went out and they went and found him and started inquiring about it. So
yeah, like he only spoke up about it once he was in a position to speak up. Like, what do you expect him to do? You want him to like tweet it or something? No, he did it through the proper channels.
With all due respect, this was not a mistake.
I do think it's very funny, like to me, that this happened. This is like a funny thing, but it's very like it's so lame the way that like these Republicans are like, "No, this is a serious thing," and wow, he was trying to do like something with. It's like, no, come on, it's just a very funny thing that happened. It's okay to make fun of him. I'm doing that, but let's be honest with ourselves here.
It was intentional. The Democrats were playing shenanigans that day, doing single file line voting.
The Democrats are doing shenanigans that day. Okay, now who sounds like the middle school principal?
Using paper cards rather than their electronic cards to delay the vote on a continuing resolution.
What?
And so there needs to be accountability. Last week, I took on a member of my own party, along with Anthony D'Esposito. We introduced a resolution to expel George Santos because he was unfit to serve. So if Mr.
Pour one out for one of the greats, George Santos, the greatest politician of our generation. Pour one out. My favorite guy. So that really places us at a moment in time here, eh? That glorious, whatever it was, 6 months that he had a political career, and every day it was like a new thing. It'd be like, so apparently George Lucas stole a guy's dog and then sold it to buy, I don't know, an axe that he killed a baby with or whatever. It was all everyday new George Santos news. Remember when he was like, oh yeah, because he used to just tell people he was Jewish, and then they're like, but you're not Jewish, and he's like, no, I mean I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish. I'm enough like a Jewish person that I'm Jewish. Oh, that was classic. And also turned out that like he said his mom died in 9/11, and then it turned out she was alive, and he was like, well, she died in 9/11-ish, or what, I don't even know what his response was there. And then there was a whole thing about him being a drag queen, and of course he's like Republican and has to be super against drag, and it's the end of the world. And then they had like photos of him as his drag character, and oh my god, yeah, he was single-handedly working against drag story times in New York. Yeah, no, the guy was just too good to be true. Too good to be true. Yeah, lost his mother in 9/11. Yeah, let's show some respect to one of the true heroes of American politics, George Santos. My God, I was a huge fan. I never like and comment on like Republicans like tweets, but for him, every time he'd go out and be like, the establishment's against me, I'd always like it and comment back and be like, we stand with you, George. Don't worry, the people have your back. I enjoyed him so much.
Bowman and others are happy to expel George Santos. At the very least, there should be accountability. A censure is saying you did wrong, and that's what happened.
Wait. Sorry, did I misunderstand what this guy's saying? Is he saying like, well, he's trying to censor George Santos, this insane like lunatic, like whatever dog napper, and you pulled a fire alarm? So I think there's like censuring that needs to go on both sides here. I got to hear that again. I got to hear that in full here. What the hell is he saying?
Anthony D'Esposito, we introduced a resolution to expel George Santos because he was unfit to serve. So if Mr. Bowman and others are happy to expel George Santos, at the very least, there should be accountability. A censure is saying you did wrong, and that's what happened today.
I don't want to belabor this point, but as you can see,
what the heck? I just took out my headphones for a second, and I realized this is also playing on my speakers. Wait a second, hang on. I don't know if you guys are hearing like an echo. Let me just fix that. Okay, now let me try.
Republican colleague is trying to get into my head and articulate.
How does that sound? Do you still hear it? Does it sound the same or not hearing echo? Okay.
Articulate my state of mind, despite my multiple consistent comments to the contrary, despite me not being charged for disrupting.
Like he's trying to make the case that like Jamal Bowman is the Democratic Party's George Santos because he pulled a fire alarm. It's like, buddy, no, man. That is just not on the same level. That is not in the same league as your guy, as your boy George Santos. No. He pulled a fire alarm. That's like just an embarrassing mistake. Santos is like, there should be a friggin' ballads about that guy. Like, that is crazy.
A congressional proceeding. And remember, this is a vote to keep the government open. So in a rush to get there, yes, I ran past many Capitol Police officers, but I was trying to get there.
You unequivocally denied that this was an attempt to...
Danielle, why does he think people are trying to get in his head? You mean Bowman? Oh, wait, sorry. Did I miss something? Did he say something about people getting in his head? Hang on, I'll watch this back.
Should be accountability. A censure is saying you did wrong, and that's what happened today.
I don't want to belabor this point, but as you can see, my Republican colleague is trying to get into my head and articulate my state of mind, despite my multiple consistent.
Okay, so yeah, he's like, I don't think he's saying like they're trying to get into my head or whatever. Like I think he's like saying this guy's trying to tell you what I was thinking, and he doesn't know that because he isn't in my head. He's trying to tell you whatever. Like he's trying to say why I pulled this thing when I'm telling you I was the guy in the head, and I know that I did it by mistake.
Comments to the contrary, despite me not being charged for disrupting a congressional proceeding. And remember, This is a vote to keep the government open. So in a rush to get there, yes, I ran past many Capitol Police officers,
So you deny,
but I was trying to get there.
You unequivocally deny that this was an attempt to delay that vote.
Absolutely not.
I just want to make a point. The video evidence speaks for itself. I don't need to get in your head. The video shows you threw the signs on the floor, you tried opening the door, it didn't open, you went and pulled the
I hope they play the video. I want to see it. I would love to see it.
fire alarm. You ran by 7 Capitol Hill police officers. That is not a mistake. And it took you an hour, by the way, to
Whoa, now, Alfredo's a flavor crime. Let's take it easy there. Alfredo tastes good. Alfredo tastes good. I like it.
get to the floor to go vote. So don't say you were in a rush to go vote when you weren't.
Let's get to the more important issues, please. But again, to this point, only some of the video was released, not the entire video. So he's only speaking from a small percentage of what he saw.
Congressman, stand by. We'll discuss the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses.
Wait, what? What just happened there? Did it just say, huh?
When you weren't.
Let's get to the more important issues, please. But again, to this point, only some of the video was released, not the entire video. So he's only speaking from a small percentage of what he saw.
What the heck? It just went quiet and then cut? They're trying to, okay, listen, this is a hate crime. This is a racial attack on me that I think ketchup is spicy. No, I don't think ketchup is spicy. I use sriracha, all right? It's been maybe 6 years since I stopped eating things with ketchup because everyone made fun of me, all right? Look how white I am. You don't think I overcompensate for that? You don't think I put some of that ghost pepper spice on some stuff sometimes? You want to see me cry? I'll do it. But yes, let's stick to the facts. Alfredo Naming. Yeah, they're trying to call it my Neanderthal heritage. That's true.
Congressman, stand by. We'll discuss the rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses as one university president's job is on the brink tonight. Last night there was a Republican primary debate, and arguably one of the most stunning episodes came when one of the candidates, Vivek Ramaswamy, invoked the Great Replacement theory on.
What? Okay, I did not even remember this. Ramaswamy talked about the Great Replacement theory in one of the debates. That guy is nuts. That guy is nuts.
On that stage. We've seen also these college presidents come before Congress, and they were asked to state unequivocally that calls for genocide are not acceptable on their college campuses. Do you think both parties right now have a problem with anti-Semitism in their ranks?
Oh my God.
Look, the vitriol and hate.
This stuff just is such an annoying conversation. And the only reason it has any legs, so she's asking, do you think that anti-Semitism is a problem on the right and the left? The only reason this has any legs is the total conflation by, AIPAC and others of anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. And I'm not saying that I don't think that anyone in the Democratic Party is anti-Semitic. Certainly there are. I think anti-Semitism is I think you could make an argument for it being like the oldest form of racism, right? It's like the blueprint of racism, and it's pervasive everywhere. But it's not like, if anyone is anti-Semitic, that is a right-wing belief. Like it's not like an issue on the left, like people are trying to say it is. Be an anti-Zionist. And yes, exactly, Samuel. Wait, Democrats are the left? Weird. Yeah. Anti-Semitism equals anti-Zionism equals pro-Palestinian equals pro-Hamas equals doesn't love Jesus. Yeah. I mean, except for all the Christians that are in the Gaza Strip, which there are a ton of. Try being black. All right. I'll try. I'll give it a shot. Right.
hatred that we are seeing across this country, the anti-Semitism on college campuses, in the halls of Congress, is disgusting. And everyone should be held to account for it. The fact is that those college administrators should all be fired, every last one of them, that they couldn't say that calling for the genocide of Jews on their campuses violated their conduct. In fact,
Okay, I remember this too. Yeah. You remember it was what was her name? Claudine Gay or something like that, or whatever. Who was like I don't know. She was like somebody in Harvard, I think, and she was like, it was a bunch of people from different from different universities, a bunch of the administration, and they were like asked, "Is it against the rules to call for genocide?" But they were talking about saying from the river to the sea. And they were like, well, depends on context. It's against to call for genocide. There was like that whole exchange. And Ms. Gay, I can't remember her first name. She got totally attacked by people like, was it Rufo or someone who dug up like a bunch of her old essays and found out that she was plagiarized a bunch of shit. And then they got her fired for that. But it's like, first of all, yeah. Okay. The first black female Harvard president and the shortest. Yes. Thank you. She was not even supporting the student movement. Like she was against the student movement. She wanted them to stop. She was like pro-Israel, but because she was not willing to say in Congress, like, yes, it is genocidal to say from the river to the sea, and those kids should be kicked out or whatever. Like she wasn't willing to say that. People went after her and she lost her job. So I guess like Darren Danielle, I'm not sure if this is what you're referring to with Try Being Black, but it does seem, and Jamal Bowman has pointed this out as well, that the kind of like AIPAC or, Zionist like attacks are a lot more common on Black people or people of color in general, right? There's not as many white people who lose their jobs over their either support of Palestine or, in Claudine Gay's case, not insufficient support of Israel. Like there were a bunch of other white people there who said the same thing as her, and only she ended up losing her job. Claudine, yeah. It was like the purge for administrators. I can't tell if I should like it or hate it. Yeah. No, I mean, like it's tough, right? Because I mean, on the one hand, I'm not a fan of that lady, and I think it was kind of disgusting the things that she was saying about the people protesting. But on the other hand, and also on that same hand, I think it's bad that she plagiarized stuff for her, like whatever it was, her thesis. I don't know, whatever it's called, doctoral thing that you got to write. I'm obviously not an academic myself, but I know what the word was. But I also think it's kind of messed up that people kind of looked into that just because they didn't like she wasn't sufficiently pro Zionist. I think that's kind of shitty. I think that's bad. Fuck all those people. Bill Ackman, who is a great Zionist. Wait, what do you mean a great Zionist? like he's good at it? Accused of Claudine of being a DEI hire. Yeah. Of course. I saw a lot of that get thrown around DEI. DEI seems to be like the new, basically like the new N-word. People just constantly bring it out to insult Black women or whatever, Black people in general. And it's like really, really fucked up. A great Zionist or greatest Zionist? Yeah. Good question. But yeah, I mean, it's not just them, it's interesting that all of this money, the most money ever spent on a congressional candidate is against Jamal Bowman, a Black man. Like who can we think of who's lost career over their support of Palestine? Mark Lamont Hill, another Black guy. Claudine Gay. Like Jamal Bowman's pointed this out many times. AIPAC money is almost always going towards fighting people of color. Very interesting. Probably a coincidence, though.
In fact, some of them said it's context. It needs to turn into action. Are you calling for the actual genocide of Jews?
Okay, what are we talking? We're talking about Claudine Gay, right? Let's go back a bit.
Wouldn't say that calling for the genocide of Jews.
And again, as far as I recall, it was just overseeing from the river to the sea, which is not calling for the genocide of anyone.
On their campuses violated their conduct.
Insane, like framing.
In fact, some of them said it's context. It needs to turn into action. Are you calling for the actual genocide of Jews? You want them to be killed first before you take action on your campuses? I introduced a resolution on the House floor that made it very clear that Israel has a right to exist. Because if you look at the terrorist attack of October 7th, it's clear Hamas and its backer, Iran, do not believe Israel has a right to exist. They want to eliminate the Jewish people, period. And so we need to be unequivocal and clear. There is no moral equivalency here. This is good versus evil. Hamas is a terrorist organization that has oppressed the Palestinian people, that has used them as human shields. So
that's like he's just doing the speed. He's speed running every like Zionist talking point here. Israel has a right to exist. Good versus evil. Hamas wants to eliminate all Jews. Yada yada yada. I don't really need to get into all that. You guys understand that that's all bullshit, right? Dershowitz is a plagiarist. True. Remember that Democracy Now! Debate with Finkelstein where he like pointed him out and that ended up getting his career finished. Biden's a plagiarist. Bill Ackman's wife plagiarized her thesis and had a relationship with Epstein. Crazy. Oh, Bill Ackman's wife. Okay, I remember that too. Yeah. And she was like one of the people who was coming out strong against Claudine Gay, right? And like Bill Ackman was especially, he's like a billionaire, right? Am I thinking of the right guy? He was going after Claudine Gay on Twitter and like, this is disgusting, blah, blah, blah. And then people found out that his wife plagiarized like way more egregiously than Claudine Gay did. Which as I recall, like Claudine Gay's plagiarism was more like, yeah, you did not cite this when you should have cited it. You should have like said where you got it from, but it's still like technically your idea, blah, blah, blah. Bill Ackman's wife, whatever her name is, it was a lot more egregious from what I remember. Not that that's like an excuse. Like hey, there are academic standards that Claudine Gay is whatever. Totalitarianism of the administrator. Bill Ackman referred to Kyle Rittenhouse as a good civic-minded patriot. Okay, seems like a cool guy. No state has an inherent right to exist. Thank you, Andrew Irwin. Yeah. No, I mean, like, yeah, this guy here, what's his name? Lawler, introduced the Israel has a right to exist bill or whatever. Like, Jesus. And yeah, the Hill just, another great example, Breonna Joy Gray for an eye roll that she made on TV. And just like a week ago, it was Konstantin Kokoliko, whatever his name is. Sorry, I don't know his last name. But he was calling her DEI Barbie. And she was, I forget what was it that he said? I don't remember, but he called her DEI Barbie. And then she was like, these people always attack my race when they have nothing to say. And he was like, no one's making it about your race. You're really full of yourself. And it's like, what the hell did you mean DEI Barbie then? What do you mean DEI? What the fuck are you talking about? If you're not talking about race. But so she just lost her jaw at the Hill because she rolled her eyes when she was interviewing a Israeli woman who was talking about the sexual assaults on October 7th, which is something that's like very contested. You know, that's a really ugly scenario. I'm not like, I definitely don't feel comfortable saying that I know what happened, but I think it's pretty sad that there's absolutely no evidence of it, but people are continuing to talk about it like it's something that you have to believe. Seems odd. Costin, is that his name? Konstantin Costin, the guy from Trigonometry. Hey, what's going on, Aristotle Simone, Goblin and Goblin Gang? What other group of people can return to a geographical location after 500 years and claim they're ready to take their land back? Yeah, I don't know. Not very many, I would say. Kissin, that's his name. Konstantin Kissin. Apparently he used to be a comedian. He never made me laugh. But he talks about being a comedian on his podcast all the time. I'm like, really? What was your material like? And what percentage of it was about what your pronouns are? You know, yeah, that guy's very transphobic. If you're not familiar, anyway, okay, we don't need to go into this kind of ridiculous, like completely brain dead Zionist talking points here. I think we all understand this is bullshit. I'm just going to keep going.
If we want to combat anti-Semitism, not only do we need to...
If we want to combat anti-Semitism, we should definitely stop equating it with anti-Zionism, which is just critique of a government, critique of a state. You're allowed to do that. Doesn't make you racist. That's not how it works. It is, in fact, anti-Semitic to conflate an entire people with one country. You know, it's like after 9/11, right? When Muslim Americans were like, by the way, hey, like, we're not all Osama bin Laden. We're not all Afghanistan. We're not all Saudi Arabia. We're not all Saddam Hussein. With Israel, it's like the opposite. It's like, no, they all are Israel. And it's anti-Semitic to think otherwise. Yeah. Very, very stupid racist framing, and is, in fact, anti-Semitic.
To take it on our college campuses and in the halls of Congress. But we need to make it very clear that terrorist organizations like Hamas and its funder and backer, Iran, that we do not support that at all, that we stand by Israel, and very clear-eyed. We believe in Israel's right to exist, its right to defend.
Oh, man, all these neocons are so horny to bomb Iran. You can just taste it every single time they talk about Israel, and they're like, it's Iran. That's why we should be bombing Iran, like I've been trying to say.
Defend itself and the right of the Jewish people to practice their faith.
First of all, if there is anti-Semitism in Congress, it is coming from the Republican Party, not the Democratic Party, number one. Number two, I introduced a resolution condemning the Great Replacement theory as a freshman in Congress. For the first time in history, that had been done, and that resolution passed because we had a democratically controlled House. Not one Republican voted for my resolution condemning the Great Replacement theory. So once again, they are
That's really interesting.
serious about addressing the issue.
Not one Republican voted for that? That's wild. The Trump era is different. Things have gotten a lot worse, eh? Things have gotten a lot more like blatant. Like, it's just okay to be like, fucking Vivek Ramaswamy can go on the debate stage and talk about how, you know, he's saying the same thing that the Nazis were chanting at Charlottesville, right? Jews will not replace us. That's great replacement theory. That's like actual anti-Semitism. You can just say that now and you can still have a career in the Republican Party. It's wild.
Of anti-Semitism. They are not serious about addressing.
Oh, yeah. Andrew, I know about anti-Semites that like Israel. Nazis love Israel. Why wouldn't they love Israel? They love that there's a country that is just for one race of people. That's what they want everywhere. That's what they want America to be. You know, they want whatever, like Africa for the Africans, Europe for the Europeans, you know, like America for also the Europeans. Like they're like, that's what they want. And it's just a bonus that this Jewish ethno-state is also killing a bunch of brown people. That they like that too. A lot of Nazis are big fans of Israel. Even the original Nazis, like Hitler, was a Zionist. That was moving all the Jews in Germany to, you know, Israel was one of the proposed things that the Nazis talked about. That was one of their solutions. they tossed around. Like, yeah, it's really a fucked up thing that we created an ethno-state and we thought it was a good idea. We thought it was cool. No, it was a very bad idea.
Addressing the issue of racism or Islamophobia.
Yeah, Daring Daniel, I don't know if you've seen the video you're talking about, but I've seen that point get brought up a lot from Zionists, where it's like, because of course, in reality, the Palestinians had nothing to do with World War II, and European anti-Semitism is completely disconnected from, you know, anti-Semitism in the Middle East. Completely disconnected. In fact, for a long time, like if you listen to, I forget his name. One of the big new Israel historians, I think they're called. Ilan Pappy and whatnot. There's one of them who is like an Arab Jew who talks about how like he was never really discriminated against in like Arab countries, and like, you know, if you read the Quran is like was written by a guy, Muhammad, who was living in Medina, I believe, at first, where Mecca is, and there were a lot of Jews around. There were a lot of Jews and a lot of Christians, and he really wanted to recruit them, and he did. Like, that is where a lot of the people who became Muslim were originally Jewish or Christian. That's why he kind of like retold their stories in the Quran and talks about the Abrahamic God and goes through all of this Old Testament. I don't want to say mythology just because I want to be respectful, but like he goes through all of these old stories, and the Quran itself is not like I don't think you can really call it anti-Semitic. It does talk about people who don't believe and how they'll be whatever tortured in hell and stuff. And it's also quite different how he wrote about the Medinians while he lived there, and then when he moves to Mecca. Wait, what's it called? What's the other place called? Is it Mecca and Medina? Oh, maybe I got that backwards. He started in Mecca and he went to Medina. I'm sorry, I'm confusing this. But yeah, he started out talking about the Meccans and like the Jews or whatever there. So like the way that people try to project European anti-Semitism, which was its own thing, its complete own thing. Like I said, like this is like the original racial hatred. One really insane thing is just how many European folklore like monsters come from anti-Jewish hate, you know, anti-Semitic things like witches. Witches. Think about the stereotypes about witches. They have long noses. They eat babies or whatever, you know, like these are based on anti-Semitic canards, right? Even the depictions of the devil, like the modern depiction we have of the devil, comes from an anti-Semitic belief that Jews would have horns, you know, but then the devil's also depicted with a long beard and like kind of like, you know, stereotypical like Jewish features. Like so much European mythology is infused with anti-Semitism. This was a European thing. This was not a Middle Eastern thing where Jews, Christians, Muslims lived kind of relatively peacefully, you know, for a long ass time. So trying to pin all this, what happened in Germany, on the Muslim world, the Arab world, is ridiculous. And yeah, and yeah, I mean, it's also just like delusional to believe that Muslims had influence over the Nazi regime anyway. And yes, Secret Agent Dan, many ostensible anti-Semitic cultures are Semitic. Curious. Yeah, it's that's the other thing. I mean, yes. Okay, sorry. We're just reading over this. Carlos Herrera. My family comes from Harrison and then moved to Rybrook and Greenwich. We're Catholic, so could get into the country club after 1990. So sorry. Wait, what are you talking about there? From Harrison? Is that okay? You could get into the country club after 1990. Are you Jewish? Is that what you're saying? And so it was. But casual anti-Black racism and anti-Semitism was still a thing. And when I moved away, circa 2008. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, of course, anti-Semitism, I shouldn't say it's just a European thing. It's like a, whatever, like Western world thing. I've seen it, you know, in Canada. I've seen it all over the place. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, and it's bad. But the way that people talk about like Muslims as if they just can't help but be Islamophobic, so much. And yeah, Daring Danielle, Catholics weren't allowed in country clubs. Well, that is true. There is like some anti-Catholic stuff going on in the U.S. Not so much recently, but like it's associated with like, you know, countries like Ireland, Italy, and also like, you know, Latin America. The Protestants in the U.S. have for a long time been like more powerful. I don't think it's so much of a thing anymore. But it's interesting. Joe Biden is only the second ever Catholic president after JFK. And JFK, a lot of the people in charge really hated that guy. Excuse me. But yes, I do get this. Many sensible anti-Semitic cultures are Semitic because like Semites is some sort of a term for people from the Levant or like whatever, Arabs. I'm not even sure what the term is, but from what I understand, the term anti-Semitic, it really only refers to Jewish people. It was specifically invented by a guy that hated Jewish people. He's like, I'm trying to think of a word for myself. I'm going to use anti-Semite. And it became like a big thing, became a huge thing where now that's just the term we use, but it's actually incorrect. I mean, whatever, it's not a big deal, but like the way that Secret Agent Dan has spelled it here with a hyphen in between, it's actually considered more correct to spell it without the hyphen because we don't want people to think that there's like, well, there's Semitic and there's anti-Semitic. Like it's just one word, anti-Semitic, and it just refers to hating Jews from what I understand. And I don't know, it's not a big deal to me or anything, but yeah, I mean, I do hear that like, well, they are Semitic people and blah, 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 which I get what people are saying. And I probably agree with them on basically everything else, but I do think like, I think it's okay that we have a term that just means, racism towards Jewish people. Anti-Semitic is not a great term, but that's the one that we've got. And I mean, I'll also say, totally think anti-Semitism is a problem. I definitely think that Islamophobia is a much more serious problem. Like, I mean, within the US, certainly, but just like around the world, like any group of the three biggest countries on earth, right? China, India, the US. China's doing a genocide or had this cultural genocide at the very least of the Uyghurs, the Muslim people there in Xinjiang province. Certain I did not pronounce all that right, but whatever. India under Modi has had all these really horrific, like anti-Muslim kind of whatever you want to call it, riots and policies and mobs, and the government has just kind of like cheered it on or looked the other way. And then you've got the US, what they're doing in Israel. And you can see that Islamophobia we're getting Foucault's boomerang here, is not just affecting other countries, it's coming back home with anti-Muslim hate crimes, blatant Islamophobia. I always noticed with Marjorie Taylor Greene, people kept hitting her over the thing she said about Jewish space lasers, which, hey, a very anti-Semitic thing to say. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene started out as literally a QAnon like supporter, right? She says she doesn't believe in that shit anymore, but like, yeah, I mean, I guess you would kind of have to at her level, but to say that at least. But she said so much Islamophobic shit as well, and I never see that get brought up. So anti-Semitism, a huge problem, certainly, especially on the far right or the right in general. Not to mention the just unconscious anti-Semitism that many people have. Islamophobia, though, like, let's be honest, a way more pressing issue. Foucault's boomerang, DDGing, what does that mean exactly? What's DDG? Dance, Grevolution? Semite, a member of any of the peoples who speak or spoke a Semitic language, including in particular the Jews and Arabs. Okay, so it's a language thing. DDG, DuckDuckGo. Oh, you're searching that up on DuckDuckGo? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, DuckDuckGo is the good search engine. That's the one that all the QAnoners tell you to use because it doesn't like filter results. They're like, don't look up QAnon on Google. They don't even show you the stuff about all the pedophiles. DuckDuckGo is just like just gives you the best results. Yes. Okay. So sorry. You know what? I'm talking off the top of my head right now. I think I'm getting some of this wrong, but let me just look up like anti-Semitism versus anti-Semitism. And I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to try and present tonight my extra screen here. 1 second. Share screen. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Share. Okay, great. So ADL, I don't really want to go there because they kind of suck. What's this? HolocaustRemembrance.com. Oh yeah, nice. International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance would like to address the spelling of the term anti-Semitism, often rendered as anti-Semitism. The era's concern is that the hyphenated spelling allows for the possibility of something called Semitism, which not only legitimizes a form of pseudoscientific racial classification that was thoroughly discredited by association with Nazi ideology, but also divides the term, stripping it from its meaning of opposition and hatred towards Jews. The philological term Semitic, okay, so philological, study of language, referred to a family of languages originating in the Middle East, whose descendant languages today are spoken by millions of people, mostly across Western Asia and North Africa. Following this semantic logic, anti-semantic? No, I'm just joking, just joshing with you. Following this semantic logic, the conjunction of the prefix anti with Semitism indicates anti-Semitism as referring to all people who speak Semitic languages or to all those classified as Semites. The term has, however, since its inception, referred to prejudice against Jews alone. In the mid-19th century, the derived construct Semite provided a category to classify humans based on racialist pseudoscience. There you go. So mid-19th century. Okay, so we're talking like 1850 or something like that. At the same time, the neologism anti-Semitism, coined by German journalist Wilhelm, or I guess it would be Wilhelm Marr, in 1879 to designate anti-Jewish campaigns. So this is, like I said, this is a guy who was anti-Semitic, being like, yo, I thought of a brand new word for me and my friends. Like that's what that's from. To designate anti-Jewish campaigns was spread through use by anti-Jewish political movements and the general public. The modern term gained popularity in Germany and Europe, incorporating traditional Christian anti-Judaism, political, social, and economic anti-Jewish manifestations that arose during the Enlightenment in Europe. So anyway, yada, yada, yada. Like, I totally get where people are coming from. And I mean, like, it is like an argument against Zionists or whatever, people who are talking about anti-Semitism, to be like, oh, anti-Semitism, you mean against all whatever Semites, including Arabs? But I do think that if you look at the etymology of the term, it comes from like the guy who invented it was only talking about Jewish people. This was in Europe, again, which we need to differentiate European anti-Semitism with, what's happening in the Middle East. It's very different. They have completely different backgrounds, completely different causes. So I think it's okay to just be like anti-Semitism, no hyphen. There's no such thing as like Semitic or whatever. Or I guess we could say that. You could say the Semitic. Okay, what was this quote that Danielle put up? According Schlosser, the Syrians, Babylonians, Hebrews, and Arabs were one people. Even the Phoenicians, who are Hamites, spoke this language, which I might call the Semitic. Oh, August Ludwig Schlosser. From the Mediterranean Sea to the Euphrates and the Mesopotamia down to Arabia, it is, as is known, only one language reigned. Really? Is that right? That's kind of crazy. Jewish people said the word Sem came from Shem in the Bible. Jewish people first coined the term. That's why they continue to use it. You mean anti-Semitic? Because from what I understand, and from what it says here, at least according to HolocaustRemembrance.com, maybe that's not the best site to look at, but I didn't want to look at the ADL's thing because I'm mad at them right now. But it was coined by German, anti-Semitic journalist Wilhelm Marr to designate anti-Jewish campaigns. Actually, it doesn't specifically say here that he was anti-Semitic, but I believe that he was. Let me see. Search in Google. Wilhelm Marr, German journalist. Okay, let's check out Wikipedia. He popularized the term anti-Semitism, it says here. So maybe he didn't invent it. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the name Sem is part of biblical mythology. Totally. Or like Shem or whatever, yeah. But and Semite as well, or yeah, Semite is like a language term, but the term anti-Semitism, I believe, was coined by anti-Semites. That's what I have understood. He kind of looks like what's that guy's name? Who's the guy that plays Kylo Ren? What the heck's his name? The guy from Marriage Story. He's in Logan Lucky. What's his name? I can't think of it. Somebody knows. So yeah, this dude was an anti-Semite, right? Blah 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 blah. Anti-Semitism. So his speeches showed indications of anti-Semitism. He was influenced by the Burschenschaft movement of the early 19th century, developed out of frustration among German students with the failure of the conquerors of Vienna to create a unified state, yada, yada, yada. The Burschenschaft rejected the participation of Jewish and other non-German minorities as members unless they proved they are anxious to develop within themselves a Christian German spirit, a decision of the Burschenschaft Congress of 1818. While they were opposed to the participation of Jews in their movement, they blah, 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 they did allow the League of Anti-Semites. But did he invent the phrase? Is what I'm trying to find out here. There's also different types of yes, Adam Driver. That's who I was talking about. Adam Driver. Although I can also see Adrian Brody. I could see them competing for it. I'm just going to skim this here, just trying to find. In 1879, Marr founded the League of Anti-Semites, Antisemitism Liga, the first German organization committed specifically to combating the alleged threat to Germany posed by the Jews and advocating their forced removal from the country. Another thing I'll point out that is my understanding is there's also a kind of a bit of a shift in anti-Semitism from before colonialism and after colonialism, and before like racial science began, where there was this sort of belief that like, yeah, we hate Jews, but we only hate them because of their religion, their culture. But if they convert to Christianity, then that's cool. To a more, which is all bad as well. Obviously, that's still, bigotry. But then it became more racially coded as like scientific racism became popular, and people were like, no, the Jews are a race, and it doesn't even matter if they convert to Christianity; they're still Jewish at the end of the day. When did colonialism start? I'm talking about modern colonialism, which began around the same time as capitalism began in Europe. So I'm talking about Portuguese going to Africa. I'm talking about all the Spain, France, England going to the Americas. I'm talking about that sort of colonialism. So let's say around like, the late 1400s, right? 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. This was a massive shift, right? In global history. This is when colonialism, capitalism, and slavery, modern day chattel slavery, all began around the same time. Because as capitalism people had the ability to, make a lot of money by going to Africa, whatever, buying up land there, trading slaves, trading gold, trading ivory, whatever it was that they were going to exploit the land and its people for. Same thing with coming to North America, exploiting all the opportunities here. This was a sort of thing. If I recall correctly, race started around 1500. Yeah, I mean, we can look into the history of scientific racism. Listen, I know this is a Wikipedia stream, but sometimes we like to learn shit. Scientific racism, sometimes termed biological racism, is the pseudoscientific belief that the human species can be divided into biologically distinct taxa called races, and that empirical evidence exists to support or justify racism, racial discrimination, racial inferiority, racial superiority. And you'll notice that all of this racist stuff is coincidentally lines up with who was being colonized and who was colonizing, right? It's like, well, obviously all the Europeans are one thing, and obviously all Africa is one thing. Meanwhile, we now know that Africa is the most biologically diverse continent on Earth. There are people who, this always blows my mind, if you haven't heard this, get this. There's if you compare the DNA of people in, let's say, North Africa to East Africa or South Africa. If you compare two people from opposite sides of the African continent, their DNA will be further apart than a white European and like an Asian person from China. Like that is how diverse the continent of Africa is. Yeah, so that's pretty nuts. Eh? So all of this like scientific stuff we were doing back then was just ridiculously wrong, completely wrong, and it's still the ideas of race that we have today. It's very hard to break your mind out of it, right? To realize that race doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. Before the mid 20th century, scientific racism was accepted throughout the scientific community, but it is no longer considered scientific. And yeah, so let's just see antecedents during the Age of Enlightenment from the 1650s to the 1780s. Concepts of monogenism, polygenism became popular. Francois Bernier, 1684. So, okay, maybe I shouldn't Google scientific racism because this was kind of like lining up with the Enlightenment. But the idea of race as a thing comes from before that. Andrew Irwin, a lot of this arguably started in Ireland. Yeah, great point. So when we're talking about colonialism, Ireland was sort of the laboratory of colonialism. They were like the originally colonized people. I think, okay, I've heard this. I just heard this on a podcast. So let's try to actually find evidence of it being real. That the concept of race actually comes from France. The word race or race or something like that. I don't know. Race in France. No, that's not right. Concept of race, origin of the concept of race. And it was really just a class thing. 1620. Nah, it's got to be before that. And I know France is super racist now, obviously, but yeah. I had heard that there was like the history of it, the notion of race. Okay. Okay. So maybe this is maybe a little bit of a clue. The notion of race first entered the French lexicon in the late 15th century. So that'd be the 1400s. To categorize breeds of animals for hunting or combat. Shortly afterward, it was applied to members of the French monarchy, then certain members of the French nobility, as a signifier of lineage and to distinguish from new nobles the vulgar and the older noble families, the noblesse de race. So this, I believe, is actually where the term race originated in France, when they suddenly had like this old nobility and then they had some new guys who used to be, I guess, like peasants or something. I'm really filling in the blanks here, guys. I'm sorry. Like, do your own research. I am literally just skimming this off Wikipedia, but this is where the word race comes from, is a bunch of like, basically like, are you old money or new money type classism in France that became a biological thing. And that's all race is, right? Racism is classism that's like color coded and visible. Right? Like the anti-Black racism, right? The racism that we have now, it's very similar. It's, the same, or I don't want to say the same way, but the similar way that somebody who looks poor, right? Your skin color isn't the only signifier you have to your class, right? Like maybe you have bad teeth, right? But your teeth are falling out. That's a huge class, signifier. If your clothes are gross, if you smell like you haven't had a shower in a while, like these are all class signifiers. And if you walk into a grocery store or something like that, if you walk into a store, a shop, and if you look like a poor person, even if you're white, you might be treated with suspicion. Well, Black people, when they walk into a shop, even if they are wearing if they do have showered that day and they have nice clothes on and whatever, because they're Black, they are treated with suspicion. It's not the same it's not the exact same thing. I don't want to make that exact comparison, but I do believe that racism is classism at the end of the day. It is a way that we look to judge someone's, how much money do they have? What kind of wealth do they have? And we treat them worse if we think they have less wealth. I think that's where a lot of racism comes from. Of course, racism has evolved into its own thing that is very different and has its own baggage and its own stereotypes and its own kind of like biological essentialism. That's very harmful. But look at how this all started. In France, because of a word, race, used to categorize breeds of animals for hunting or combat. And okay, Secret Asian Dan. The word race, interpreted to mean an identifiable group of people who share a common descent, was introduced into English in the 16th century from the Old French race. That is what I was looking for. Where did you read that? That's exactly what I was looking for. So this was the early 16th century, 1512. So this is all around the same time, right? Columbus sailed the ocean blue, 1492. Like 19 years later, or no, 20 years later, we get the word race is introduced to English from France. Like capitalism's kicking off. People are going out to make their fortune by exploiting other countries. This is where, okay, thank you. Historical race concepts. That is what I was looking for. Historical race concepts. And like I see this a lot, like in well, I don't know. I don't want to make too much of it, but like this idea that like different racial groups are like completely unique. You even see that on the left, right? Like I think it's something that we all have had ingrained in us because it's all around us and it's so deep in society where people are like, no, all the races are like biologically distinct. Like that's true. Like that's a true thing. Race is a real thing. Like I just don't think that we've been too mean to some of the races. Like, no, you got to get out of that headspace. Race doesn't exist. It's fake. It's made up. It's a complete social construct. And it's only the way that we think about it that makes it a real thing. It makes it a very real part of people's life. Or whatever. It might not be completely representing myself very well here. Luke 03, I get what you're saying from a historical perspective, but I think it's a bit reductionist though. I'm trying to see where you're going with this. I don't really have a plan, but let me know where you think I'm being a bit reductionist. I think that could be totally true. PV24 in Yonkers, what does that mean? PV24? Party vulture? Right or races are culturally maintained, but the system designed the culture to perpetuate division. Yeah, totally. Like another thing that from what I understand, Bad Empanada has an amazing video on this, where we got the idea of blackness from is the Bahamas, where we had black slaves from Africa working in the Bahamas alongside white indentured servants from Ireland or wherever else. Actually, I don't think the Irish lasted too long in the Bahamas, but there were white indentured servants there working alongside the slaves, the black slaves, and they were treated very similarly at first. And because they were kind of in the same boat, they started to work together to try and fight back against the whatever overseers and tried to get some rights for themselves. And that's when they were like, oh, okay, we got to like make this clear. Hey, white people who are working for us on the plantations, you guys are better than the black people. You guys are different. You guys are like us, the rich people. And we're going to pay you more. And we're actually going to give you a bonus if you let us know if any of the black slaves are escaping. And they used that like this. This is where the concept of blackness began in the Bahamas because of this, whatever. And obviously this was a great idea for the slave masters. It worked really well for them. And since then, racism has always been a incredibly efficient way to divide the black and white working class against their own best interests, right? To get white people, more than black people, white people think of themselves as like they could be the, we don't have overseers so much, but it's like they could become the new whatever Elon Musk. They could become this. They could become whatever. That's what racism is, I think. And so, yes, sorry, I did see what you're saying here, Luke. I like what Danielle said. They're definitely culturally maintained. I think that's the missing factor. Yes. So I don't want to say that like when I say that race doesn't exist, you need to whatever evolve beyond race. I'm not like saying I don't see color, or I think it's racist to talk about race. No, that is not what I'm saying, because even though race is not a scientific thing, it's not a real thing, it's a social construct, it is a very real thing when it comes to our psychological and social reality and the way that we interact with people. And we need to understand that people who are perceived as black or, brown, like whatever, they are going to have problems in life. They're going to have issues finding a job. They're going to have issues getting loans. They're going to have issues, just like being on how they're treated by police. These are real things. These are like, it's a fake thing that becomes real when enough people believe in it. Does that make sense? I definitely don't want to come across like I'm saying, I don't know, I don't see color or some shit like that. No, I'm not saying that. Race is real, even though it's fake. Yeah, Andrew, exactly. Danielle, I volunteered with the unhoused, and many whites that are down on their luck still take great satisfaction in that they are at least not black. Yeah, it's really unfortunate, and it's ingrained in us. Like we all of us have grown up in like a white supremacist society. No matter where you are. Okay, maybe that's not exactly true, but the global cultural hegemony is white supremacist. I think it's fair to say. And if I use hegemony correctly, I'm never quite sure. But so, especially if you're a white person in the global north, you got some of that inside your brain. You got it in there. And I have definitely noticed like I think it's like when people on the left talk about like indigenous people and how they are so peaceful, and they are going to be, if they were running this or that, it would be like this. And it's like, well, okay, it sounds kind of like you're like biologically essentializing their connection to nature, which is sort of right. Like that is kind of like believing in race is a real thing. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on. He'll empty his pockets for you. Yeah, totally. That's totally right. Lyndon B. Johnson, eh? Interesting. LBJ quote. Yeah. And he's the guy who did the Civil Rights Act. Huh? That's totally true. And yes, Secret Asian Dan, Noble Savage. Totally. That's the exact stereotype. Like that is racist. And I do see, I think, well-meaning people on the left talk like that. And I'm like, oh, dude, examine your bias here. Yes, that's why so many Zionists have been insisting that they're so rich and so white. Well, I'll tell you another argument that I don't like on the what's it called? On the anti-Zionist left, when people are like, oh, you really think you're indigenous to this region? Like, look how pale you are. Oh, look at like how much sunscreen gets bought in Tel Aviv every year. Oh, you guys really think you're indigenous to the region? Okay. Stop saying that. Like, honestly, that argument drives me crazy, because it's like, basically that's a blood and soil argument. That is a Hitler, like Nazi argument that everyone has a connection to the land. Everyone has a connection to the land that they're born on. And if you're light skinned, you don't get to live there, kind of thing. Not to mention, just factually, the Levant, the area that, Israel and Palestine is located, is one of the most ethnically diverse, like skin colorly diverse countries on earth. There are blonde, blue-eyed Palestinians, right? Like that one girl who went viral like a few years ago. She was like, it was her yelling at an IDF soldier. And she was like this little girl, and she's yelling at an IDF soldier. And it went viral because people were saying, look at this little Ukrainian girl yelling at a Russian soldier. Now, of course, this was a Palestinian girl. But yeah, like, guys, we can't be thinking like that. That is racist to think like that. That's literally like blood and soil, right? We all understand that like fascist idea that like your blood is connected to the earth you're on. And like, this is another thing they were chanting at Charlottesville. Like, I don't like that argument. I don't like it. It bugs me. Hey, what's up, Jay Sunshine? Thanks, dude. Lame person. Hey, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, fam. Video's amazing. Oh, you know exactly what to say. Colorism is a serious problem. And yeah, so colorism, another thing that I could spout off about for a while. You guys are just like, I got so many like synapses firing. My ADHD is out of control. My Adderall is all worn off by this time of the night. But so my girlfriend is Jamaican, and I've just become more like accustomed to like a lot of Jamaican culture from hanging out with her, and like, you know, she watches like videos and stuff from Jamaica, and like I have noticed that colorism, which is sort of like a how to describe it for people who don't know? Colorism is basically the prejudice based on skin lightness. So it's sort of like racism within a race, if that makes sense. It's like, you know, like a lot of black people will talk about light skin black people, you know, brown skin black people, dark skin black people as like different categories. And, you know, as a white guy who, you know, I didn't grow up around a lot of black people. I'm from a small town in Canada. I did not realize that was a thing until, you know, fairly recently. It's not just a thing among black people. Secret Agent Dan is talking about if I was secretly Japanese, I might be able to tell you that Japanese don't tend to like not fully Japanese. Definitely. So, okay, I think Japan might be a little bit of an exception. But across Asia, whiteness, or I guess I should say lightness, is really like exalted. Like the lighter skinned you are, that is a good thing. And that is because of colonialism. Right? This is the lightness of your skin represents your proximity to whiteness, aka wealth. So again, we're talking about a wealth signifier. What's up, Danielle? Mom's from Jamaica, father's from Barbados. There you go. Got the Caribbean gang here. Colorism is sort of white supremacy diluted. Yeah, it is. It does come from that, you know. One thing that is quite stark realization is how many wealthy black men marry or date light-skinned black women, or at least a woman who is lighter skinned than they are. That is a like super common thing. Going back to what's his name? Who's the guy who wrote "What to a Slave is the 4th of July"? I think Frederick Jameson. No, that's not right. Frederick Douglass. I think he had like a white wife, and a lot of the black community at the time was angry at him for that. But yeah, so like colorism is very analogous to racism in that it's like fundamentally class-based, but it also has evolved in its own separate direction. Yes, exactly, Kian. It's about proximity to whiteness. Right. And certainly like in the days of slavery, you would have the house slaves they lived in the house, they, you know, wore nice clothes, whatever, like they were still slaves, still a terrible situation, but very different from the outside slaves. And the inside slaves would a lot of times be the children via rape of the slave masters. So they would be lighter skinned and they would spend less time in the sun. And so I think a lot of American, Caribbean colorism has its roots in that time in history. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I'm feeling a little nervous. I don't want to say anything wrong here. But I just wanted to mention like colorism is super interesting. Like whenever sometimes you'll see like black people having an argument about colorism, and they sound very much like white people. Like, for example, like you'll hear like a light-skinned black person. I remember there was like a light-skinned black girl arguing with the musician Mona Leo, and I forget who she was, if she was just the interviewer, maybe she was another musician, like rap artist or something, but she was sort of saying like, well, I think I get a lot of hate because I'm light-skinned. I think it's like actually light-skinned people, they get a lot of racism they face a lot of colorism for being light skinned, and it's really hard for us, and blah blah blah, and was sort of trying to say it's like just as hard to be light skinned as it is to be dark skinned. And it sounded to me like it was striking because it sounded exactly like white people who are like, what about anti-white racism? You know what I mean? Like she's making all the same points. And so it's just like a very human, reactionary response, I think, to like learning about oppression of other people is to be like, but what about me? Like, me too, though, right? Even if you are technically, maybe it's not your time to be talking about that. So anyway, guys, how did we even get on this? Weren't we like trying to look up, weren't we watching a Jamal Bowman thing? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Daring Danielle, the Caribbean is more about featureism. The US is about colorism. Okay. I don't actually know what that is. What is featureism? White men tend to date tall blondes. Is that right? Well, I ain't white. USA is built of 3 pillars that require oppression to stand: capitalism, white supremacy, and Christianity. Ooh, okay. All right, Jay Sunshine. White people have colorism too. It's how supremacy is perpetuated. White people like the Kardashians were not considered white, or Armenians in general. That's true. Yeah. I mean, like, actually, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, I guess that's like the Armenian thing is just another example of how race is just made up. It just means whatever people need it to mean, right? Like there was a genocide of Armenian people who, up until the genocide, they considered themselves white, right? Like Anna Kasparian is Armenian, right? I think from the Young Turks. And, she's brought that up and sort of talked about it. And people have kind of like clowned on her for being like, oh, you're white. What do you mean you're like whatever? But it's like, well, she's white now that she lives in the US, but like when her ancestors or wherever were in Armenia, like, and they're getting genocided, that they weren't white then. Whiteness isn't eternal. I think like, yeah, the Irish, the Italians were considered whatever. Are the Kardashians Armenian? Is that what they are? Interesting. Did not know that. Sorry, Daring Danielle. I've been kind of I've been all over the place. You're saying Frederick Douglass was biracial. His father was white, which led him to question how a degree of whiteness did not afford him any privileges. Oh, interesting. Caribbean is more about featureism. Yes. White features, slim nose, long hair, eye shape, average, not basic size lips. Okay. Yeah. Which is like, I mean, that is like another kind of version of colorism, right? Like that's like skin color is itself a feature. Are Jews white? Says Secret Asian Dan. When did Italians become white? Yeah, I mean, I think that like anti-Semitism has been so pervasive, more so than like, for example, I don't know, anti-Irish hate or even anti-Italian hate. But yeah, are Jews white? I mean, I don't know. I think like whiteness is such a slippery concept. In some situations, definitely yes. In other situations, it's not so clear. And what do we really mean when we say white in anyway? Like there are many different ways to define whiteness, many different ways to look at, Jewishness as a category, right? It's a religion, it's a ethnicity, it's a nationality, according to some people. So like quite literally, like there are many like Black Jews, but there are also a lot of like if we're talking about just like Ashkenazi Jews or whatever, like the ethnicity, are they white? Like I don't know. Like a Jewish guy walks into a store, probably isn't going to get like a second glance if he doesn't have cultural signifiers like the yarmulke or whatever. Can probably get away with, I want to say, like white passing, like a lot of the time. Maybe that's not how they identify themselves. Maybe they don't think of themselves as white, which I think is also totally valid. And then when we think about like a place like Israel, that is a lot of Jews doing colonialism, the whitest thing you can do, literally, like where whiteness comes from. That is another kind of question. Like the question doesn't make sense anymore. You know what I mean? It's like, are Israelis white? Like, well, when we're talking about whiteness, like I'm assuming that most of us are American or Canadian, like me. Like most of us are probably living in countries that have like a pretty good idea of what whiteness is. Once you take it, starts moving it around the world, it's not quite as simple. So yeah, I don't know. That's a tough question. When did Italians become white? I mean, like, yeah, like I think it's honestly a big part of that. I think has to do with Christopher Columbus being Italian. That was their guy. When they were being really oppressed, they were like, "But look at Christopher Columbus. You guys love him, and he's Italian." And so they chose to identify with a mass murdering, genocidal colonizer because Americans loved him, and he happens to be Italian. Anyway, I don't know. Am I making any sense at all, guys? Kian, I disagree. Both colorism and featureism are quite prevalent in the Caribbean and the US. There is no real difference. It's why we always talk about Beyonce's hair and why bleaching is popular in Jamaica. Oh, and that's absolutely a thing too. Have you guys seen, let's just try and do this. How do I do it? How do I do this? What am I? Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. You guys know Vibes Cartel? Vibes Cartel. It's a Jamaican musician. This guy is like one of the most famous people in Jamaica. And he has done skin bleaching to himself. So I suppose this is probably a picture from before the skin bleaching. And then this happened. So this is and I don't even think that's the weirdest picture I could find of the guy. And like it's tough. Like it's a hard, it's kind of a difficult thing to talk about because I'd like to be very critical of people who do this. And I'd like to say, don't do it. It's literally bleaching. You're putting bleach, or I don't know if it's literal bleach, but it's like, it burns at your skin. It's bad for you to look more white. Right. It's really disturbing. Oh yeah. So Daring Danielle is pointing out bleaching is popular in the US as well. Look at Beyonce, Michael Jackson. Did Beyonce bleach her skin? I don't know that that's true. Did she do that? If she did, that blows my mind. But I mean, I suppose it's possible. But yeah, it's certainly big in the Caribbean. Sammy Sosa, who you point out, is Dominican, right? So this is a popular thing in the Dominican Republic as well. In fact, a lot of Dominicans, whether they bleach their skin or not, will say that they're not black. They don't consider themselves black. And I think that's, I guess that they get to do it. They get to do that. Okay. It's been suggested, but no one would ever admit to it. Yeah. Do you think that she did? I feel like she's always kind of looked like that, but I don't know. I mean, hey, listen, I don't know. Michael Jackson as well. I feel like, well, Michael Jackson had vitiligo and his surgeries and stuff were to do with that. Vitiligo, where part of your skin kind of loses melanin over time. I don't know. I mean, whatever, maybe. I mean, like, I'm sure that American people bleach their skin. I'm sure that happens, but I do think it's much more of like a phenomenon in the Caribbean for whatever reason, where maybe there's a little bit more of this kind of colorist, mentality. But like this guy, like he was doing great, but he just like, it's probably like one of those things, like he just didn't like looking at himself in the mirror, and he wanted to bleach his skin, get rid of that. And it's like I think it seems very odd to us, right? It seems horrible to me, but it's also like, honestly, I think it's the same sort of thing as Black women, like, what is it called? Like perming their hair, right? Like straightening their hair. It's more harmful, right? It's more dangerous, but it's a similar kind of, has a similar like historical basis. has a similar like reason behind it. But yeah, Cartel, King of the Dance Hall. Anyway, he's in prison right now for murder, and he might get out, but maybe not. Dominican Republic attempted to whiten their society by offering single Irishmen free land if they moved to Dominican Republic. Really? No way. How recently was that? That is so silly. Jamaican people are just more open about it. Black people in the U.S. bleach, but they would hate to give white people the satisfaction of knowing they desire to look more white. Okay. Wow. That's wild. And yeah, is it materially different from other forms of physical grooming used to enhance perceived class status? I mean, yeah, great question. Like what are some examples of that in a non-racial way? Like one that I can think of is Cardi B getting a bag and fixing your teeth. Hope you hoes know that ain't cheap. Because teeth are a class signifier, like, right? Like if your parents were rich, they gave you braces. Cardi B, early on in her career, clearly did not have braces. She had some, I'm assuming, very expensive, very intense surgery or something to fix her teeth. And now her teeth look great. So yeah, bleaching is huge in India, Malaysia, Thailand. Yeah, totally. Definitely all across Southeast Asia, even in Korea, where I lived for a little while. You can get skin cream, because Koreans are all about skin cream, right? They love that BB cream and whatever. Skin cream they put on their face. You can buy skin cream there that has bleach in it, has like bleaching ingredients. I don't think it's literally bleach, but it's like some sort of like skin, like corrosive, it burns your skin until it's white type deal. It's colonialism. It's the legacy of colonialism, the proximity to whiteness, this like desire to be perceived as white. And even, not just that, but also just all of the global hegemonic beauty standard is whiteness, right? So, people want to look like the classic Barbie doll or whatever it is. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was interesting. That was an interesting little detour on France, but on racism. But anyway, why did we even get onto this? What was I talking about? Oh, right. Jamal Bowman. Right.
They're not serious about governing.
What? Wait, I gotta go back because how did we get on this? I don't even remember. Yeah, almost global problems for whitening toothpaste. Certainly there's no yellowing toothpaste. That's true. Yeah. No, I think why do people want your teeth to be white? That's white supremacy. That's white tooth supremacy for sure.
Why do the Jewish people to practice their faith?
Oh, right. We're talking about anti-Semitism and the ethno-state of Israel and how that's all fake and yada, yada, yada. And the Levant. And okay, I think I kind of remember how he got onto it maybe. But yeah, okay. Hope you guys didn't mind that. Let's just watch this. Let's watch this video.
First of all, if there is anti-Semitism in Congress, it is coming from the Republican Party, not the Democratic Party, number one. Number two, I introduced a resolution condemning the Great Replacement theory as a freshman in Congress.
Great Replacement.
For the first time in history that had been done, and that resolution passed because we had a democratically controlled House. Not one Republican voted for my resolution condemning the Great Replacement theory. So once again, they are not serious about addressing the issue of anti-Semitism. They are not serious about addressing the issue of racism or Islamophobia. They are not serious about governing. Absolutely, we condemn the Hamas attacks of October 7th. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Then why did you vote against a resolution to do that?
Absolutely. I made my own statement condemning Hamas. Absolutely, we condemn any calls for genocide of our Jewish brothers and sisters or any group of people. But what my colleague just did was conflate criticisms of Israel with anti-Semitism, and that is incorrect. Let me just finish this point.
Yes, Jamal. You're saying the true thing. And this was before October 7th, before people really educated themselves on this, most people. So good for him.
Criticism of a state, the state of Israel, any other state, doesn't mean
That's not
you
anything to-
criticize the people that that state claims to represent.
Ugh.
Really fighting anti-Semitism is doing the work in terms of education, engagement.
Oh, also, guys, by the way, I'm going to be canvassing for Jamal Bowman. Get it while it's good. Hit on that link. Come hang out with me and my cool friends this weekend, 22nd, 23rd, in New York, in Yonkers, going door to door, knocking on the door, telling people about where they can vote. Presumably, other things will be involved as well. Hit that link and sign up.
Connecting communities and learning what it is and how to do something about
I
it.
just want to be specific here because one of the issues at hand here is this phrase.
Watch CNN try to make Jamal Bowman seem like he's not making complete sense there.
From the river to the sea, right? This
Oh my God. Oh God. How stupid do you have to be to think this is an issue? All right, whatever. Let's keep going.
is something that was spoken by your colleague, Rashida Tlaib. It's something that is
Well, your colleague said from the river to the sea. Oh.
chanted on some of these college campuses. That is a phrase that Jewish people
That is a phrase. The Jewish people speaking all together at the same time. They all said this, literally a monolith of people.
believe is a call for the genocide of Jewish people.
The Jewish people all believe this. Well, okay. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. This is a call for people to be free. If you think that calling for people to be free is a call for people to be genocided, you might have yourself a little bit of an apartheid mindset there. You might have yourself a little bit of a, concentration camp guard mindset there. You might have one of those, colonizer ideas in your head that like, oh no, if we get them free, they'll do the same things that we did to them, to us. That might be where you're coming from, because look at the phrase, from the river to the sea. That's the location. That's the historic land of Palestine. Palestine will be free. That is literally just freedom. That is literally just the people there. Well, look at how they are right now. Are they free? No, very much they are not free. Look at how they were before October 7th. Were they free then? No, they were trapped in a little open air concentration camp. And I use that phrase, the phrase makes sense. But if it makes people more comfortable, we can call it an open air prison, even though they are not charged with any crime. So it's technically a concentration camp, not a prison, but they're kept in this area. They're not allowed to leave. Their airspace, their water, their electricity, their internet, everything is controlled by this other country. It's patrolled by, like, around the border by armed guards, constantly shooting children, the elderly, disabled, across the fence. Then you've got the West Bank, all these settlements that are illegal being put on it, separating Palestinians from their families. All of a sudden, they are not allowed because of their race to cross the thing. They're not free. That is not freedom. So when we say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, we're saying, hey, look how oppressed these people are. Like, this is not freedom. This is not freedom. They are not free. We would like them to be free in the place where they live. We'd like them to have the right of return, a guaranteed human right, the right to return. They were forced out of their homes. They were ethnically cleansed from their homes. They still have the keys to. They're not free. We would like them to be free. Does this mean, now I see that you're making the jump, that we would like to murder all Jewish people? First of all, chill out. That's not what we're saying. Sure, yeah, like obviously the land of Palestine, land of Israel, whatever you want to call it, is a historically, culturally important land to Jewish people, just as well as it is to Muslim people. Were many Palestinian Jews, there are many Palestinian Christians, many Palestinian Muslims. There's still tons of Palestinian Christians. A lot of literally the world's oldest Christian churches have been destroyed by Israel's bombs. For some reason, that doesn't get brought up by the Republican Party very much. But I lost my train of thought there. Anyway, but no, we don't need to kill anybody. How about this? What about everybody gets to live there, and everybody gets to vote? What if we do the one state solution? You can call it whatever you want. I don't really care if it's called Israel or Palestine, the Holy Land, whatever you want to call it. It should just be a place of land that you can go live if you want to live there. And everyone in that land should be able to vote and should have equal rights. That seems like a good way to make everyone free and conveniently, we don't have to genocide anyone. Anyways, I like this secret agent, Dan. River to the sea for me, but not for thee. That's really funny. Because the Likud has river to the sea in their, what's it called? Constitution or whatever? Very hilarious. Rutost. It really feels like they're misunderstanding what the left means on purpose to shift the conversation, hindering us all to focus on the actual issues and changes that are so needed. Yeah, 100% agreed. I mean, like, I don't know that it's that like I assume anyone above a certain intelligence level understands what's going on. But I don't know, like, for example, I don't really know this newscaster at all. Maybe this is just something that she has been told to say. Maybe she's heard it enough times that she believes it. I shouldn't say intelligence level. Like, I think that very smart people can be misled by propaganda. Absolutely. Like everyone can, but it's so thin, right? It's such a thin argument. I feel like most people should be able to make that jump to realize, oh no, what I'm saying is complete bullshit and could be used to justify any historical atrocity. Trujillo. Oh, interesting. He worked with the CIA to murder a guy. I read about him in a history of Alan Dulles. What's it called? The Devil's Chessboard. Yeah, he was fucked. He killed an American, and the CIA helped him do it. Crazy. Sorry, but you're saying he promoted whitening, encouraging the immigration of single Europeans to the island, offering refuge to Jews during World War II because they were considered white. Thus attempted. Okay, well, hey, listen, broken clock is doing the righteous thing twice a day. I wonder how many Jews actually went there. Hopefully a lot. I mean, even if they were doing it for weird, like fetishistic, colorist reasons, any ports in a Holocaust. Attempting to mejorar la raza, or improve, whiten the race of the Dominican Republic. That is wild. You don't know what I believe. You just know what I argue. Newscasting is essentially playing a role. Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I don't know exactly what she's saying, but it's frustrating to me that Jamal Bowman is just like speaking the truth here. He's like, criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism. And she's like, well, what about advocating for the freedom of the Palestinian people? Because that is genocidal.
How to do something about it.
I just want to be specific here because one of the issues.
Let me just point out, they didn't just criticize Israel. They also said that Palestinians should not be living in an open-air concentration camp. Do you not agree that that is genocidal, a teensy bit?
At hand here is this phrase, from the river to the sea, right? This is something that was spoken by your colleague, Rashida Tlaib. It's something that is chanted on some of these college campuses. That is a phrase that Jewish people believe is a call for the genocide of Jewish people. Do you think that that should be something that is off limits in the halls of Congress and on college campuses?
It is not a phrase that I use. It is not something I subscribe to.
So this is where I definitely part ways with Jamal Bowman over here. But I get that he's got to say what he's got to say for it to be a politician.
And it is something that absolutely needs to be addressed.
Do you believe it is a call for genocide?
It's not a phrase I use because I know many of my Jewish brothers and sisters believe that it is. So I don't want to encroach upon what they feel that is. And I don't even.
I like saying brother. I like when people say like brothers and sisters. That's so nice. It's like that Cornel West thing. He calls everybody brother and sister. And when he talks about Trump, he's like, brother Trump. Brother Trump's a gangster or whatever. It's nice. We are all siblings on this earth. But yeah, I mean, like I don't think there's anything wrong with that phrase at all. And I do myself use it, partially because it's been kind of banned. But like if I knew that one of my friends was Jewish and considered it a call to genocide, then I wouldn't probably say that around them. But I also probably would be having other difficult conversations with them, and I probably wouldn't be friends with them for very long. I've lost so many Jewish friends over this. I don't know about you guys. I've been surprised how many like people who are like my age, like in their 30s, millennials, are so Zionist pilled, like young progressive Jewish people, people who call themselves socialists are like, whoa, wait, Israel is actually really good and never did anything bad ever. Yeah, it's wild. I sort of like, I think I sort of get it. Cause, from what I understand, like growing up as a Jewish person, going to like, whatever shul is it called? Like Hebrew school, learning about the Holocaust, and how important it is to make sure that that doesn't happen again. And also learning about Israel and, propaganda phrases like, well, what is it? A land without a people for a people without a land, which completely ignores the existence of Palestinians. But yeah, no, it's a weird little thing that like, I think when you get that much that level of propaganda, it's hard for you to see it any other way. And I am Canadian. We do not have a super intense like patriotic vibes here, but I still remember the first time I heard people say that there was a genocide took place in Canada by the Canadian government to the Indigenous people here. And the first time I heard that, my knee-jerk like gut response was like, no, I don't think so. No, it wasn't as bad as all that, And I don't even have like nearly the level of indoctrination that Jewish children do who attend these schools, right? And when I look at America, who I think has a much more high level of, patriotism, indoctrination, whatever, founding fathers propaganda. What will the founding fathers think if they were here today? Like that sort of thing. Way more than we have in Canada. It's hard for a lot of Americans to grapple with even like very obvious like history of slavery and your own genocide of the indigenous people there. Very tough for Americans to grapple with that. And I think like for Jewish people, I think it's even more intense the way that they kind of learn about it. So yeah, I think I can kind of like empathize with a lot of my Jewish friends who are really alarmed by all this, anti-Zionism. And like when I've had conversations with them, I always try to be very patient and very understanding because it's hard to go from, zero to anti-Zionist, or even like going from pro-Zionist to anti-Zionist. Like that's a lot to ask somebody, right? But yeah, so I get that Jamal as a politician, maybe he probably shouldn't be a guy who says from the river to the sea, just because it's whatever. Like he can do more good if he stays in Congress and doesn't say something that'll get him super smeared or whatever. But yeah. But anyway, sorry guys, I wasn't looking at the state here. Yeah, some ways it makes sense. They want to conflate Jews with Israel and Palestinians with Hamas. Of course. They are trying to recreate the reservations here in North America. You mean the native reservations? Do you guys not have those anymore? What do you mean recreate them? Or do you mean they're trying to do that in the US? They're trying to do that in Israel? Neither is correct, but it's consistent. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Jews with Israel, Palestinians with Hamas. Oh, yeah. I mean, neither is correct. And it is consistently helpful to the, like, Islamophobic kind of and what's the word for racism against Arab people? Arabism? I don't know. Anti-Arabism. Encroach upon, again, misuse of phrase. Bowman, when he said he did not want to encroach upon how they feel. Yeah, I guess that's a weird way of using it. So much fear. I have a family member that runs a socialist Zionist podcast. Oof, Luke. Oof, that's rough. That is rough. I found an Instagram account that was supposed to be a like anarchist, it's like anarcho-Zionism or something like that. Anarchist Zionist account. I was like, what the hell is this? But I'm not 100% sure that it wasn't a joke. But oh man, that is rough. Palestine Communist Party, 1948. History of the Palestinian Communist Party appends the character of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as an ancient religious blood feud. Musa Badiri shows how the complex history of the Palestinian left before the Zionist destruction of historic Palestine was defined by secularism and solidarity between Arab and Jewish workers. And I mean, like long after 1948, there was a Palestinian left that has been systematically destroyed by Israel. That is why Netanyahu himself and Israel as a strategic policy has done their best to inflate the profile of Hamas and fight against the FLP and like Arafat and all these kind of socialist leaders in Palestine. You still have the Fatah in the West Bank, which I believe is socialist, right? Is that Fatah socialist? Let me just Google that real quick. Fatah. Palestinian National Liberation Movement is a Palestinian nationalist and social democratic. Okay. So yeah, the social democratic, but like Israel hates that, right? Israel hates that it has an enemy that is socially democratic or socialist. What it wants is a fundamentally radical Islamic enemy like Hamas. That's why they help them out. That's why they give them money. That's why they have done their best to like imprison all of these socialist leaders who are much more palatable to us as foreigners, or at least, well, maybe not everybody loves socialists, but like it's much easier for them to demonize radical Islamic terrorism or whatever, right? Like that is super easy for them. Anyway, okay. Canadians forcing Native peoples into destitute. Yeah. The residential school system, definitely bad stuff. 60s scoop, all kinds of terrible history of Canada. Recommending book above for history. Oh, which book was it? Oh, yeah. Okay. From Musa Badiri. Is it called the Palestine Communist Party? Oh, I see. Okay. This is a summary of the book. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I would be very curious to read that. Diddly bap doo, but ciao. Okay, listen, guys, I gotta scroll past a few of these things here. But I mean, Islamophobic can't be the same as discrimination against Arabs because not all Arab people, first of all, are Muslim, but not all Muslim people. But there are a lot of Muslim countries that are not Arabic. Pakistan, Indian Muslims are not Arabic or Arab. Indonesia, Malaysia, these are not Arab countries. So there has to be a word that's like racism against Arabs, right? But yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to whatever. Proud of our local anarchist book cafe being a strong pillar of the local pro-Palestine group. Oh yeah, are you in Toronto? The anarchist cafe there? People hated that. I've gone there a few times. They got some cool stickers. I bought some books from them, some cookies. Not a coffee guy, but they're cool. I'm into it. Okay,
The phrase.
we can finish this 10-minute video. I'm sure.
What I'm saying is, when we talk about dealing with anti-Semitism, condemnation.
And actually, before I forget, I should post this again. Oh, Sweden, nice. Do people hate your anarchist book cafe as well? Because they hate the one in Toronto. They're like, yo, these communists have a shop where they sell things for money. Do they not realize that goes against their whole thing? Yeah, very dumb. But yeah, I'm going to be canvassing for Jamal Bowman, the guy you see here on the left, or should I say in the middle between me and what's his name? But yeah, I'm going to be canvassing for him in New York this weekend, the 22nd, 23rd. If you'd like to come out, hang out, have some laughs, knock on some doors with me and my other content creator, YouTuber, Twitch streamer friends, you got to come and do it. Go to that link there and sign up. Let's keep going.
Of a phrase.
And I got to go back. What are we talking about again? Oh, from the river to the sea, right?
Jewish brothers and sisters believe that it is. So I don't want to encroach upon what they feel that is. And I don't even use the phrase. So what I'm saying is, when we talk about dealing with anti-Semitism, condemnation of a phrase or an action is not enough. The Republican Party is looking to cut the Department of Education. They're looking to cut the Department of Civil Rights. They're looking to cut the departments where you actually address the issue of anti-Semitism. And then lastly, we can't deal with anti-Semitism in and of itself without also addressing the issue of Islamophobia. Many of my Muslim and Arab and Palestinian constituents and people.
Yo, this does not get brought up enough. I was saying this earlier. How are we ignoring Islamophobia? That is so much more of a severe problem.
All across the city, state, and country feel completely erased and dehumanized, not only by the Republican Party, but by many members of Congress. And we got to stop having one side of the conversation without the other.
Yeah, Daring Danielle, I hate the argument that if we don't support an ally, even when they're engaged in genocide, it shows weakness to our adversaries. Totes agree. Totes my goats. Yeah, I feel like if our ally is doing genocide, maybe we should pick another ally, like maybe the opposite one, maybe like the people who are getting genocided. That seems like a good general policy.
Because what happens is it continues to exacerbate anti-Semitism.
I just want to respond to that for a second. From the river to the sea is anti-Semitic.
That's ridiculous. Period, he's going to say.
Period.
Period. And that's on period.
You sound like the college administrators the other day in the hearing trying to put context.
This is what Claudine Gay lost her job for, right? Not saying from the river to the sea is a call for genocide. Insane. Insane on its face.
Around it. Mm-hmm. There's no context for it. Calling for the eradication of the...
Oh, mainly just the neo-Nazis hate us here. We're too poor and understaffed for anyone else to care. Oh, you work at the anarchist book cafe Rotoast? Crazy.
Jewish people.
I mean, that's awesome. I wasn't saying crazy to you. Sorry.
Is a genocide. And that is exactly what these folks...
Wait, sorry. What is a genocide? What did he say?
Around it. Mm-hmm. There's no context for it. Calling for the eradication of the Jewish people...
That's not what it is, though.
...is a genocide.
Okay, sure. But where's the... Excuse me. Sorry. I drank some water too fast. Where's the leap? Where did you make that leap, though? Do you see how you originally said, oh, yeah, from the river to the sea is a call for genocide? You are calling for the eradication of the Jews, which is no, I'm not. Like, where did you get that?
And that is exactly what these folks are doing when they're chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
No, they're not.
I want the Palestinian people to be free.
Okay,
from
great.
their oppressors, Hamas.
Okay, you friggin' loser. What are you talking about? Hamas is the oppressors. Well, Hamas is propped up by Israel.
The Palestinian Authority. Hamas has used the Palestinian people as human shields for years, killing them, using hospitals, using schools.
This is so fucking crazy, right? Like this like human shields nonsense. It's like, this is it's like it's kind of like an abusive like relationship or whatever, where guys like, why do you keep making me hit you? You know, it's like, why do you keep making us kill your children and blow up your hospitals? Wow, you are really being oppressed by Hamas. They are forcing us to blow up your refugee camps. This is the type of argument that, like, oh God, it's so crazy how this guy can act so self-righteous when he is defending the most brutal government like on earth. It is so insane.
As a vehicle to launch attacks against Israel.
Are you going
the
to
Palestinian Authority? Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you.
Do not try
the
to frame this conversation
the
as
Palestinian
if someone
Authority
is giving
Jamal,
Hamas
with all due
cover.
respect. The
What you mean with all
Palestinian
due respect?
Authority
Don't say what
pays
he's doing.
Palestinians.
He's saying,
pays
go ahead, I'll let
Palestinians
you
to,
finish.
The Palestinian Authority pays Palestinians to kill Jews. Is that not wrong?
Of course it's wrong.
Okay. We passed the Taylor
The Palestinian what? What the heck is he talking about?
Force Act 5 years ago. This administration is failing to enforce that. In fact, giving the Palestinian Authority funding.
Yeah, most moral army on the planet. I cannot believe they're still going with that line. But geez, I sure would hate to see the world's second most moral army. The war crimes they get up to.
Hamas is a terrorist organization. If you want a ceasefire in Gaza, there's a very simple way.
Oh,
Join me
yeah.
in calling
Classic Darvo. Classic Darvo. That is definitely like Israel's MO.
for Hamas to surrender. They should surrender right now. They
And for anybody who doesn't know, Darvo is like an abuse term, but it's something that a lot of abusers do when they're accused of abuse. They deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender, is it? So they're like, we're actually the ones that are in danger, kind of thing. Yeah, Darvo.
should turn over all of the remaining hostages, and they should free the Palestinian people from their control. They have been the governing body in Gaza for over 15 years.
Right. Yes. Okay. Offender.
They have oppressed the Palestinian people.
You made
but
your point.
You called Israel, you said what Israel is doing defending itself, you said it, they're committing a genocide in Gaza. Is that what you believe?
Do you believe, as some of your colleagues have said, what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide?
When was this? Actually, when was this? 10:22 p.m. It doesn't even have a date on it. That's annoying. Was this after? I guess this must have been after October 7th. But when did he pull the fire alarm? I thought this was. Oh, I guess he said in January. So okay, no, maybe my timeline is off. So this must have been after October 7th because nobody in politics was calling it a genocide until then.
It is a mass murder. It is a war crime. What is happening in Gaza right now? You talk about Hamas having control over the Palestinians in Gaza. There has been a blockade of Gaza for several years. The people in Gaza cannot leave one way or the other. The water, the food, the energy is controlled by Israel. So do not say one side of it, Hamas is controlling its own people. And I agree with you, the people of Gaza do not want that, without leaving out the Israel blockade. And then why don't you ever speak about the occupation of the West Bank and settlement expansion in the West Bank in the number of 700,000 settlers right now? Do you support a two-state solution?
Look, I would.
Do you support a two-state solution?
I would love to see a two-state solution, which is why I introduced the special envoy for the Abraham Accords.
Have you condemned the occupation?
Which is why I introduced the special envoy.
Okay, thanks, Danielle. This debate took place on December 8th, 2023. Okay, so yeah, that was after October 7th.
For the Abraham Accords, because if you want to bring peace,
I was thrown off, I guess, by the way they were talking about the pulling the fire alarm. When was that? Pulling fire alarm. Sorry, I swear I will finish this. Oh my God, we're not even halfway done it. Okay, maybe we won't finish it, but hang on. How do I get yeah, okay, I just gotta put down this water bottle. And I'm looking for Jamal Bowman. Fire alarm. 7 months ago, okay. October. Oh, it was in October too. Okay. October 26th. Do we want to see the video? May as well now that I got it here. This is a video. This is the lowest moment of his career. So you can't hear it, but not really important. Wait, no, I want to see the video of him doing it. It's not letting me scan ahead. Oh, wait, now it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, he goes up to it. Oh, geez, it's all dark because I paused it. Okay, we'll just watch it. We'll just watch it in full. Just let it unfold. He's trying to open the door. He's like, "Oh, I can't get. Oh, what?" The sign falls down. He pulls the thing, and he walks away. It's just like, yeah. I mean, I guess he's trying to open the door. He's trying to get through. It's locked. Ah, shoot. Oh, what's this? Pulls it. Oh no! Like thing starts going off. He's walking away. Yeah, that's rough. Oh, peace out, Secret Agent Dan. Thanks for hanging out for so long. You rock. Got into this stream late, but if anyone wants additional info on Jamal Bowman, older or not, he just did a really great interview with him on our channel. Yes, that is true. I watched that the other day. Yeah, that was really cool. Definitely a good place. Yeah, no, if he was running afterwards, that would be different. That would be a worse look, I feel. But okay. Anyway, let's get back to
a two-state solution, and you want to bring peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Yeah, I don't want a two-state solution. As I've sort of alluded to earlier, and I think I saw some people in the chat say this. I know this is Jamal Bowman's line, like he's a two-state solution guy. That's the kind of position that you have to have, unfortunately, as a person, member of Congress. But no, I don't believe in that. I don't like a two-state solution is what on paper exists right now, but Palestine is not allowed to be a state, and Israel is not satisfied with not owning 100% of their promised land. They need to get it. They need to have some. They need to have the whole thing. So no, I don't believe in a two-state solution. I don't believe that can work. That is apartheid, essentially. What I want is a one state. I want one democratic state. Give everybody the vote. And Israel doesn't want to do that because there's too many Palestinians and they'll be able to outvote them on things. They don't like that idea. I'm sure it won't be easy. I'm sure there will be problems integrating these two states into one. I'm sure there'll be violence. I'm sure there'll be death. But there is far worse violence and death going on right now. If it was all one state, it would be very similar to South Africa ending apartheid. It'd be very comparable, I think, to the United States post-slavery era, Reconstruction, integration, right? Like, segregation to integration. Like, you can't be having two-tiered, society. Everybody's got to be equal. You don't get to call yourself a liberal democracy if you're an ethno-state. It's not allowed. It's not allowed. The only democracy in the Middle East. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You're not a democracy. You aren't. But yeah, I wish there was a more of a one democratic state solution. Because I mean, yeah, like he's saying two-state solution, as in he doesn't want there to be the one-state solution where Israel kills all the Palestinians. Like that's another version of the one-state solution, right? Or no, it's all Israel. But the two-state solution is like, oh, it actually was really nice of us to let the Palestinians stay in this horrible like hellscape that we've created for them to live in, and we can fully control, and they have no rights. That's a two-state solution. No, one state, everybody gets a vote. Come on, it's democracy. That's true. Daring Danielle. I believe it's Lesotho and Eswatini are these parts of South Africa. Very small countries within South Africa. But yeah, most of the, I believe they're called Bantu stands and things there did integrate. Obviously, it's not a perfect system. South Africa is still the world's most economically unequal country. It has, you know what? I'm doing this thing again where I'm saying a statistic that I heard like 8 years ago and assuming it's still the case. Let me look it up. World Gini coefficient rankings. Let's see. Okay, there's South Africa looking pretty dark in a color on the map type way, guys. I'm not being racist here, but South Africa is the, I guess it's ranked 63rd, but that's not its actual Gini coefficient, because the Gini coefficient can only be 1, I thought. Oh, it's a percentage. Okay. So, yeah, okay. Top 10 countries with the highest Gini coefficients. So what the Gini coefficient is, if it's 100% or 1, sometimes it's marked as, but this is a percentage. So if it's 100, that means it's basically there's one guy that has all the money and nobody else in the country has any money. That has a level of 100. South Africa, highest in the world at 63. So this is post-apartheid. Obviously not a perfect system. Not a perfect system. What's up, Keegan? How's it going, Keegs? Sorry. But it's not perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than apartheid. Is the legacy of apartheid still intact? Are, indigenous Black people there still economically less well off than the white descendants of colonizers? Undoubtedly. And most unequal country on earth. That is probably what we could expect something like this to happen with Israel/Palestine, with a one democratic state solution, right? All of a sudden you've got Gazans, they're allowed to get work, they're allowed to vote, they're allowed to do this, they're allowed to do that. Does that mean it's going to be easy for them to get hired by Israeli businesses? Does that mean it's going to be easy for them to find homes in nice neighborhoods? Is that going to mean it's easy for them to, build wealth, as a ethnic group, as a visible minority within a country? Fuck no. This is not the end solution. But I think it will be very difficult to find anyone who isn't a complete frothing at the mouth racist who says that they think South Africa is worse off now than it was before apartheid ended in the 90s. But yeah. Oh yeah. Danielle, you're a two-state solution gal, eh? I guess my thing there is I just don't see how that can work. Because okay. So right now there's Palestine, there's Israel. Is Palestine a state? Most countries have not recognized it as one. There are a few who have. Norway, whatever, Ireland, whatever. Borders are still completely controlled by Israel. The West Bank completely chopped up into small segments, illegally occupied, encroached upon. That state is whatever. But yeah, so I just feel like what would a two-state solution even look like? If we go back to pre-19, what is it? Israel, Palestine borders. A lot of times when people talk about two-state, they talk about pre-1967 borders. So here's the borders after the 6-Day War. This one here, actually, let me just go up here. 1967. Along 1967 borders. So there we've got the West Bank, and we got Palestine, Gaza down here. And over time, you can see things getting a little bit fucked up. Actually, this map is pretty generous to Israel from what I've seen. But anyway, whatever. It gets the point across. So you can see from 1967, we have the Oslo Accord. By 1994, there's all these illegal settlements within the West Bank. That's oh wait, hang on a second. Wait, no, sorry, I'm misreading this. In 1967, after the 6-Day War, all of this was Israel. And then Israeli occupation is the dark blue. When people say go back to pre-1967 borders, they're saying to go back to like this one from 1948, where, okay, Gaza is ruled by Egypt and West Bank is ruled by Jordan. But that did not last. Right. Okay. So Six-Day War is where Israel seized territory. And then 1994 was when they established the Palestinian Authority in these all chopped up areas in the West Bank. And 2007, Hamas takeover. It's funny they call it a takeover when Hamas was actually democratically elected, but whatever, in the Gaza Strip after Israel had withdrawn. They're just going to keep fighting over Jerusalem. I mean, yeah, that's true. Without integration, looks like Palestine having a recognized state. I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely like, hey, these are not people who like each other, right? These are not people who are going to get along super well when they get there. I just would you say, Daring Danielle, that okay, well, maybe I spoke too soon. Would you say that you prefer apartheid South Africa to current South Africa, or am I misunderstanding? At least in the 90s, there was a term for what was happening in South Africa. Now there is just socially acceptable inequity. I mean, yes, that's true. But I do think I think it's good that apartheid is over. I don't know. When it comes to Israel-Palestine, I don't see any other long-term solution than one democratic state. You just give everybody the vote. I have to believe that that's possible. Like in the US, right? Like, should we have had a segregated society, of black and white people, like after slavery ended? Like, there has to be an integration process. There has to be some road to this. I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but looks like Palestine having a recognized state. It only doesn't work because they're xenophobic. We shouldn't accept this as a legitimate geopolitical position. Neither the Israeli prime minister is politically popular. He was predicted to be outed. And you're talking about one democratic state we shouldn't accept as a legitimate geopolitical position. Apartheid is over in name only. Fair. Hamas didn't win the popular vote in 2009. Didn't they? Oh, I didn't know that. Hamas election 2009. Election was scheduled to be held in 2009, postponed because of the Fatah-Hamas conflict. Constraints on Palestinian democracy. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, hang on. In July 2012, there were 4,700 Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prisons. Blah, blah, blah. 5,000 prisoners imprisoned by Israel. Okay, what? I'm trying to find the results here. In 1996, Fatah won 58 of the 88 seats. 2006. Okay, here we go. Hamas won 44.45% of the vote. Interesting. And 74 seats, while Fatah won 41.43 of the vote and 45 seats. So, okay, you're right. Yeah. Hamas did not win the popular vote in 2009. They won more than any other party. They have like a first past the post system like we do in Canada. I mean, did the Liberals win the popular vote? No. I guess you could say. But it's not like they have like an electoral college or something that the US has. It's a little bit different from saying like Trump lost a popular vote or what's his name? George Bush lost the popular vote, But yeah, the only way to get rid of xenophobia is through integration. Yeah, I agree with that. Both the young people of the country want peace. I think everyone wants peace, but there's just like different ideas of what that peace is. Black people need a nation. We ourselves are a landless tribe. Maybe we should give Israel to black people. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's a solution. Maybe we should give Israel to the Rastas. They should be the ones to get it. Are you a black nationalist? Daring Danielle, I'm not a black nationalist per se, but I understand the desire for a homeland of sorts, even if you don't choose to remain there. Yeah, I guess I think I mean, I don't agree with that, but I understand where that's coming from. But I mean, that is the logic that created Israel, right? People need to be from somewhere, and the descendants of slaves have no land or identity preceding slavery. Very true. Black people are not moving to the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, there is we do have an example of this happening, and kind of a similar thing happened when a lot of black slaves were moved to Liberia in Africa, where a lot of these former slaves they had, they were born in America. They didn't have any connection to their African heritage, and when they went to this country, they took it over in a very colonial way. They were wearing European clothing, whatever, doing all these European customs, and Liberia became a horrifying nightmare state pretty quickly. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, not a black nationalist per se, says Daring Danielle. It is pretty unfortunate that black people had, this descendants of slaves, at least, had their histories, their traditions, their culture totally robbed from them, like a complete, like a total cultural genocide, to the point where like a lot of American, African descendants of slaves have no idea what country their ancestors were even from, or what countries. And like we, of course, think of all black people as being the same race or whatever. They're all the same to us. So there's no difference. It's just you're black. But yeah, I do agree with this, Keegan. It did create a new kind of culture. I think that like, black people need a nation. I mean, I don't know. I guess I was going to say like, there's America, like black Americans are still Americans, but yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard to really identify with a country that has fucked you over so much. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's up, Lady Kita? Thank you so much. Love your work. Thank you for saying that. I love compliments. I love love. Samuel Rosander, it's hard to see the homeland argument in a good light. White people don't have a homeland. There are many countries that are predominantly white. A homeland can be multiracial. Daring Danielle, exactly. Liberia did not want the slaves. American soldiers were forced to return slaves on Liberia, but the ex-slaves were not willing to wage war against the Liberians in the way the IDF fights Palestinians. You have a black U.S. state. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard for me to get behind it. I get why it's a thing, and I don't want to come down on it too harshly, but I don't think it's a good idea for anybody. I don't like it. I don't like ethno-states. I think that's okay to say. I generally think like everyone should be able to live in a place. If anyone wants to live in Israel, they should be able to move to Israel. If Jews want to live in Israel, amazing. If Muslims want to live in Israel or stay in Israel, like Palestine, whatever, historic Palestine, whatever you want to call it. If they want to stay in that land, great. If black people want to live in America, if black people want to move to wherever they want, if they want to move somewhere where there are a lot of black people, if they want to move to Africa, if they want to whatever, great. I love that. Live wherever you want. I think that people should be free to do that. But I don't know. I don't know about having like a nation. But yeah, anyway, guys, I really would like to finish one video.
You need to normalize relations between Arab majority countries and Israel.
And the
only way you do that is if people
Notice how they never say Palestine. Arab majority countries.
accept a simple premise that Israel has a right to exist.
Have you ever
that
been to the
Israel
West
has
Bank?
the right to exist. I've been to Jerusalem.
Have you been to the West?
I've been to Jerusalem. That's not what I asked you, motherfucker. Have you been to the West Bank?
A right to
See, we have
exist.
this is what
Jamal,
happens.
Well, let me.
This is
With all
what
due
happens.
respect. What
What do
happens
you mean with
what?
all due respect?
Well,
you
what
are
happens what,
speaking with a sense of authority as if you've been there. You have never been to the West Bank. You have never been stopped at a checkpoint.
Right.
You have never spoken to the people in the West Bank, in Hebron, in Ramallah. You haven't seen the water tanks at the top of their homes that they have to preserve just in case Israel cuts off the water, man.
Well, let
So
me
you
follow. Let me
think-
follow up.
you
Let me
honestly believe-
Congressman Lawler. Let me follow up on that for just a second because I want people to understand what you're talking about here. Just in the span of weeks since October 7th, there has been.
Yes, during Danielle, Black people have contributed to the culture and identity of America. A homeland is more based on mythology and identity. Anyone can come and go, but every people need an origination story. Yeah. Okay, I guess I can understand that, and I mean, there's a difference between a nation and a state. There's the Pan-African movement, the sort of Marcus Garvey type deal that's sort of led to Rastafarianism in Jamaica. But I mean, yeah, it's quite different, right? For Black people to want something like this than if you hear the same sort of thing from white people. It's different. I suppose it's like one of those things, and it is like a complete like historical injustice that Black people don't have as much of a connection to their past. I mean, you could take like a 23andMe test, but what does that mean if you didn't kind of like grow up in a culture or anything? You know, it's just, I guess, like interesting information. But I will say I don't really have I'm Canadian. I know where my family's from. Like my aunt has done a lot of research on my history. I know I'm like Irish, English, Scottish, Norwegian. I got like a bunch of these kind of like white Norwegian countries or Norwegian, Scandinavian, British countries kind of mixed up in me, but I don't really feel a connection to them. I don't feel like, you know, Ireland is my homeland. My sister lives in Ireland. I never have been there. I'd like to go, but I do. I mean, if I feel a connection to anywhere, it's just, you know, where I've spent time. You know, I feel more of a connection to Korea than I do to Ireland because I lived there for a couple of years. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. So it might just be different for me as a white person. I've never known what it's like to not know, I guess, like what my heritage is, or to know that that has been purposely taken from me. And so I think maybe that could be a difference. And, you know, a lot of Black people I know do like trips to places in Africa that they know that their ancestors were taken from. And I can imagine that would be an extremely fulfilling whatever. I'm Caribbean, right. But before you said Jamaica and Barbados, before that, your ancestors were brought there as slaves. Yes, white people know where they originated prior to blah blah blah. Keegan saying Mesopotamia or Iraq. That's where you're from. Oh, she's saying everybody is. Okay. Yeah. The cradle of civilization, right? Yes, let's go to Ireland and reconnect with our roots. I mean, yeah, I'd be down. I would be down. I guess my most Irish thing about me is that I like when I felt connected to my Irish heritage was when I started drinking. As fucked up as that is, I guess that's kind of a negative stereotype, but I'd be like, people be like, oh, you can drink a lot. You're Irish, eh? And you'd be like, yeah, I am actually. Oh, that's why I should become an alcoholic or whatever. And I just like, I don't know. I think I actually drank a lot because I liked that it made me feel Irish. Is that fucked up? And I would go to I used to go to a pub where we would sing like drinking songs every Thursday night at midnight. We'd sing a bunch of like Canadian drinking songs that made me feel, they were kind of like, I guess, like East Coast, like Irish-ish, Stan Rogers and whatnot. Jerry Danielle asks, where are your grandparents from? And all 4 of my grandparents are from Canada. All 4 of my grandparents, all 8 of my great-grandparents, all 16 of my great-great-grandparents are Canadian. I'm Canadian as fuck. Like there's no one in my family with an accent. You know what I mean? Except for my sister's Irish boyfriend, but he doesn't count. I don't feel a connection to it. I didn't get raised in any kind of Irish way. I just got I'm not just Irish. I'm like I'm a mix of a bunch of different white people. I don't even think I'm like mostly Irish. I think I look pretty Irish, but I don't think that's where anyway, blah, 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 blah. I've spent time in Ireland. People are so proud of their heritage. Yeah. What's up, Foe? Keegan? Aren't we all from Africa? That's true. We are all from Africa originally. Oh, Jerry, I've been to Africa 5 times, but I don't have any connection to any of the countries I've visited. I was seen as an outsider. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that like you, well, I mean, hey, I hope you weren't treated badly or anything like that, but you literally are an outsider. You didn't grow up there. You don't have a cultural connection to the people who did grow up there. And maybe you do in some way, but it's interesting. Went to Barbados, 2005. I was 19, wanted weed, couldn't score any. My sister, 14, asked for me, and we had a fat sack in minutes. Oh, that's a little bit weird. Wait, why did your little sister get it? I don't know if I like that, but okay. I'm glad you guys were able to score some pot though. Irish Americans are so proud of their history. I mean, are they? I guess they sort of are. Like, I know people get the shamrock tattoo or whatever, but like, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem, well, I mean, okay, I don't know. I'm Irish Canadian, so maybe it's a little bit different. I don't really feel, I think most of the people that I grew up with in the small town I grew up in, everybody was like, there were a lot of Irish people with Irish heritage, not a lot of people wearing like the Irish flag on their backs or anything like that. I mean, St. Paddy's Day, I guess, like is a fun day. I like listening to the Dropkick Murphys. Irish, Scottish, Norwegian. Oh, yay. Whoa. Hey, twin, Keegan, twin. Originally my great grandmother was Cherokee. Okay. Not twin. No, not twin, but we don't have any info because, well, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Careful. You're not pulling a Elizabeth Warren on that one. You know, like some people do think that they have some kind of native heritage, but that it turns out that they don't at all. Yeah, Canada is my homeland. Totally. I don't have any connection to anywhere else. One of the pioneer families. I mean, I like the only guy I know in my family who has a connection to Ireland is my great grandfather came over to Canada. So yeah. Are you Catholic or were? Nobody in my family is religious. Get this. Both of my parents are atheists, and I haven't actually talked to all of my grandparents about religion, but my one set of grandparents did not take my dad to church, and my other set of grandparents were both atheists. So yeah, we don't even have like a religious tradition. Isn't that wild? But I think my family is from the Protestant half of Ireland, I believe. Yeah, the less cool half. I would have rather been on the Catholic side, but what are you gonna do? My time in Mali was amazing. Felt like a princess. Oh, okay, cool. So people were treating you like could they tell that you had money or something, or was it just like, or I don't know, or am I misinterpreting you there? But that's great. You probably look like a narc foe. Okay, that could be. Literally, I'm fundamentally different. I think connection is more related to the cultures you are a part of in your lifetime rather than heritage. Totally. The dudes were creeps. Yeah, that's what I would have assumed. What do grits taste like? Gritty. Sweet or savory? Wait, we're talking about grits? Oh, wait, how did I miss that? Okay. They taste like garbage tier breakfast. They're delicious. If you like polenta, you love grits. I was just dressed different. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So it's like, I guess they were also treating you like an outsider, but in a nice way. And we're talking about grits. I don't know that I've ever had grits either, which is kind of, yeah, I feel like that should be some cultural research I should do. Oh my God, we still have so much of this video left to watch. I'm going to play it for a while.
A spike in settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank that the Biden administration has been trying to address.
And let's remind ourselves. Oh, sorry, I said I was going to pause it. Wasn't going to pause it, but let's remind ourselves on October 6th, before October 7th, mathematically on October 6th, it was already the deadliest year in history, in recorded history, in the West Bank for killings by IOF soldiers. Already before October 7th.
Do you believe that there should be more done by the Israeli government to curb that in the interest of peace?
Oh, no, there should be no civilian violence at all. We do not want innocent civilians getting harmed, getting killed, whether they be Israelis or Palestinians. I think the challenge in all of this is, you know, a lot of my colleagues call for a ceasefire, including Jamal. There have been 8 ceasefires in 15 years, each time violated by Hamas.
Oh, really? Each time violated by Hamas, even though on October 6th, a Palestinian teenager was killed by the IOF? And when people say that there was a ceasefire on October 6th, complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. It was only violated by Hamas because that's the only type of violation they consider. They don't count when Israeli settlers fucking steal land or kill people or whatever, torture people, imprison people. That doesn't count as a violation of the ceasefire. It's just when Palestinians do anything.
So if you are the Israeli government, and October 7th...
Yeah, this is an uncomfortable truth, but it is the case. It is not illegal, according to international law, to resist an occupying force. Yeah.
The largest slaughtering of Jews since the Holocaust. Are you supposed to sit back and wait for it to happen again? Are you supposed to?
It's collective punishment.
But Jamal, this is what you seem not to grasp.
Law.
Hamas,
we have 1.8 million
Hezbollah,
refugees.
Iran believe Israel does not have a right to exist. Are you waiting
Gaza.
for the full-on genocide to happen?
This is
Are
Gaza.
you waiting for them to be completely
there
eliminated?
There are 1.8 million refugees in Gaza.
Okay.
This is collective punishment. They immediately cut off food, water, energy, starvation in Gaza.
Government.
I'm talking about right now.
They have been oppressed by their own government for over 15
October
years.
7th.
If you want peace, if you want a ceasefire, Hamas must surrender. Even on this most recent short-term ceasefire to turn over the hostages, they violated it. They violated it. So how do you expect Israel to be able to negotiate and deal with them when Hamas refuses to accept the terms of a ceasefire?
Stand by for us. We still have even more ahead.
Yeah. Why is their total elimination always at stake? It's so funny because, like, he's going like, when is it enough for you? When all the Jews are killed? It's like all the Jews aren't being killed. All the people in Gaza are, though. Like, that is what is actually happening. Not in this like fantasy world that you're like trying to concoct as an argument. Let's look at what's really happening in real life. Maybe that would be nice. Oh, wait. Link hasn't been working for me? I'll try to find an alternative source. Wait, what do you mean the link? This one? The one that I've been pasting? Oh, I put in the wrong one. Wait, where is it? Oh, I haven't posted in a while. By the way, guys, I'll be in New York this weekend, 22nd, 23rd. If you want to come and canvas with us, we're going to go knocking on doors, try to get Jamal Bowman, our boy over here, to, well, we're going to just encourage people to go vote. That's what we're going to be doing. I'm not telling anyone to vote for Jamal Bowman. I'm just encouraging everyone to vote. Because the more people vote, the more Democracy will work. And that is my main thing. I like democracy. So there we go. Is that link not working? If I type that in, does anything happen? God, I hope it does. Okay, no, it works for me. What are you even supposed to do? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, the event. There's an event sign up on the right-hand side. I'll show you. Oh, you're looking at my behind the scenes in my YouTube dashboard. Yeah, so you go here, event sign up, type your stuff in there. Are you a U.S. citizen? You don't have to be. I'm not. You gotta give them your Discord account if you got one, and you can just figure your stuff out there. Check it out. You have an interview with a local canvassing company. However, they're conservative. Oh, sorry, the link you posted. Yeah, you're right. Okay, don't get off topic.
With the two of
You're
you,
right.
coming up next for us is
You
the
guys gotta
United
do my
States
Adderall.
Congress, now on the verge of not sending money to another war zone in Ukraine. We'll discuss that as President Biden.
It's funny because so far, the conservative fuckhead that he's debating has really there's no daylight between his views and the views of the Democrat who's AIPAC funded that's running against him, George Latimer.
Calls the standoff to a gift to Vladimir Putin.
Imagine if this was a debate between Latimer and what's his name, Lawler, is it? It would just be like, yes, no, you're right. It is a call for genocide, and I think Palestinians are subhuman. Totally. We agree on everything. Well, who's to say the left and the right can't get along, huh?
More now on our Newsnight conversation with Democrat Jamal Bowman.
Wait, are you serious? Itaewon, I would absolutely love to, as I live in the area, and I'm a big fan of yours and We're in Hell both, but I'm actually going to Toronto this weekend. That's hilarious. Whoa, switching places here. But yeah. And also, are you impressed that I could read your name? Itaewon? Did I read that right? Itaewon. Yeah, I used to hang out in Itaewon. I know Itaewon.
Republican Mike Lawler. The topic now, Ukraine. Some suggest that.
See, I can read Hangul. I can read Korean, but I can't read Irish. I can't read that weird stuff. What are you saying? Your name is pronounced Siobhan? No, it's fuck off. That's impossible.
Ukraine is losing this war to Putin. And the United States is now asking for even more money, the Biden administration asking for more money from Congress. Your party is pushing back on that hard. Do you think that the money that is being sent over to Ukraine is well spent?
So my wife is from Moldova. Her family lives on the Ukraine border. And I have been concerned from the very beginning that if Ukraine were to fall.
It's so funny they're talking about Ukraine now, and he's got the exact opposite opinion, conveniently. I think Ukraine should be free from the river to the sea.
And Vladimir Putin's successful, that Moldova would be next. And the foreign minister made that clear just last week. So I have supported funding for Ukraine and will continue to do so. The challenge that we have here is that the Biden administration refuses to negotiate on critical issues, such as securing our own border. So while I do believe in providing funds to Ukraine to secure their borders and protect their sovereignty, we need to do the same here in America. Since Joe Biden took office, nearly 10 million migrants have crossed our southern border, many of them illegally. The asylum process is fundamentally broken, taking 2 to 3 years for these cases to be heard. And when they are heard, nearly 2/3 rejected. New York City is facing an existential threat. Eric Adams said the migrant crisis is destroying New York. They're talking about cutting funding for police and fire and emergency services. Joe Biden.
Okay, and then when he talks about the U.S., we don't like immigrants there either. Okay, at least that part's consistent.
Biden needs to get serious about securing our border. What we have said in the House Republican majority is that we will support Ukraine, but it needs to be tied to real changes in border security policy. In addition, Chuck Schumer has done absolutely nothing. He has passed nothing through the Senate. He's the Senate Majority Leader from New York. He has done nothing on the border. Nothing on Israel. He's the highest-ranking Jewish official in America. Has not passed one thing to provide aid to Israel. The House passed it in a bipartisan way weeks ago. What is Chuck Schumer doing?
I'll let you respond.
So the challenges at the border and how we process the migrants that come into our country was destroyed by Donald Trump, not President Biden. That's number one.
Oh, Samuel, that link shows the major ceasefire since 1949. Sorry, I think I missed the link. It doesn't seem to be working for me. Is it maybe like you guys can't post links, only I can maybe? No, but somebody was posting Wikipedia links earlier. That's weird. How did you find it? I can Google it. The link shows major ceasefires since 1949 and how they've been broken. So I just Google that. Major ceasefires since 1949 and how they've been broken. Israel, Palestine. Is it the Council on Foreign Relations Global Conflict Tracker, Israel-Palestine conflict? Article title, 2 new resources, timeline of Israel. Okay. I can't even copy paste. Ugh. This duck website is the worst. StreamYard. 2 new resources. Timeline of Israeli escalation. That's got to be enough, right? Key events in the... No, that's not it either. Okay, I'll keep typing. In Gaza and Israel's history of breaking ceasefires. 2 new resources from Mondo Weiss, yeah? Cool. The Institute for Middle East Understanding has released 2 Hey, this guy just came out of nowhere. He's pointing a gun at my face. This website is extremely abrasive. All right, get Xing out of that. Israel's latest escalation in Gaza. Okay, so this was November 8th. Okay, wait. The first presents a timeline of events, and the second outlines Israel's history of breaking ceasefires. So this is, I'm assuming, 2023. Following a 2-week lull in violence, Israeli soldiers invade Gaza, and the resulting exchange of gunfire with Palestinian fighters. 12-year-old boy is killed by an Israeli bullet while he plays soccer. Shortly afterwards, Palestinian fighters blow up a tunnel along Gaza-Israel frontier, injuring 1 Israeli soldier, that's war. That is not a civilian. That is a soldier. And that is after the ceasefire has been broken, according to this. And let's just go here. Israel's history of breaking ceasefires. Because I have no issues believing that Israel has just been behaving very badly, let's say, in Gaza since October 7th. That seems very clear. Oh, wait, this is from 2012? Holy shit. Oh, man. I thought that was... Okay, so this is 2012 this happened. Wow, okay. So they killed the 12-year-old boy. Gotcha. And so this is okay. So this is super relevant for when people say, "Yo, I'm gonna keep this link." Actually, this is useful when people do say like Hamas breaks the ceasefire. I'll be like, "Nuh-uh." This is what you got to accompany the "nuh-uh" with. Israel artillery shell, blah blah blah. But since Israel's creation in 1948, Israeli political and military leaders have demonstrated a pattern of repeatedly violating ceasefires with their enemies in order to gain military advantage, for territorial aggrandizement, or to provoke their opponents into carrying out acts of violence that Israel can then exploit politically and or use to justify military operations already planned. Crazy. The most high-profile and consequential ceasefire violations committed by the Israel military. So not necessarily saying that every violation of a ceasefire was by Israel, but these are the most prominent ones by Israel. Very interesting. There's one in 2012, another one in 2012. Oh, so this is 20. Okay, we're going backwards. 2011, 2008, 2002, 2002, 2001, 2001, 1998. Okay, well, I'm obviously not going to read through this. It would take me like 100 years to read that on stream. You know how distracted I get, but all the way back to 1949, immediately after the UN brokered armistice agreement between Israel and its neighbors goes into effect, the armed forces of the newly created Israeli state begin violating the truce with encroachments into designated demilitarized zones and military attacks that claim numerous civilian casualties. Yeah, that sounds bad. I think that's yeah. I mean, they don't even have the violating the truce with encroachments into. So okay, so it's only violations of the ceasefire. So it doesn't include like the Nakba. Oh yeah, Keegan. Yeah, toss me a few Adderall. I definitely do need some. I still haven't found a doctor in Montreal, the place I just moved to, and I'm almost out of Adderall. So this might turn into a disaster. All right, back to the video. We got to be almost done.
Democrats have been pushing and fighting for true immigration, comprehensive immigration reform. Republicans have stopped it for decades. We are a nation of immigrants. We welcome them when they are coming seeking asylum, and we will continue and should continue to do that. And we must meet them with humanity and care to make sure that they are able to contribute to our economy in the way that they want to. With regard to the Ukraine, I have supported, continuing to support Ukraine. What I'm hearing in my district is tremendous frustration because we seem to always have hundreds of billions of dollars for war and conflict and mass murder and suffering, but we don't have the same hundreds of billions of dollars for affordable housing, for childcare, for education, for healthcare, and we never, ever, 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 ever have a conversation about reparations for Black Americans.
So are your constituents
They
growing
pull me to the
tired?
side. Yes,
They're growing
They are
tired
very
of this funding
frustrated
for
because we solve every conflict with militarism as opposed to diplomacy. We have to find.
Yeah, let me get a temperature check in the chat. What do you guys think about reparations? Because we were talking about this on Monday, I think, on stream, and I was surprised that people are kind of against it, or some people were. But I feel like just as a pure, I mean, we were talking earlier about how race and class are so intertwined. If you're a socialist and you would like to, you know, like generally, I think it would be a good thing to redistribute wealth to lower classes, you know, poorer people with less wealth. I say, yeah, give Black people a bunch of money. Consider it unpaid wages from the slavery that built the country and made it the richest country on earth. Spread that around a little bit. I don't know. I feel like it seems to me like pretty straightforwardly simple thing. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah. So, okay. Well, this is a fair point. I'm just not sure exactly how you do it unless you go by ancestry. It'd be hard to quantify though. Yeah, that's true. And there already is some, let's say, static between American descendants of slaves, the ADOS group, and, you know, later American immigrants, as well as, you know, immigrants from the Caribbean, I suppose, who were slaves, but not American slaves. I just think you just kind of just have to give it to all the Black people, right? I don't know. I feel like that would be kind of, you know, that's kind of like race essentialist of me, but yeah, I like this. The best time for reparations was 150 years ago. The second best time is now. Yeah. Thank Booth for messing up Reconstruction. Booth, John Wilkes Booth. Maybe. Although I will say, like, you know what I heard? Okay, so you know the whole thing about after slavery in the U.S., 40 acres and a mule, right? Every freed slave was supposed to get 40 acres and a mule. You know what? Let me look this up. I'm just like realizing I'm kind of talking out of my ass again. Hang on. 40 acres and a mule. There you go, Wikipedia, our old friend. Our old friend, Wikipedia University. 40 acres and a mule was a part of Special Field Orders Number 15, a wartime order proclaimed by Union General William Tecumseh Sherman. That's the Sherman's March to the Sea guy. During the Civil War, to allot land to some freed families and plots of land no larger than 40 acres. Sherman later ordered the army to lend mules for the agrarian reform effort. Okay, so that's what that was. Yes. It feels like this point has been argued so much that it means less. I don't think that's by accident. You're talking about reparations? I can't stand when Jewish people who receive reparations after the Holocaust, and that is true. Germany did pay a form of reparations after the Holocaust. Go on about how unfair it is for Black people to get reparations. Yeah. Tecumseh, thank you. Tecumseh, Gesundheit. Okay, good. Not fucking with you. Oh yeah, you're not just trying to get me to say come. Everybody's always trying to trick me into saying come. Sorry, West. That's so inappropriate. We're talking about something serious here. Okay, so you ever wonder, like, why was it they're trying to do mules? Why not a horse or a donkey even? Why a mule? Well, this was also a racist thing. I heard, but it makes sense because if you have a horse, you know, it's like a female horse or whatever, or a male horse, you could just get like the other type of horse and you can make another horse with it, right? They can have a kid. And that's a sort of a form of, you know, I guess what's the word? Like inheritable wealth, because you could have a horse family and pass them on to your children. Okay, mules and donkeys are easier to work with, from Daring Danielle. All right, that might be a thing. But one thing about a mule is a hybrid. It's like a liger or something like that. You know, it's a half donkey, half horse. It's the offspring of a male donkey and a female horse. One of the consequences of this is mule cannot have a kid. A mule doesn't get to have a baby. And let me just double check that that's true. What if I just search sterile? Well, no, why did it do that? Oh, because I typed Control T instead of... Oh, I did it again because I just said it as I did it. Control F. Sterile? Yes. Okay. Fertility. A mule has 63 chromosomes, intermediate between the 64 of the horse and 62 of the donkey. Mules are usually infertile. Oh, okay, I guess it's not 100% of the time. But this is a way to, like, we want to help the Black people, but we don't want to give them too much of a head start here. We don't want them to have a kid or whatever. I don't know. I wonder if it actually says that in here. Oh, this is a long article. Let's see. Sterile? Infertile? Pregnant? No, okay. None of these are showing up. That's what I heard, but I don't know if it's true. But it does seem like it actually is the case that you wouldn't be able to get your mule to have kids. But was that done intentionally as a racist thing? I'm not 100% sure on that. And I don't want to be talking out of my ass. But it's interesting.
Diplomatic, political.
Okay, I completely forgot what we were talking about. Let's just go back to the thing.
Solutions to war all over the world. And we need to invest those hundreds of billions of dollars into uplifting the humanity of people here in our country.
On immigration, Congressman Lawler, just to follow up on what Congressman Bowman said, why won't Republicans simply come to the table with a actual plan to negotiate on the overall immigration system and border security by itself?
Well, with all due respect,
that's an option that is available.
With all due respect, Republicans are the only ones that have actually passed anything on border security this year.
No, I'm talking about
we passed HR. I'm going to answer your question.
What he was asking about, which is a comprehensive approach.
But the border is an immediate crisis.
Have you been to the border?
Not yet. The border is an immediate
crisis. The man hasn't been to the West Bank. He hasn't been to the border.
Yes, Christopher. This is the energy I need. Boo, Latimer. Boo on you, Latimer. Boo, Latimer hates cute baby salamanders. What a piece of shit. Boo him. Boo. Agreed.
Border, but you're speaking
Jamal.
like an expert on both.
Well, Jamal, with all due respect.
I've been to the border.
And is
I've
it
been
going
to
well?
Laredo, Texas.
And is the border going well?
I met with CBP.
And is the border going well?
I met with FEMA
And
down
what did
there.
CBP tell you? They told you that it is not.
This is a consistent thing with Bowman. He is, I mean, you'll notice just in this debate, he's brought up, have you been to the West Bank? I have. Have you been to the border? I have. He goes places like that. This is something I've noticed him do a lot in interviews and debates. He talks about, listen, I'm not just like, I don't know, reading a book or something like that. I'm not just like getting my talking points given to me. I go out there and I see what the situation is. I think that's cool. That's like a cool thing for a politician to do. He even talks about he went to Israel. He went to the Holocaust Museum in Israel. He spoke to a lot of Israeli people in Israel and in his district. He speaks to the different groups, maybe groups that he's not a part of their culture in his district. This seems to be a big thing for him. I mean, I'm sure it's a thing for a lot of politicians, but I mean, like just from like all the different groups I've heard him mention that he meets with, I've been kind of thinking like, damn, like how much time do you have, dude? You spend all your time like meeting with these different groups. It's interesting because yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that speaks well of him.
Working.
They told me that 95.
They've come and testified.
Listen, I'm going to answer your question.
Excuse me. It was my.
They told me that 95% of the people they bring in are not criminals. That's what they told me.
Let me actually finish. Thank you. So here's the issue. The border is the immediate crisis. We passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. Democrats in the Senate have done absolutely nothing on this. I introduced, along with a bipartisan group from the House, the Dignity Act, which would not only deal with the border, it would deal with the undocumented, and it would fix our legal immigration system. It's the first bipartisan piece of legislation in over a decade on immigration reform. Immigration reform has not occurred since 1986, the year I was born. Now, I look at this and see it that it is one of the greatest challenges we have in this country because, as Jamal said, immigrants do enrich our communities, our culture, our economy. As our population declines, we need immigrants in this country. We welcome them. But there has to be a process, and it has to be done legally. To just allow 10 million migrants to flood the southern border and act as though that's not a problem. And if you've been there, I can't understand why you would not vote in favor of legislation to secure the border. We have to deal with this. This is not about being against immigration. As I said before, my wife is an immigrant. I have been through this process. I have been through this process. It is a fundamentally broken one. Okay. But if we're going to secure the border of other countries, we better start by securing our own border.
Congressman Bowman, last
Yeah, so you want to secure the border with more police. I'm saying we need
we need more court personnel to handle these asylum cases.
So we need
those are just different
That's what the Dignity Act does. Why don't you sign on?
And a lot more police.
Why don't you sign on?
We need more judges. We need more counselors and social workers. We need more lawyers to help with the processing, and we need more investment in FEMA. That's number one. If you go to the border, you will have a more holistic perspective as to what's happening there. So stop writing bills about places you've never been. Number one.
Boom. There goes the dynamite.
Number two, I didn't just go to the border. I've also gone to Central and South America.
Like, see what I'm saying? This guy goes places. This guy talks to people.
I went to Guatemala and Honduras to meet with the indigenous people there to learn about what is happening. Why does mass migration keep happening?
That's cool. I think that's cool. I think it's cool that he does that.
You know what's happening? Multinational corporations are coming in, supported by America in the West, to destroy the ecosystems of these communities. That's why poverty is so high. That's why there's no education system. They're left helpless and hopeless, and that's why they come to the U.S.
It's fascinating to watch you blame America for all the world.
America need to take some responsibility.
It is fascinating to watch.
Oh, this guy's really saying like, oh, you're going to blame America for what's happened in Guatemala. Bro, it's on the fucking record right now that the first CIA coup, well, the first one was in Iran, actually, but the second one was in Guatemala. And what was it, 1956? Operation PB Success. All right. This one we're going to look up. I'm sorry. Operation PB success. 1954. Okay, I was a little bit off there, but 1954, Guatemalan coup d'etat. So we got, you guys know about this, right? Jacobo Arbenz, the Guatemalan president, they were not socialist, but they were doing a little bit of land reform because most of the arable land in the country was owned by Chiquita Banana, which was known as United Fruit Company back then. But Chiquita Banana, same company. It just changed its name in the 90s, mostly because of its association with things like this. Later, of course, it turned out that Chiquita Banana, under its new name, was also sponsoring death squads and shit in Guatemala and other countries. Anyway, cut a long story short here. They came in, they fucking paid a bunch of militants, a bunch of death squads. They took over the government. They installed a brutal, like, right-wing dictator. Thousands of Guatemalans were killed in the years since. I wonder if they have the numbers on that. And they told the president, the CIA, told the president, they're socialists. They're definitely working with Soviets. And they were so confident they were going to win. They called it Operation PB Success, which is what I Googled to find this. And then they, when they did win, they took over his thing. They looked into all their documents and they were sure they were going to find some connection to the Soviet Union. Nothing. This guy was not socialist. He was just like, maybe I shouldn't let America own like an American banana company own my entire country. Maybe that's a bad thing. Didn't something similar happen with Dole? Yes. Funny you bring that up. If you look into the Hawaiian, the illegal occupation of Hawaii, whatever you want to call it, I guess not really a coup, but when America took over Hawaii, who did they install as the what should I search for this? Hawaii overthrow? Overthrow the Hawaiian kingdom? Okay, I guess you can still call it a coup d'etat against Queen Liliuokalani. And who did they install in her place? Is it going to be easy to find this? Okay, hang on. Overthrow of the kingdom, United States involvement. John L. Stevens. Okay, John W. Foster. This guy, weird coincidence here. This is the father of John Foster Dulles and Allen Dulles, the Dulles brothers, who ran the Guatemalan coup we were just looking at. And he was the Secretary of State, President Harrison. Later on, his grandson, John Foster Dulles, was the Secretary of State at the same time. Allen Dulles was the head of the CIA. Listen, this is a lot. Okay, you know what I should do? I should just search Dole. Here we go. Sanford B. Dole. So after they deposed Queen Liliuokalani, they established a provisional government of Hawaii under President Sanford B. Dole. What happened then? Well, they just got friggin' bunch of Doles in there, and they started the Dole Pineapple Company. So that was, yeah. I mean, it's crazy how many people the U.S. has killed over fruit companies. Bananas, there is so much money in bananas. Pineapples, there's a lot of money in pineapples. Bananas, though, oh my God. Bananas are I don't know. What's something that's really makes a lot of money? The iPhone? They're the Apple of fruits. The most confusing possible way to say it. But no, I was on the Guatemalan coup d'etat. I mean, yeah, they overthrew him, and I just want to see aftermath. Dibbly bow, civil war, Guatemala, rolling back of progressive policies resulted in a series of leftist insurgencies in the countryside beginning in. So yeah, they rolled it back, made all these terrible policies. This was even before the neoliberal era, but of course, after that came, it was just like making things easier for American businesses in general, much like what happened in Chile. It's like the very first neoliberal country. We're going through to, I just want to see how many people died. Numerous other human rights violations were committed, including massacres of civilian populations, rape, aerial bombardment, and forced disappearances. Guatemala was ruled by a culture of fear, and that it held the macabre record for human rights violations in Latin America. These violations are partially the result of a particularly brutal counterinsurgency strategy adopted by the government. So this is the government that the United States installed and propped up. The ideological narrative that the 1954 coup had represented a battle against communism, which, as I just mentioned, completely false, was often used to justify the violence in the 1980s. So, this is like Reagan and whatever, people talking about, oh, well, it's because they were fighting against communism. So at least it's not that. They were not trying to go communist. Just a little bit of land reform. Historians have attributed the violence of the Civil War of the 1954 coup and the anti-communist paranoia that it generated. They've attributed the violence of the Civil War to the 1954 coup. This is from historians. Civil War ended in 1996 with a peace accord between the guerrillas and the government, which included amnesty for fighters on both sides. Civil War killed an estimated 200,000 civilians. Okay, that's what I was looking for. 200,000 civilians dead directly because of United States getting involved in another country's shit on behalf of a goddamn banana company. 200,000 civilians were killed. What the fuck? Meanwhile, let's return to our friend.
You know
Lawler
what?
here.
You will have a more whole nations are coming in, supported by America in the West.
He's talking about how he went to Guatemala, right?
To destroy the ecosystems of these communities. That's why poverty is so high. That's why there's no education system. They're left helpless and hopeless, and that's why they come to the U.S.
It's fascinating to watch you blame America for all the...
Oh, you're blaming America for everything that happened in Guatemala. Bro, but please educate yourself. Like, it is America's fault. It just is.
America need to take some responsibility.
It is fascinating to watch.
Get him.
You know what?
My man, we are fathers. The number one lesson
complaining about.
That's my man. I love that. And yes, so yeah, daring Danielle. Just 6 days ago, the lawsuit against Chiquita Banana was finally settled for $38 million, and that was for the death squad they were running since 1990. That's when they. That's when they friggin' changed their name because they were becoming associated with this type of shit. And yeah, so they just went through it. That's why it was like fresh in my mind, the death squads that Chiquita Banana has been doing. I didn't even know about that until the lawsuit.
Being censured today is talking about taking responsibility, and yet you blame America for every single problem in the world.
We have to leave it there.
We got Western hegemony.
It's fascinating. You're such an interesting sociological study. You seem to blame America for 200,000 civilian deaths in Guatemala. What kind of a person are you? A historian? Someone who reads history? Like, bro, like, and of course, the CNN moderator is going to step in and be like,
leave it there.
well, actually, he is right.
We have to leave it there. More of our special Newsnight debate. Do Republicans plan to go?
Krista Blante, Boo Latimer, Boo, Mer means, okay. Mer means sea, Lati means man, Latimer is sea man. Whoa, what? Are you serious? Okay, that's crazy. I do agree that Mer means sea. I am in Quebec right now, but wait, Laddie means man? Laddie man. Did you mean Latin man? Was it? You know what? I'm not even going to, the wood, it's a wood database. Sea wood. Morning wood? Could Mer mean morning? I don't know, but yeah, let's go with that though. Seaman. I mean, I like that idea.
With Donald Trump's demand
George
to do
Seaman.
away with Obamacare. That's next.
Yeah, totally. That beard is weird.
And welcome back to our Newsnight debate, a conversation between lawmakers about the issues that matter. Now turning to maybe the most important issue for Americans across the country, and that is health care. Congressman Lawler, recently Donald Trump said that he had a plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. Again, Republicans have been down this road before. Is this really something that he can do since he's failed to do it before?
Well, obviously, during his administration, they
Why does his hair and beard look like they're painted on? Like he just looks like a bald man that took like some spray paints and like put it on his like he got that like what's it called, black ice or whatever.
Attempted to, and as you point out, didn't pass. I don't
Doesn't a hair and beard normally change the shape of your face?
see Obamacare being repealed at this point. Certainly not in its entirety. I think we do need to look at how to improve the quality of care. We need to look at how to improve access to insurance. And we need to look at how to reduce cost. Obamacare clearly has not reduced cost when it comes to health care. In fact, healthcare costs are at record highs. And when I go out and talk to folks across my district, people are feeling the pain of that. And while I think healthcare is certainly one of the most important issues facing the country, I think immigration is a major issue, including our southern.
Is immigration like, do people really care that much about that? I mean, I guess they do, but I mean, like, who, like, why? I don't know. I mean, like, I guess there are things to think about. I know, like, that Canada has becoming more anti-immigrant lately, and we've had a very, like, compared to the U.S. anyway, we've been very open to immigration, and we've ended up having like a massive population boom here from immigration that has affected us economically, I guess. But I don't know. Doesn't seem that bad. You know what? You're right, Keegan. I should really think before I speak. I should judge not lest I be judged myself.
Border. I think housing is a major issue. I sit on the financial.
But it's just crazy to me that immigration is like, is that the second biggest issue? Like after healthcare? That's wild.
Services Committee and the Housing Subcommittee. So there are a lot of issues pertaining to affordability, pertaining to our economy. Healthcare is a major part of it. When you have insurance companies owning healthcare providers, that is frankly disturbing. I think that we need to reevaluate how some of this is operating within the healthcare space and how we provide more access. We also have a shortage of doctors, of nurses, of home health aides. That all plays a role, and that's why I brought up immigration. We have to deal with this holistically.
Yeah. So, Congressman Bowman, roughly 3 in 5 Americans now favor Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. They like the pre-existing conditions. They have gotten used to the law as it is, but you support a Medicare for All system. Do you still think that that is something that should be on the table?
Oh, absolutely. We need,
even though most Americans seem to be comfortable.
Most Americans want to be able to go to the doctor when they're sick.
Kian, his wife is about to slap the shit out of you. Who do you mean? Whose wife? Lawler's wife? And why?
And not have to pay for it. So whatever that looks like is what I'm game for. Our caucus and myself, we support universal health care. We support Medicare for all because we spend more than other developed countries on health care, and we're not as healthy as a nation. So Trump is not going to be successful in rolling back Obamacare. One, because Democrats are going to have control of the House and the Senate, which is going to make it much more difficult for him to do that.
Oh, God. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. We'll see how things change.
If he were to get in, and I don't think he's going to get in, but we'll leave that on the side. But in terms of much of what my colleague said about health care, I agree with. One thing I want to add to it, he mentioned housing, which I 100% agree with, and he mentioned a holistic approach, which I 100% agree with. We have to talk about the predeterminants of health and the things that we need to invest in that will help us to dramatically bring down healthcare costs, like universal child care and early childhood education. This
is another one of Jamal Bowman's big things, childcare. I know that because I read it in his thing that we went over earlier. This thing, he's been big into the Child Care for Every Community Act. For the last 4 years in Congress, Bowman has advocated for universal child care and supported Senator Elizabeth Warren's child care legislation that would cap prices along a sliding scale based on household income. Half of all families would pay no more than $10 per day. Excuse me. Yeah, that seems fair. That seems cool. I mean, I like that.
Babies, our children.
Oh yeah, totally. I think this is on a separate note here, but yeah, early childhood education is important. And I know he's talked about that as well. Yeah, definitely it gives a little kid a head start, especially you start educating when their brains are still like, moldable.
Are dealing with toxic stress and chronic trauma because we
Oh, sorry, he just mentioned it. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was like, I didn't mention that. What do you mean?
don't have a universal child care system. And many of my colleagues in the Republican Party do not support universal child care. But that social determinant of health, in addition to housing, in addition to other environmental
Yo, for real. Wish I taught foreign languages earlier. Totally.
factors like climate and education will help with healthcare.
Because I feel like, I don't know, if you took like a little baby kid to like just like I mean, I don't really know how it would work, but if you took a little kid to somewhere that they could learn like another language, and they could probably just like start talking to them in that language completely, and the kid would just like pick it up because they can do that at that age. I don't know. I mean, I really don't know though. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Maybe that's not right. Oops. What did this Sam say? The Finnish model for education is more what we should be moving towards. Early education is more about daycare and moral panic about low outcomes. Oh, is that right? Listen, I ain't even know, but I like Finland. I like that they just decided that they didn't want there to be homeless people anymore, and they just ended homelessness. That seems to work out. I agree. We need education that's factual, empirical, and applicable in real life. That sounds good to me. You learn them quicker when you're younger. Way better than in high school. Yeah, for real. Way better than me, a 34-year-old trying to learn French on Duolingo.
Outcomes on the back end as well.
I would just note, under this administration and the Democrat-controlled Congress during the first 2 years, they increased spending by $5 trillion in new spending. It gave us record inflation. We are staring down $34 trillion in debt. Universal health care, Medicare for all, would absolutely destroy our economy.
No,
it wouldn't. Stop saying that it wouldn't do that, because it's cheaper the way that Medicare for all would work.
There's no way for us to pay for that. And
stop it. That's not true. That's not right.
What?
How do you propose
we
to pay
spend
for it?
$900 billion a year to build weapons of mass destruction.
How do you propose to pay for it? And by the way, what's the price tag on it? Do you have a price tag on it?
So corporate wealth tax, corporate tax, raise those. Wealth tax, raise that. Raise it to a number that's doable and feasible. By any means necessary, we need to make sure everyone has health care. Here's the other thing. If people are healthier, easy to go to the doctor for...
That's a good song, actually. Mocha chocolate, yeah, something like that.
Their mental health needs, what have you, they are able to contribute more to our economy. I mean, the problem with our healthcare system is it's based on a free market capitalist system. And when you're looking to cut costs, people are going to die. Like 70.
Tell me the truth, Keegan. Did you have to look up how to spell that, though? Bourgeois.
20,000 per year right now because we have a market-based system. If we had a system where those people can get the health care they need and the dental and the optical and the hearing care they need, they can contribute more to society.
How do you control those costs?
What do you mean?
If you're covering everything and the government is paying for everything.
Oh, not bourgeois. I'm impressed. I sort of learned how to do it with a little mnemonic device where I go, yo, I said, and I go, EOIS, because that part is hard. The lyrics I did. Yeah, fair enough. Disinformation by public officials should be ground for immediate removal because of how damaging it is to get bad information from the authority. Yeah, I mean, especially during COVID. Christopher Tablante, as always, love the energy. Boo, insurance shill Latimer. The eye of Sauron corrupted and controls insurance. Boo, you Latimer. Don't take my grandma's health insurance, Latimer. Boo. Love it. Yes. I'm not even sure if you're watching or you set these up to automatically go. We're not even talking about Latimer technically right now, but I love it. I keep it coming.
How do you keep the costs from continuing to go up?
Well, get us off of a market-based system. If we had a single-payer system, publicly funded with our tax dollars, you can keep the costs low. Look at the IRA. Yeah. So we passed the IRA, again, Democrats passed the IRA, not Republicans. We already brought down insulin costs for seniors to $35 a month.
Yo, seriously? Okay, well that's way better than here, Rotost. I wish they would expand the foreign languages we get to learn as a 12-year-old and you're in Sweden, right? I could learn Swedish, English, and Spanish, but not the Arabic of my neighbor down the street. That's really interesting. So, you're learning all the colonizer languages. Well, except for French, I guess. But weird. Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there would be some pushback on learning Arabic in school, right? A lot of people are like racist anti-immigrants there. Oh, you started a Marxist blog. No way. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. You want to post a link if you can? Check it out.
We brought down insulin costs for everyone, and we could finally negotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies that are crooks and ripping people off. And so we are already beginning to control costs because the government has the opportunity to negotiate prices.
What's your solution to the cost issue? You raised it earlier. How to bring costs down for consumers if you favor a market-based system?
Well, I absolutely favor a market-based system. I do not support socialism. I do not support the universal health plan.
The market will not save us.
I do not support the universal health plan.
This is not a binary.
That my colleague supports. At the end of the day, you have to look at this on a number of fronts. So as people are aging in place, we want them to be able to age in their home. If they are having medical issues, if they don't need emergency room care, if they don't need long-term care, we want them to be able to age in their home. So you have to deal with the employment issues in this country because we need more home health aides. We need more nurses. We need more doctors. That's why I introduced the Conrad 100 to allow for each state to provide a waiver for up to 100 doctors to stay here.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Christopher Tablante, breaking character from being your ChatGPT anti-Latimer guy. Yeah, hell yeah. Thanks for watching.
On their visa.
We appreciate the lively, animated conversation. I know that the two of you.
Oh no, I meant to do the opposite, Itaean. Did you just imply that French is not a colonial language because the entirety of Northwest Africa might have something to say about that? Oh yeah, for sure. No, I was not trying to imply that. I was like, oh, it's every colonial language except for French. But didn't you say, yeah, because Rotas didn't say French as one he could learn, right? As a 12-year-old, I could learn Swedish, English, and Spanish in Sweden. So that's what I meant. The exact opposite.
Can have this conversation.
I think I had a poster that I got in my French class, and I hung it up on my wall as a kid, and I just didn't really think much of it. And it was like a ton of flags on it, and it just said English and French spoken in over half the countries in the world. And I was like, that's really cool. Whoa, that's so cool. So if I speak French, then I can go to more than half the countries in the world. And I didn't really ever ask the next question. Why is that? Why is that they're spoken in so many countries around the world? Did something good happen that led to that? Or was it because they're so good at being languages that everyone wanted to learn it?
In this way, but still have respect for each other. Congressman Mike Lawler, Congressman Jamal Bowman, thank you both very much for joining.
Oh, you got French, German too, eh? And Spanish. Nice. Germany got into colonialism a little bit later than the other guys we're talking about here, but they went hard. Namibia, as they called it, German Southwest Africa. They did a genocide on the Nama Herero people there. Only very recently have they even acknowledged it. They not only did they kill, like, I think 80% of the Herreros. Again, don't take my word. I'm talking off the top of my head, and I'm not that smart. But they took all their skulls back to Germany and used them to promote scientific racism. It used to be like, look how different the black people's skulls are from us. And so it's a little bit of a, well, not a fun fact, but an interesting fact that Germany not only perpetrated the worst genocide of the 20th century, but also the first what was it, like 1902 or something like that. Scramble for Africa in 1888. Like, I'm just ballparking these years here, guys. I do not remember numbers very well, but that's when they had the Berlin Conference, right, for the Scramble for Africa, and Germany, they made up for lost time. They made up for lost time. You should do a video on phrenology. All right. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, I don't know. I feel maybe I could, just from like just kind of rambling on this stream, I feel like I could do a video on like the fakeness of race. I think that would be fun for me. Maybe a little bit of a dangerous topic, but I think I could do it in a good way.
Joining us for all of that.
Oh, it's done. Oh, we did it. All right. That's it. That's the whole debate. That was pretty interesting. I mean, it's crazy that the debate between him and the fucking chud ass like MAGA conservative here is so similar to the debate with Latimer. They're very like, he's so far right wing and like even more racist. Maybe than this guy. I don't know. This guy isn't at least as outwardly racist as the worst things that I've seen Latimer say. Oh yeah, Keegan, you got some things to say on it? All right. In the middle of my video, I'm just like, and I'm gonna pass the mic over to Keegan. What do you got to say? Just in time for the AIPAC documentary watch party. Okay, we ain't got time to watch that. But okay, I do have another video I want to watch. And this one I am gonna kind of like just sit through and watch, okay? Because this one is good. We were talking a little bit about the human shields thing earlier. Oh man, wait. Oh man, maybe we won't watch it. I thought I downloaded it. Because that's what I got to do now. I got to download videos and whatever you do with that. Oh no, okay. Hang on. Yeah, this should be fine. Here we go. Is it working? I think it did it. Did it do it? Oh, yeah. No, it didn't do it. Huh? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. What the hell is going on here? It didn't do it right. Okay, let me try again. Guys, don't freak out. I will get this working. I will get it working. That's a guarantee. Oh, it worked. Okay, great. Now I will present it with my thing that I've been using to do that. Wait, maybe it didn't work. Guys, is this fun to watch? Okay, something seems to have happened. Hang on. Oh God, I'm so out of my depth here. Okay. All right. You guys talk about the Empire Files. If you haven't watched Empire Files, Gaza Fights for Freedom, it's like an 1.5 hour long documentary on YouTube. It's free. It is incredible. It is so good. This is another video they did, but because I don't listen. How long do you think it would take me to watch like an 1.5 hour video by myself? I need Sam here so that I can't just go on like long Wikipedia rabbit holes and look up like literally everything that I think of and that you guys say in the chat. This sounds cool too. Do one on the Hannibal Directive. Oh, this is what you think I should do a video on? Oh, I mean, yeah, I want to do one on Israel Palestine. I don't know. Like, I don't know what I would do it, what topic I would do it on. That could definitely be something though. I don't know. Not to mention the dirty politics he engages in. Oh, Lawler. So yeah, you're representative, yeah. Dirty politics he engages in. Tell us about it last week. But no, yes. What was I saying? Anyway, whatever. I don't remember. You gotta watch the thing. Yo, what's going on? Liam Clue. Hello, Mr. Goblin. Hello, Mr. Goblin. Sounds like a song. That could be my new theme song. Hey, Goblin, I'm not knocking doors, but I'm making calls for Bowman. That's sick. Do you feel like compiling the info you found, cramming in a doc or something for easy reference? Oh, I mean, like I have a doc that Progressive Victory gave me. I wonder if I can just, I probably shouldn't just share that, right? Okay, well, I don't want to share that because I don't want them to be like, why are you giving people a link to the thing that we put? But I can probably like make my own doc. Why not? I'm gonna put the info on it. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that while we watch this video because we were talking about the human shields thing earlier, which is a really common. I'm sure you guys have heard this as a defense of Israel's atrocities that they commit. Why does Hamas hide behind children? Why do they make us blow up hospitals and refugee camps? Like that whole thing. And this is from years ago, but the human shields defense is long predates October 7th. So I remember this video being good and helpful. I haven't seen it in a while. But I'm just going to let this play for a while, and I'll compile something for you, Neo-Zell. Oh, are you like, is that like backwards Zion? No, it's not. No, never mind.
At the time of this recording, at least 217 people have been killed by Israeli bombs in Gaza. 63 of them were children, the vast majority non-combatants. Israel has leveled residential buildings, towers housing international media outlets, all the roads leading to Gaza's trauma hospital, a Doctors Without Borders hospital, and refugee camps. In the al-Shati refugee camp massacre on May 15th, they killed 7 members of the same family huddled in their home. And in one single air raid on May 16th, they killed 42 civilians, including 10 children. Every single one of these civilian dead Israel claims were human shields, so there's nothing to condemn. It's not their fault, it's the fault of Hamas. Nothing to answer for, no pressure to stop.
It's so nuts because like this was always bullshit, but I'm glad that like finally people are kind of waking up to that. You know, obviously it would have been great if people could have woken up before something horrific like this happened, you know, October 7th and beyond. But yeah, the arguments have been around for a while and people have debunked them for a while. So this all still applies.
No accountability. We're just supposed to take their word for it. This is repeated without question by corporate media. For example, when Israel leveled the building housing Associated Press offices, claiming it was a secret base for Hamas, they provided no evidence whatsoever, even in secret, to the U.S. State Department. But CNN, instead of grilling Israel about the claim, instead grilled the Associated Press about turning a blind eye to Hamas. The human shield narrative is really the only defense Israel and the U.S. have for excusing these brutal crimes against humanity. Here's the thing. Claiming civilians you kill are human shields is not some sort of get-out-of-jail-free card. Why is it up to Israel to determine if their actions are war crimes or not? I'm going to give you 5 points that completely evaporate Israel's human shield defense and explain why it must be something to answer for in an international criminal court. Point 1. Israel provides no evidence that there are human shields. So far, the best they can do is share these photoshopped images. See, the building is red. That means Hamas is there. You know, for all of Israel's sophisticated surveillance.
Remember when they were trying to say that they needed to bomb this hospital, and Israel post like when I say Israel, I literally mean like the official Israel like Twitter account posted this video, this like CGI video of going underneath the hospital, and there's all these crazy tunnels and shit. Thank you so much, Keegan, and good night. Yeah, the numbers of dead have definitely gone up. But yeah, I'm just putting together something for you, Niozel. But yeah, no, like that is what Israel does. It's like, look, we labeled it human shield on a picture, so you know.
Technology with eyes over every single inch of Gaza, you'd think that they'd be able to produce more than cartoons and doctored graphics. In fact, the only proof they have provided so far.
That is another big difference you'll see between Palestinian coverage and Israeli coverage, where it's like, compare October 7th. We don't know what happened. There's not a lot of photographs. There's not a lot of videos of what they claim. Palestinian, like the footage from Gaza is like harrowing. It's horrifying to watch. It has like rewired my brain in a bad way, seeing all these fucking kids with their heads blown off. Like, oh my God, Israel will be like, hey, 100 beheaded babies. We don't have any pics of it, but just take my word for it, kind of thing, And even the sexual assaults, which I am not saying did not happen. I don't know, but I find it very frustrating that none of the bodies recovered were they allowed to do these rape kit tests on. Like they specifically did not do that. Why not? You always have to take their word for it. Well, Palestine, we have photos, we have videos, we have everything. It's frustrating.
Are fake videos of Hamas rockets in residential areas.
Right. Yeah. So there were tunnels beneath the hospital that Israel itself helped to build. But that graphic made it look like it was like basically the Bat Cave underneath there with all these crazy technological things, and the camera's like zooming around and seeing all the different pipes with like a whole army under there. Turned out, no, that was not the case. They found like 3 guns in the whole hospital.
On May 15th, the IDF published a video of an Israeli training operation using a Hamas decoy, but claimed it was an actual Hamas missile launcher near civilians. In another lie, Netanyahu's spokesman tweeted a video claiming it was Hamas firing rockets next to an apartment building. Turns out this was a video from 2018 in Syria.
It's all the same thing, eh? It's all the same thing. In Syria, she's gonna say.
So where's the
like it's the same shit they always do. They always are doing the same
actual evidence? If they cannot provide any, their claims must be investigated and brought to a trial. Even if there was evidence that Israel was hitting legitimate military targets, it still is illegal to kill such an outrageous amount of civilians. And you can't legally blow up a hospital, even if there are militants nearby. Either way, Israel should not be allowed to be above the law. Point 2. We shouldn't take Israel's claims of human shields at face value, because they have an extensive history of lying about it.
Sorry, I just wanted to double check. What was point 1 again? That they don't have any evidence? Point 1. Israel provides no evidence. Okay. There's no evidence. Point 2, they have a history of lying about it. Okay, great.
We shouldn't take Israel's claims of human shields at face value, because they have an extensive history of lying about it. I think the most irrefutable example are their killings at Gaza's Great March of Return, which we documented in our film, Gaza Fights for Freedom. At this Great March, Israeli snipers directly targeted and killed 183 unarmed demonstrators, including 35 innocent children at these protests, journalists marked press, medics performing medical aid, a man in a wheelchair, and so many more. But
there you go, Niozel. I just put a little doc I just threw together real quick of a lot of the links and stuff that they've given me for canvassing this weekend. So yeah, check it out. I'm sure that you probably have access to all the same stuff somewhere if they sent you a kit or anything. But yeah, check it out. And yeah, thank you for helping out the cause. It's a good thing.
Israel said they were all human shields, so it was all legitimate. Here's where they really exposed themselves. According to international law, human shield applies to civilians as collateral damage when you're targeting military forces in combat. But at the Great March protests, there were no militants, nobody shooting at Israelis, nobody with weapons, no targets remotely.
So if anyone is unfamiliar with the Great March of Return, this was in, when was it? 2000. I'll just look it up real quick. And I'll let you guys look at me look it up. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Prap. There it is. Great March of Return. That was in 2019. Okay, there you go. And this was a fully peaceful protest where a bunch of people in Gaza just walked up to the border fence. They had Palestinian flags. They walked up to the border fence and they were like, let us come home kind of thing. They did not attack anyone. They didn't have weapons. Israel fucked them up so hard. So this is a fully peaceful protest. How do I do this? Okay. And they're getting like white phosphorus rained down on them. They're getting bombs. So many people died. Wait, why is it search engine users with Google? I don't want to do that. Let's see if I can find like the casualties, the numbers of casualties. Great March of Return. Oh, there was one Israeli death. I actually didn't know that. One Israeli died. 228 Palestinians died, and 24,362 Palestinians were injured. This is why, like, Palestine in Gaza, everyone is disabled. Everyone, if they haven't been shot by IDF, I shouldn't say everyone. It's not literally everyone, but a huge percentage of Palestine is disabled. Not everybody who gets shot by the IOF dies, right? Some people just lose the use of their legs. Some people just become paralyzed. Some people just, have to get their arm cut off. That is a huge thing there. So 24,362 Palestinians were injured, almost 2,000 from gas inhalation, 484 by rubber bullets, almost 6,000 people from live ammunition. And look at these numbers. Adults, 10,504, children, 2,274, males, 12,000, females, 803. So this was, I think, really relevant to think about here, because people are like acting like, okay, October 7th came out of nowhere. These people are just, they're brutal, they're barbarians kind of thing. Why don't they protest peacefully? Well, just a few years ago, they did do that. They did exactly the type of peaceful protest that everybody wanted them to do, right? Exactly. What happened? Israel attacked them as if they were already at war, I'm not like, I want to be careful here. I don't want to justify anything that happened on October 7th, whatever actions by Hamas, yada, yada, yada. I'm not justifying that. I think that every life is precious, whether you are an Israeli at a music festival or a Palestinian. Every life is beautiful and precious and must be protected. And I don't condone the killing of innocent civilians. However, just to empathize a little bit with the people of Gaza, imagine you were a part of the Great March of Return, and you just wanted to go up to the border wall and hold up a flag, right? And be like, hey, my grandpa lived in that house and he was forced out. What the fuck? Like, let me go back. It's the Great March of Return. The right to return is a human right. Okay? This is a thing that you're supposed to be able to do. And then you're there, you're doing it, and then all of a sudden you're getting attacked, you're getting shot with rubber bullets, you're getting gassed, you're getting all this crazy shit thrown at you. Your friends are dying, maybe your relatives are dying, whatever. You're seeing this all around you, and this was a peaceful protest. Imagine that's you. This happens to you. It's so unjust. It's so clearly unjust. You're like, what the fuck? The world is going to be outraged at this. And what happens? No one gives a fuck. governments around the world, all these rich countries, all these whatever. Nobody gives a fuck. No one cares. Nothing happens. Things just get worse for you in this little spot of land. At some point, you have to expect people in this situation who's just have had their rights deprived for so long are going to strike back. You know, this is how on October 7th happens. So yeah, this video that we're watching is focusing on that. Like this is
To military operations.
this is like what this is a type of thing that was like, hey guys, wake up! Something horrible is happening in Gaza. Let's try and do something about it before something inevitably whatever like explodes, like not whatever boils over, or whatever, before a tragedy happens on the other side of the fence. Yeah, it's really nuts. It's really nuts.
So if all of those children, medics, journalists, and disabled people were human shields, who were they shielding? Even when they killed celebrated female.
Yeah, this was like the Palestinian death from the Great March of Return that went viral because it's I guess I forget what her name is, but she was a medic. She was really smart, really I mean I think like conventionally attractive as well. Like her face became sort of a symbol of it, and some people kind of saw it around the world. But the March of Return did not really get covered in the way that it really should have been.
Female medic Razan al-Najjar. They released a propaganda video saying she was a human shield. But shielding what? Under no circumstances would killing that many civilians at an unarmed protest, with the defense that they were human shields for non-existent military targets, hold up for a second in a war crimes tribunal. Today,
they released a video. What was it, like a deceptively edited video, or they completely mistranslated the subtitles or something, where she's like, I'm a human shield. But it was a completely peaceful protest. So like, what was everyone there a human shield? Was it human shields shielding human shields? Come on now.
Israel relies on the fog of war to make this claim seem possible. But just 2 years ago, Israel showed an irrefutable pattern of lying about human shields. And now they have zero.
I don't 100% know what you mean by this, daring Danielle, but it sounds cool. A human shield for global imperialism. Yeah. Righteous.
Zero credibility. Point 3. According to Israel's own definition.
Okay. Point 1, Israel produces no evidence of that. Point 2, Israel has a history of lying about that. Point 3, Israel considers everyone in Gaza a human shield.
Of human shield. Every man, woman, and child in Gaza is a human shield. They claim that anyone in the vicinity of not only Hamas missile sites, but Hamas offices, Hamas individuals, is a human shield. This includes Hamas members who are sleeping at home with their families and the surrounding houses. This includes anyone within a mile of any Hamas institution.
Oh, no, sorry, just reading this. I did get a kid. My biggest stumper so far on the calls was what someone asked me what Bowman has done for his Black constituency. I'm so focused on the Palestine stuff, I don't know much. Well, that's so interesting because that is like Bowman's main thing. Like he's a lot more personally invested in the Black community, the poor Black, young Black men, whatever. One of his main things is fixing the school to prison pipeline in District 16. He does like mentoring for Black youths. I don't know. That's his big thing. Like he's not really like Israel Palestine is not his issue really. So yeah, definitely. Get into that. Get in on that.
Which is literally all of the 2 million people who live there. Look, Hamas is the government of Gaza. Therefore, any civilian infrastructure is considered Hamas.
That's an important point too. And they're like, these are Hamas release numbers. Oh, it was a Hamas hospital. Yeah, Hamas is the government. What do you mean it's a Hamas hospital? Like everything government related is Hamas related, technically. That doesn't mean it's like a fucking terrorist threat. Oh yeah, this is 100% true. So helpful to the U.S. that Israel exists. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's what you meant by human shield for global imperialism. Gotcha. I get you. Really, Christopher? Me and my dad had only one fight this entire year, and it was over this conflict. That sucks. Are you Jewish, or is just non-Jewish Zionist, or was it just over a specific thing?
Infrastructure, everything from transportation to healthcare. So anyone in the vicinity of those things or people can be killed with impunity. Even Israel's Minister of Defense confirmed that this is indeed their view, stating on May 18th that, quote, no person, area, or neighborhood in Gaza is immune from airstrikes. How is it in any way acceptable that Israel can categorize every human being
They've said a lot worse things than that these past few months.
in Gaza a legitimate target? And if you take Israel's logic far enough, they could kill everyone in Gaza, and it would be justified.
Literally, that is how they think of it. Like, that is how far they take that logic. Everyone in Gaza is either a terrorist or a human shield.
Point 4. If you accept Israel's definition of
Wait, sorry. I don't remember what the point 3 was. Israel, was it? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Something around here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Israel considers everyone in Gaza a human shield. Yep. That's right. Okay, point 4.
Point 4. If you accept Israel's definition of human shield, then you have to accept that Israel is using human shields as well. Armed Israeli soldiers are everywhere among civilian areas. Not only that, but their military bases are nestled in densely populated residential areas. For example, the Israeli Defense Forces' main headquarters.
Neo, someone mentioned this earlier, but he did a interview with Olayemi Olurin from the Olurinati YouTube channel, who and she is a public defender, so she's very interested in, and she's like, a prison abolitionist and whatnot, and she's very interested in the school to prison pipeline and stuff. And she talked a lot about these issues in that interview. So that would be one to check out. You know what? I'll throw it in the doc I sent you. One sec.
Is smack dab in the middle of a residential sector of Tel Aviv and a major shopping center. Does anyone accuse Israel of using human shields? In another example, the Israeli army broadcasts from a residential apartment tower with antennas on the roof. If Hamas leveled that building, does anyone doubt it would be deemed a war crime? What we have here is a double standard. Israel wants the human shield defense for them to be any civilian they kill. But for any civilian killed by Hamas, it's a war crime. The purpose of international laws of war is to create a standard that's applied to all sides equally. But Israel and the United States have a different view, that the rules only apply to their enemies. Point 5. If everyone in Gaza is a legitimate human shield, that's only because of Israel's own design. This is a situation of Israel's own.
Okay, so what are the points again? Point 1. I forget. No, what was it? Point 1. Oh, yeah, they have no evidence of human shields. Point 2. They lie about human shields all the time. Point 3. Israel considers everyone in Gaza a human shield. And point 4 was, by Israel's definition, the IDF uses human shields as well. So all of these are great things to remember when you're arguing with these people.
Own making. Israel drew the borders, and Israel refuses to let anyone leave. To leave Gaza, you must get approval from the Israeli government, and the government will almost always say no. So what
All right, I threw that I threw that in the or anybody else who's interested and maybe wants the phone bank or maybe just wants to educate themselves on Jamal Bowman. I threw it in the Google Doc as well. So check out the Google Docs. At the very end is the interview with Olayemi. I think, is it? Yeah. Okay, it is. Yep. Check it out.
are people supposed to do who want to remove themselves from the carnage? They have literally nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Israel has made Gaza, in every sense of the term, an open-air prison. They trap 2 million civilians in this tiny strip of land.
Actually, Abby Martin, I need to correct you on some of this stuff. No, but a lot of people call Gaza an open air prison because, people are forced to remain inside of this small area and they cannot leave. They can request permission to leave, and most of the time it's denied. And other times it'll take months and months and months, but very difficult to leave Gaza. And, prison is one term, but there's another term that I think is more accurate, also more inflammatory, but calling something a prison where people have not been accused of any crime is technically incorrect. That's what a prison is, a place where you hold people who have been accused of committing a crime. The word for what Gaza is concentration camp. Now, this is controversial. Obviously, when we hear concentration camp, we think of World War II, the death camps, the Nazi concentration camps that they held Jewish people in. But it's actually an older term than that. It's much older. It was first used, I believe, in Spanish Cuba by the Spanish colonizers who genocided the natives there. You can look up some photos, some really disturbing photos of like rich looking guys with like top hats and tuxedos sitting on a pile of human skulls. This is from I think 1898 or something like that. Very, very close to the turn of the century, I know. And that was in Spanish, reconcentrados. But the first time it was used in English was in South Africa. Speaking of South Africa, bringing that place up again. The concentration camps there were set up and actually, there were a few Canadian guys there who set up these concentration camps for the Boer, who were Europeans in South Africa that were at war with the British during the Boer War, and the black, the native people of of South Africa. Two separate concentration camps. So that was when it started being used in English. And since then, that term was used all over the world, from the Philippines to even in Britain during World War II. They put Germans into what they called concentration camps in England. England loved concentration camps. They used them everywhere. Yeah. So yes, that term was officially made to differentiate it from a prison. Concentration camp is where you hold people who have not been accused of a crime. So that is why I would call Gaza not an open air prison, but an open air concentration camp. And yes, I understand that has a historical connotation now that's different from maybe the way I'm using it, but I don't have a problem with that. I think that people should be upset about what's happening there. And Sammy Rosander, yeah, I think we can call it a death camp at this point. Honestly, yeah. And a lot of times the concentration camps were sometimes in the Herero Nawa genocide, they would just they would shoot people in the head or something like that, to kill them or whatever, whip them to death and stuff like that in other places. But a lot of times they would just kind of hands off, a lot of them are dying. A lot of them are getting sick from being in these areas. Oh, a lot of the people were like this. Gaza has been like that for a long time, where people get sick. People are malnourished. 98% of the water in Gaza is undrinkable, right? It's they're drinking poison. People in Gaza are not healthy. Many people die young. This is why Gaza has such a huge population of children. This is why every bomb that gets dropped, it's 50% of the deaths are children. Or maybe not, I don't exactly know the numbers, but Gaza has the most densely populated place with all of these children. That is because people die. People are dying. So yeah, I think it would be considered a concentration camp. Yeah, what's the difference between a concentration camp and a ghetto? That's a good question. A ghetto, as in the sort of World War II type place. I believe. Okay, I don't want to talk out of my ass. Let's actually look that up. Here's the Illuminati video I was talking about. Concentration camp versus ghetto. From the Holocaust Center. Good question. Okay, it's taking a while to load. Everybody stay calm. Okay. Ghettos and camps. Okay. Nazis and their collaborators forced Jews to move into crowded, often enclosed areas called ghettos. Ghettos isolated Jews by separating them from the general population. Over 1,000 ghettos were set up throughout Nazi-occupied territories. In the Warsaw Ghetto in Poland, more than 400,000 Jews were packed into an area of 1.3 square miles with an average of over 7 people per room. With insufficient food and medicine, tens of thousands starved to death or died of disease in the ghettos. Yeah, I get that is actually sounds starkly similar to what happened in Gaza. So maybe ghetto is another appropriate term for it, although ghetto has kind of taken on a different meaning. But it sort of sounds like it's just an area of a city that they treat as an open air concentration camp, right? Holocaust by bullets. The Wannsee Conference. If you guys seen the movie Conspiracy, it's about that. Really fucked up movie. But it's about like the meeting of Nazis who decided that they should do the Holocaust, basically, like the concentration camp, like death camps. Ghetto occupants were shot and killed or deported, usually by train, to forced labor camps. So that's another different thing. Labor camp, where treatment was brutal, or to death camps. So we got labor camps, we got death camps. Those are both distinct from ghettos. The largest of these death camps was Auschwitz, Birkenau, in Poland. Up to 6,000 Jews were gassed there each day. Estimated 1.1 million people were murdered at Auschwitz between 1940 and 1945. In addition to 6 death camps, there are thousands of concentration camps, forced labor camps, and transit camps. So notice how they are differentiating these things: concentration camp, forced labor camp, transit camp. Treatment was brutal. Over 6 million Jews and millions of others were murdered in the Holocaust. But what is the actual difference between ghetto, concentration camp versus ghetto? Yeah, this is kind of stumping me. I don't know. I think the way that ghetto is usually used, it's like a part of a city, right? Sorry, does anybody know? Jewish people were taken from their ghettos and brought to concentration camps. That's my understanding. Yeah, like, the neighborhood and original infrastructure is there, but it's not built to house so many, right? So that's very similar to what's happened with Gaza. It's an extremely densely populated area. I think of ghettos as just segregated areas, similar to what was used in South Africa, where each race had to live in their respective township. Yeah, right. It is a physically different thing. But I guess it was just like the word ghetto that word has evolved in a way that it would feel odd to me to call Gaza a ghetto. Like maybe call it as opposed to like the Warsaw Ghetto, like the Gaza Ghetto or something like that. Whereas I think calling it an open air concentration camp sort of has the same meaning as a ghetto, as far as I can discern here. And I think that packs more of a punch, which is also important to me, if that makes sense. All right, back to the Empire Files.
Then they bomb their neighborhoods, millions in this tiny strip of land. Then they bomb their neighborhoods and say, well, they shouldn't have been there. The mountain of civilian dead has to be looked at through the perspective of the Israeli blockade and the inability of anyone to escape. Resistance forces in Gaza have nowhere else to go to.
I like the quote from Masha Gessen. The more fitting term ghetto would have given us the language to describe what is happening in Gaza now. The ghetto is being liquidated. Ghettos are part of the city. Also, I think different words came about at different times from different cultures. I would think anything camp was built on the spot as a temporary processing area, while a ghetto is like a cordoned off area. Yeah. I guess it's hard to make a one-to-one with history. Yeah, that's true. Being done. True.
Gaza's self-defense capabilities are confined to this heavily populated area. And Israel has intentionally made Gaza unlivable. The only way Gaza is able to exert pressure on Israel is by firing rockets. If they peacefully protest their conditions, they're massacred just the same. If they do nothing, Israel continues to blockade them, erode their living conditions, while ethnically cleansing the rest of their land. Israel has made it so the only leverage Gaza has to get any change is using the one weapon it has. Besides, Gaza has the right to self-defense under international law. And contrary to what Israel claims, the current round of fighting was started by Israel, not Hamas, when they deployed criminal violence against Al-Aqsa and Sheikh Jarrah. And right at the outset, on May 12th, Hamas offered a ceasefire to Israel. Israel rejected it because they wanted to keep going, despite their rhetoric of only wanting the rockets to stop. So if Israel's going to keep bombing,
sounds familiar,
Gaza has no choice but to fight back. And that in turn becomes the excuse for Israel massacring so-called human shields. It's far from the first time this term has been used to state-sponsored mass slaughter. Human shield propaganda has been long applied by the empire to...
It's basically any time that you're going to kill a bunch of civilians, you got to claim that they're human shields.
Dehumanize the enemy in nearly every major world conflict.
It's like, it's a two purposes. It's like, number one, make us seem like the good guys because we don't use human shields. And number two, give us an excuse for all the innocent civilians that we've killed.
Or war, from its atrocities in Korea to Iraq. And it always serves the same purpose: to dehumanize entire populations, giving the perpetrators a free pass to act with
Yeah, this is a good point. PL. Jewish ghettos existed before National Socialist times and all over Europe. Yes, that's absolutely true. I were they like, yeah, like maybe you know this, PL. Would you say that these pre-Nazi ghettos were like actual kind of prisons, or was it just kind of like an area of town, kind of like how we would use ghetto today, like in most major cities, like, oh, this area is the ghetto kind of thing, like a racially, like as Danielle put it, an ethnically segregated area. Does that make sense? Oh, what are the Germans thinking about all this? Oh, they are definitely on the wrong side here. Germany, even like the German left, is extremely pro-Palestine, which is, I guess, understandable from a historical perspective. But oh God, it's rough to see. It's rough to see.
Total disregard for civilian life. What the Israeli government is trying to do is cover up what their military is actually doing, which is indiscriminate bombing. That seems glaringly apparent in international.
Depends on the city. Sometimes they basically didn't have any permissions to do anything outside the ghetto and were even expelled from the rest of the city, for sure. Yeah, like pogroms and, like ethnic cleansing, essentially, that's happened for centuries all over Europe to the Jewish people. Daring Danielle, one source says the first ghetto appeared in 1939. So is that where the term comes from? Guess that depends on the region. Pre-World War II, Europe had an unofficial and official segregation depending on where you went. I think you misspoke. Sorry about what did I say? Oh God.
Law is very clear about indiscriminate attacks being a war crime, strictly prohibited in any situation. To sum it all up, it is completely outrageous to let Israel make this blanket claim to absolve itself of any wrongdoing. All of those lives taken had value. They all had families. They all had futures they were robbed of. It's not fair, and it's not right to be able to wash away their deaths with such an audacious lie. This is an unconscionable situation. What everyone should agree on is that if an army, especially a colonizing power attacking a population it occupies and completely controls, is going to kill such an outrageous number of civilians, they shouldn't be their own judge and jury. This is what war crimes tribunals are for, and that is exactly what Israel needs to face.
There you go. So yeah, I think that's a good video. Makes a pretty good gives you a few good like points for when people bring up that human shield thing. Yeah, definitely check out Gaza Fights for Freedom. That is a must see. They got footage from these Palestinian cinematographers who were there at the Great March of Return, and they have these really good cameras, and they're like running around. And it's absolutely insane the footage that they're able to get. Really like HD, like it's artistically shot from Palestinians who are there, and you see this peaceful protest getting bombed, getting like gassed, they're getting shot at, people are dying, whatever. And it looks like a movie. I mean, it literally is a movie, but it's just it feels so real. It's like incredibly jarring to watch. And they sort of intersperse the footage of the protest with interviews with people who were there, interviews with Palestinians, and you really get a sense of the hopelessness of the situation there. And watching that now after October 7th, it is like, God, it is so tragic that nothing happened to help them. Jaron Danielle, sad part is both the Palestinians, Hamas, and the Israelis are pawns in the never-ending Cold War between Russia and the U.S. Oh, interesting. The U.S. continues to use proxy ally countries to weaken Russia without having to take Russia on head-on. Many intelligence agencies have said Russia provided the weapons and strategy for 10-7 and intended to point out the U.S. hypocrisy in helping Ukraine. Do you think that's true? I don't think that's true. That's my gut instinct on that. I mean, hey, listen, like even in as far back as the Guatemala coup we just looked at, America was lying and saying that there was Soviet influence. But I don't know what would Russia have to gain by funding, weapons and strategy for October 7th. I mean, I think it's possible. It's possible. I've heard a lot more people claim that it was Iran, which is possible. I also think that, who knows? Like, we don't know any of this. I tend to think that it's people just underestimated the Palestinians. People way underestimated what these people were capable of. They were, yes, it was an atrocity, but it was very smartly done. Very intelligently done. They crashed through that border wall. Many of those Palestinians, that was the first time they had ever left Gaza, was on October 7th. Something to think about, man. It is funny because even though being a shitty, hypocritical government hasn't bothered the U.S. before, the U.S. government cannot disavow Israel because they would be condemning U.S. world policy and history. Yeah, true. Certainly, I don't think anyone expected this overreaction by Netanyahu, who was busy trying to change the constitution and not focus on war. Yeah, maybe. I think because he was already getting a lot of hate, Netanyahu. He was probably going to lose his next election. He's getting a lot of corruption charges and stuff that's unrelated to Palestine. And so when this happened, it's kind of like with George Bush with 9/11 and stuff. It was like, oh, great, war president mode. Everyone supports the president during war. It led to his next election, which probably wouldn't have happened otherwise. What makes me furious is that even if Israel admits and apologizes, in a few centuries, the area will be settled by Israel. Oh, God. So lots of ex-Soviet arms floating around. I don't think Hamas needed any outside state support to perform the 10/7 attacks. That's generally where I land on that, but I have to admit, I don't know. Guys, this has been a real barrel of laughs. Laughs and fun had by all. I desperately have to go to the bathroom. I'm going to end the stream. I would love to raid into somebody, but I don't know how to do that. And I need to pee more than I have time to look up how to raid into somebody. So just go watch somebody else. And again, come and canvas with me in New York this weekend. That is going to be a super fun time that will everybody be having a good time. God, what is wrong with me? Sorry, I'm stalling while I look for the link. Yeah, we're going to be canvassing for Jamal Bowman, 22nd, 23rd. Get out there. Thank you so much for watching. You guys are my best friends. And maybe I'll stream more. I mean, I've only been doing this to promote this this thing I'm doing in New York, but I'm having a good time with it. I like it. And hopefully you guys have enjoyed yourselves. Peace.